infrastructure, limited commercial investment, a bedroom communities tax base and infrastructure, limited commercial investment, a bedroom communities tax base, and an ongoing FDLE investigation. I was ready for a challenge. I assembled a team and put my decades of private sector leadership experience to work. After reviewing the state of the city, we formulated a plan of attack and got to work. The FDLE investigation proved to be more of a distraction than I had expected. It was not my job to defend the individuals or the accusations lobbed against them in what seemed like a daily barrage of media attacks. It was not my job to lead, it was my job to lead the city toward financial and structural health. I'm not a politician, so I kept my head down and did the work. Eventually, I came to learn that 3 of my bosses and at least 1 employee wore wires whenever they were with me as part of the ongoing investigation. The FDLE called in the FBI to join their investigation. Again, the media and informal bloggers had a field day with the reports along the way, but I'm not a politician. So I kept my head down and did my job. My recorded conversations were heard by those overseeing the investigation. They came to know me as an upstanding and honest man who was just doing the job. In fact, not once did FDLE or the FBI even question me about my activities or those that were the target of their investigation. So while I failed in the area of public opinion, I got a whole lot done for this great city. Under my leadership, we were able to refinance debt, saving the people of Palm Bay over $5 million over the life of 1 bond. We blew our economic development goals out of the water. Our goal was to increase the commercial tax base by $60 million per year. Instead, we increased it by $108 million per year. We hired subject matter experts to lead the departments, allowed them leeway to do their jobs efficiently, began conversion of city healthcare to self-funded, saving the taxpayers millions of dollars. We addressed costly policies that saved millions. As an example, we decreased the amount of sick time allowed on the books. It's a tremendous liability. At one point, policy allowed folks to carry 1,200 hours of sick time on the books. That equated to about $70,000 for the position of 1 director. The new policy reduced that hourly bank to 500 hours on the books. This is just one example. During my tenure, we reduced the millage rate, which was at the highest rate ever, just under 10 mil. Easing the burden on Palm Bay taxpayers, we worked with the state of Florida to secure below market loans to fund the vast expansion of the city's utilities infrastructure. Improved constituent satisfaction by reducing the processing time for building permits from months to just weeks. I want to acknowledge that several folks involved in Palm Bay back in the day have turned their lives around since their time at the city. They rededicated their lives to God and have publicly shared their testimonies. I want to thank them for coming out to set the record straight. They will never know how much it meant to me. Palm Bay is my home. Those that know what I accomplished have asked me to come back and do it again. I stand before a known quantity that is ready to hit the ground running. With that, I will welcome more questions.
Follow. Thank you, Mr. Link. Mentioned FDLE, mentioned working with the state. In 2019, Randy Fine had ordered a JLAC audit, actually focused mainly on the time that you were representing Palm Bay as city manager. There was a couple key findings in that, including a severance payment to the former deputy city manager without policy backing, a take-home pay for the mayor, and also the controversial I-95 project that left the city residents holding, I want to say around $16 million that should have been paid for by the developer. Can you tell me what those findings mean, if these are accurate, or what's your perspective on it?
Talking about the city overtaking the project, the cost of the project down in the southeast. Is that what you're asking?
The interchange?
Well, when, before I got here, that was clearly what developers are expected to do. The developers are expected to contribute to any new development. There was a previous city manager that actually committed the city to building the road. That's not the way it was supposed to be. A developer was supposed to build the intersection and build the road. However, previous administration committed the city to FDOT to build the road. So, and I believe just the road alone was a little bit over $9.1 million. So unfortunately, because of that and the commitment, now, mind you, if you don't adhere to that commitment, you don't live up to the expectations, FDOT was not going to build that interchange. So the city was committed before I got here, and the city had to deliver. There wasn't a choice. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, just the two other questions about the severance pay to Deputy City Manager Zanardi and the take-home vehicle for Mayor Capote at the time. What were their policies in place, or why were those payments made?
You know, there is it was discussed, and we felt that it was a reasonable amount of money that with for former Deputy City Manager David Zanardi. Certainly, I just had discussions with HR, and we just wanted to be seen as fair, and then also with other employees that left the city. We wanted them to have a soft landing and be able to land on their feet and not be too harsh. So we felt that was a reasonable amount of money for Mr. Zanardi leaving. And then the other question was, remind me, please.
The take-home
The
vehicle
take-home.
for
Well, you know, it was a finding in the JLAC audit. It sure was. However, you put in a precarious situation. The former mayor was absolutely informed of the policy numerous times, not only in person, but in writing. And it's a little bit of a challenge to tell one of your bosses, no, you will not have that car at your use. You will not have that car as a take-home vehicle. However, in some of the information, it was noted that Mayor Capote actually did come here. He said that he would come here in the morning, sign out the car, bring it back at the end of the day, and go home. Those were his words, not mine. So it eventually came down to, it was after I left that the vehicle was taken away from the mayor and put in the carpool. I hope that answers your question.
What can you tell us about your intergovernmental relations and things that you could do to strengthen our relationship with Brevard County, Melbourne Tillman Canal, state agencies, and federal partners?
Yeah. Well, one of the luxuries of living here is I get to know a bunch of people, and even back in the day when I was a city manager for 4 years. So I have extensive relationships locally at the county commission. I know folks at the Florida State House and the State Senate, and as well, we have relationships up at in Washington, D.C. And I think Palm Bay is on a precipice right here, ready to do some tremendous things. And I'll use NASA as an example. You know, we're one of 3 locations right here today that are being considered to be the future home of NASA. And we have over 400 acres right here on Minton Road, which would be an ideal spot for SpaceX and for homes for folks that are working in NASA. So I think I've been here for quite some time. I did work with Melbourne Tillman. I know the executive director over here, Mr. Weinberg, known him for many, many years. And I'm a relationship guy. If you don't have relationships, you're not going to get anything done. So you got to have the relationships and the respect of the critical decision makers.
I have so many. Just tell me when to stop. But
Well, let me share the time with the rest of the council,
Okay.
Deputy Mayor. I'll start with Councilman Langevin on the other end.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to start off with just to get to know a little bit more about you. Who's your favorite founding father and why?
I think great list to choose from. But if I were to pick somebody right now, it would be John Adams. You know, John Adams didn't really want to be a controversial figure, but he was. He defended British soldiers that were accused of committing murder, and living in the colonies at the time. It wasn't a good political move for him or a career move, so he thought. But he felt that every person deserved a defense, and he felt in his inner being that this was what he was supposed to do, and he did it. But I also go on with his wife, because John Adams would have not have been the person that he was without Abigail.
Outstanding. Is the podium up all the way? I think you're kind of tall, so you might want to raise the podium.
Yeah.
Outstanding. And then I just want to ask one more question. What is your philosophy on taxation and government spending, and then how do you balance the two?
Well, who likes taxes? Sort of a necessary evil. I know it's revenue that the city needs, and otherwise we don't function. You know, the three most important pieces of government are: number one, public safety; number two is infrastructure; and number three is budget. But budgeting for public safety, infrastructure, those are just critical. So you need money. We don't have a printing press here at City Hall, so we need money. So it comes all through property taxes and other revenue streams through government and such. I like where the discussions are going today, not only in state government, but also with federal government, looking at different ways for cities another revenue stream, and they are looking to get rid of lower or get rid of property taxes, and some of those ideas are very interesting that they're looking. And I'll give one example: is almost a consumption tax. I'd be interested in see what that if they were to do a study to say, wow, how much money would this do, as opposed to just property tax. So we can't continue to lay the burden of government on our residents. There has to be other ways.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'm good.
Next one, Councilman Hammond.
Yeah, I'm just gonna address the elephant in the room. Are there any mistakes that you feel that you've made that you would change if given the opportunity to be back in that seat again?
One of the things that I would have done is I would have handled the media better. That was a lesson learned. You know, I worked in the private sector for the majority of my career, and marketing is extremely important. I've been accused of being brutally honest. Can't see me changing that. So if you ask me a question, I'm going to give you the answer. But I believe that I don't think that I did a very good job. I should have paid more attention to getting the word out, because we were doing some amazing things. And the one thing people cannot argue or dispute is results. And that's why I was here, to get results. I hope that answered your question.
In the first 90 days, if you are selected, what are some of the key focuses that you're going to be putting towards our city getting back on track?
Great question. I would start almost with a similar way that I started when I received the job the first time in 2015. I think we have to take a good hard look at the org charts and just see, do we have the right mix of folks? When I came, and I'll give you an example. There was one department when I got back here in 2015, and I looked at it, had like 37 positions that were either had manager, supervisor, deputy, 37 positions in one department. And I just thought that was a little top heavy. So I was all about, again, in the private sector, it's all about efficiencies, because what you're looking at is bottom line. So you have to run this like a business. That's the way I look at it. And you have to identify efficiencies. Personnel, I mean, personnel is your greatest asset, but we have to use them in a smart, efficient way. So I think that's one place to start. I know that there's been some challenges and some questions I would like answered. And I'll tell you what, one of them, talk about the elephant in the room. What happened to the road bond referendum? I want to find out. I want to know. Why aren't the roads being done? Where's the money? Where is it? There's got to be an answer to that. So, and I think what we need to start almost immediately is to look at smart growth. We have to look at commercial base, but it has to be smart, and we have to use different ideas. And let me give you an example. We can ask, traffic's an issue. We know it. What we can do is do things a little bit differently, because Palm Bay, unfortunately, is not a very wealthy city. But how about asking, you drive down Babcock or Minton at rush hour? I know I do, and I'm stuck for 40, 50 minutes. What are the things that we do? How about this? How about we ask employers to stagger their start times? Work with us. Okay, so it's going to be a 10 to 6 as opposed to 9 to 5. There's an option. How about using AI to perhaps identify situations that we can best address the congestion and the growth? So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. And you alluded to it. I wanted to elaborate more on it. Our $150 million road bond program is now facing a $70 million shortfall. How would you address this kind of funding gap while continuing critical infrastructure projects? And you can give an example of how you dealt with something like this in the past as well.
Yeah, I think that's a real issue, and I'm a bit surprised that it has not received more attention. So if you're not going to get it on social media or the news, I don't know why it wasn't covered. It has to be addressed somehow. First of all, you got to find out what happened. When I was a city manager, we actually identified 800 miles of road that was supposed to get paved or thin lift or full depth reclamation. I'd have to look and see just where the shortfall was and what money is needed. Folks are paying taxes on a road bond that may not get the roads paved. Well, that's a little bit of a pickle, isn't it? So I think there's ways. I'm looking forward to having meetings with subject matter experts and try to identify other areas of revenue. I know at one point in time we put $3 million toward the road maintenance fund, which is a line item in our budget. But $3 million is just a drop in the bucket. I mean, to come up to $70 to $80 million, that's a significant number. I don't have the answer right now. If I were to give you an answer, there was a time when we were doing healthcare, and we would just put it out to bid, just like anybody else would. Insurance companies would give back their proposals and then RFP, and the costs back in the day were astronomical. I think one year, over year-to-year costs, came back $2 million higher for the same level of insurance. So what we said, let's do something a little bit different, a little bit creative. We identified some things that we could do, that we had control over. When we started the move to go from a regular insurance, as most people know it, to a self-funded insurance entity. So we went about halfway when I was here, and we were expecting to go to be fully funded healthcare, but that was a situation that saved millions.
One more question, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And what is your take on cities and public-private partnerships, as well as privatizing departments or areas within the city so they can get more efficiency and save taxpayer dollars?
I'm a big fan of public-private partnerships, and I did it when I was in the private sector. There's several examples that I could provide, but I would love to have the opportunity now. There's discussions about doing some some public-private partnerships in the compound. I mean, where else can you think of a better spot to get somebody else involved? Because if the city were to take that on, it's an enormous expense, not only just the front up, but recurring expenses. So there's discussions going on about the compound right now and about getting other folks involved, working with the city and in a public-private partnership. And we're going to go into the details and take the rest of the time, but I want to give everybody else an opportunity. And the second part of the question, if you wouldn't mind.
Privatization.
Privatization. You know, we looked at doing things, and there's other cities that quite frankly, that do privatize. So there's things that you can look at privatizing. You can look at fleet. Is that a better way to manage vehicles as opposed to cars? I mean, when I was a city manager back in the day, I'd go to Public Works. I see 12, 15 cop cars there. And I said, what is going on here? So perhaps there's something we could do with fleet. I think some things may you want to take a look at perhaps offloading some of the huge expenses. And I don't know what that would look like right now, but certainly would be open to council suggestions and direction to say what makes the most sense. Is it going to save the city money and improve the quality of life for our residents? So absolutely open to having that discussion, sir, and I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir. One more, Mayor. I know you.
Okay, Ken.
We hear talks of DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, and I think all of us as stakeholders, those in the audience, us as council, we get tired of hearing government move slow because we feel, and I know and feel that it's a choice to move slow. So how would you improve government efficiency and timeliness in the city of Palm Bay?
Remove barriers. I was very open, and folks knew that they had access to Greg Link, and I can remove barriers. In the private sector, you get a little bit more freedom because you can, I was an East Coast, quite frankly, I was VP of the East Coast business operations and business development. I had a lot of freedom, a lot of leeway, but with that came an enormous responsibility, because if you don't do the right things or do it the right way, you pay a significant price. You get fired. So I think I'm a fan of DOGE, and I would certainly look forward to looking at the different departments just to see how can we increase the efficiencies. There has to be a way, because we're not going to do things. Well, that's because that's the way we always did it. That doesn't hold anything with me. We're going to do it better. We're going to do it efficiently, and we'll figure it out.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm up next, Mr. Link. First of all, thank you for coming. It's been a while since you did serve as city manager, as you eloquently put it. What have you done since then? And have you continued with continuing education regarding the ICMA?
What have I done? Well, I've been semi-retired. I've done some, I have, and I can continue to do some consulting work, working on some campaigns and things like that. Well, with ICMA, you can pay, if you're retired, you can pay a fee to continue to be an ICMA manager. That just didn't seem to make sense to me at that point in time. I think the Leadership Academy is, your successes in the private sector. Because if you don't do well in the private sector again, you're out. So I think that's the education and the leadership lessons I've learned from. I haven't been at any ICMA conventions. I was there when I was a city manager, but didn't feel that it was necessary when I wasn't working. But I continue to work. I golf and fish a little bit, and enjoy life and quality of life, and I've got actively involved in my church. I'm the chairman of the deacon board, and that I truly enjoy that, and that takes up a good chunk of my time as well.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate that. I was looking for any leadership classes within that time frame, and the response is you haven't.
I have not.
All right, thank you. So then my next question is, I'd like for you to go back in time just a little bit, if you don't mind. Think of a time it was difficult to admit that you were wrong. Just think of that time. And then why was it so difficult? And why was that so hard?
There's a bunch of times I could admit I was wrong, or I probably could have done something. I would include in that category being wrong is perhaps doing things better. Let me think. Could be a hiring. Did I always hire the right person? Simple answer is no. But you go with experience, their credentials, what have they done, what's their education, and you make the best decision at that point in time. Now, it's not going to take you a very long time to realize, perhaps I should have done something different. So I believe that getting more eyes on an individual now, similar to what you guys are doing now, it's very unique. I've been through other interview processes with headhunters and such. So it's pretty unique what you guys are doing, not only as council, but meeting with department heads. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And I did that myself. When I was hiring some folks, I'd get other regional directors involved and say, what are your thoughts? Because listen, it's not just about me. It's about the organization.
Thank you. And so now I wanted just to, before I toss it back to our deputy mayor, you touched a little bit on our traffic conditions, and you touched a little bit on this staggering, asking our commercial base, our industrial folks that provide these jobs for our citizens to weigh in and lock arms with us and staggering that opportunity, right? When they work, when they're released from work, which I think that's been part of the discussion as well. But as a whole, traffic conditions, road maintenance are a huge issue here in Palm Bay. What have you done in the past to improve traffic capacity and roadway conditions when you did serve?
Number one thing I did is I hired probably the smartest man I've ever known as my director of public works. And the guy has a fantastic story to tell. He started out picking cotton. He and his younger brother they worked the farm picking cotton. His father managed another farm. This guy was one of the smartest individuals, and I won't put his name out there, but he got accepted to MIT. And he got his bachelor's and his master's from MIT. I can't get into MIT, and I consider myself semi-smart. However, I hired an individual who had tremendous road experience because he was a director of public works up in Fulton County, Atlanta, West Palm Beach, and I think it was Albuquerque, New Mexico. So the guy had tremendous amounts of experience. I don't say that I know the answers, but I can tell you what, I'll get the answers to questions. But a recipe for success for me is to build excellent teams. I surround myself with people that are subject matter experts in their field, and then I let them do their jobs. Do I have the answers for congestion today? I tossed out a couple of examples, but I would expect that those that are experienced and knowledgeable could provide some information and insight to council.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Deputy Mayor, I'm tossing it back to you.
What is your opinion on the 3% charter cap?
I believe it handcuffs council. I believe council is elected to set the millage rate. And technically you guys can if you go for a supermajority, so you can still. However, my thoughts are the city is leaving revenue on the table. There's money that could be used that could go into the fund that's being left on the table with a 3% cap. Now, I'm not against caps. I think caps are okay, but caps should be driven by cost drivers. If the city needs this much money, but with a 3% cap, you're only getting this, you're out of balance already. When I was here, the population was about 120,000. We're at 145,000 today. So we need to capture the appropriate revenue so the city can provide excellent service. And I don't think we're there today.
A couple more questions. How do you approach collective bargaining, and what is your approach to managing large municipal workforce? And love to get your opinion on the current setup of some of our departments, how like Parks and Rec was split. Should Fleet be its own department with its own director? I know we talked about privatization, but
Collective bargaining is a necessary evil, it protects the employees. But they also have to realize we have a cap. And we have another, we have 1,000+ employees now that we have to take care of. So collective bargaining, we still have to do what's right for the city. Back in the day when, our conversations would start, you guys realize we got a 3% cap. So we have to be reasonable here because we have a whole lot of other expenses. Public safety has to be funded. When people come in, when I go into a community, when I bought my homes in Northeast and also in New Jersey, you look for three things. You look for public safety, you look for crime stats, you want to be in a safe spot. You look for recreation, and you look for good schools. Those are three things. So we have to be able to have those available to our residents. Collective bargaining has to be, somebody has to represent the employees. I know we have an HR department, I absolutely support, because they're on from onboarding to if you're end your time with the city or not, but HR has to be involved throughout. Management style, I hire excellent subject matter experts. When I was in the private sector, I was up and down the East Coast. So I had to hire people that I could rely on that had experience running their own either businesses or operating with budgets and dealing with people. So you got to hire well. If you don't hire well, you'll find out soon enough, and perhaps it's time to get somebody else in there. But the unfortunate piece. I hope that answered your question.
Let me pass on to now Councilman Langevin, and then we'll start again.
All right, I'm good.
Okay. Councilman Ham?
Yes. I would say one of the biggest things moving forward is going to be not what you have done and what you plan on doing. It's you were part of the darkest time I think Palm Bay's ever seen. We made international news with somebody with handcuffs being our city administrator. There are things that we're going to have to climb over to address that before we do anything positive here in Palm Bay. What are things that are going to be done to earn the public's trust back?
Things happen and you can't control somebody else's decision-making process. You can't do it. So did some folks make some bad decisions? Yeah, but that was 6 years ago. If you were to look at the results far outweigh what could have occurred back in the day. There's still a tremendous amount of work that has to be done. A wise man told me one time, he goes, don't look in the rearview mirror. That's only this big. Look out the windshield, because that's this big, and that's where our vision is. The past is exactly there, and it's there for a reason, and we'll leave it there. There's a lot of work to be done in Palm Bay. There's tremendous opportunity. So if I were to touch on a couple of things, we do have to address infrastructure. We did do that with stormwater and taking care of our canals and economic development. It can't be just about putting up houses. It has to be smart growth, because if you don't get that, our roads they're just impossible now. We all drive them at rush hour. I think we look for operational excellence, and that's hiring the right folks and then allowing them to do their jobs. And part of the future is I shared earlier, is NASA. We are one of 3 finalists for the home of Space Force. Now, how cool is that? And I think that falls into my bailiwick because of my relationships, not only local, county level, state level, but also the federal level. So there's a lot of work to be done. I'm looking forward to get started.
Are there any relationships you're excited about bringing to Palm Bay that make you a better choice over other candidates?
I'd like to try to rescue some of the relationships. I understand that Bucky's at one point in time was, wanted to be down at the intersection. Now, where are we with that? If we lost that opportunity? What a terrible loss. I don't know. I think with the relationships, I go back. I'll talk about EDC. God rest his soul. You guys knew Andy Anderson, and he was the economic development director for me. And then we built the department. Andy Anderson had a Rolodex that was as long as your dais. He just knew a lot of people, and we were very fortunate to have him at that point in time. But once again, it comes down to relationships. And I'll give you an example with the EDC and Linda Weatherman and her team. And we all, part of the administration, select few, we signed non-disclosures. We had relationships with site selectors. I can't say that you have that here today. These are national people that represent big box stores, and they remain anonymous. And EDC works with them. And if there's one thing Palm Bay has, is space. And we got a brand new shiny intersection down there. And I can't say that I'm proud of where it is today. So a lot of work to do, but I think it's about relationships, not only with government, but also private sector with Linda Weatherman and EDC and her staff as well. She's tremendous to work with.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Since COVID, we faced inflation, labor shortages, material costs have impacted a lot of our project budgets. My question for you, sir, I feel it's an impending downturn to the market that is coming towards us, whether it's this year or next year. Something similar to what we've seen back in the housing crisis. How would you navigate that with the city of Palm Bay?
There's some tough decisions that are going to have to be made. I know back in the day in the previous administration, there's layoffs and there was furloughs and there's things like that. That's really a last resort. But if the city doesn't have the money, then it's just simple math and it's subtraction. And you're just going to have to you're going to have to, X some items out. You can't, if you don't have the money, you just can't do it. So you have to find an appropriate way to move forward.
Thank you. So I think you might have touched a little bit on this, Mr. Link, but I want you to expound on this. Give us an example of an ethical dilemma you were faced with, how you resolved it, and what you learned from that experience.
There was a time when an accusation was made against a staff person of soliciting campaign funds while on the job, which is against rules and regs in the law. So word got back to me. I handled it directly. I actually called the person in the office and spoke to him, and I wanted to get his side of the story. I also spoke with the other individual that made the accusations, and it came down to, quite frankly, this, and also working with the HR department. So here's what it came down to. If it did happen, I said, then I'm going to proceed forward with an outside party doing an investigation into the situation. If it didn't happen, and I told the individual that made the accusations, I said, then I need a letter by 12 o'clock tomorrow. If not, and it's your call. Listen, if something happened, then we can move forward with it. I'll do the investigation. We're going to get this thing right. But I said, if it's going to happen, let it happen before 12 o'clock the next day. And I received a letter the next day, and it didn't happen just as I expected. So I hope that answers your question.
The next question, I know we only have 9 minutes left, but perhaps, I don't know if I'll have another opportunity to pass for another question because I'm trying to be fair with questions on the dais. Why would you be the best fit to serve as city manager of the
Been
city
here.
of Palm Bay?
Been here, done it. I live in Palm Bay. Again, let's talk about relationships. I don't think any candidate can say they have relationships that I have from not only the municipal level, county, state, and federal. That's going to get things done. I'm very familiar with the city. Still very familiar with the staff. We got fantastic staff here. So there's a couple of reasons why I'm the best candidate. I believe that it's my city, and I'm going to make the best decisions for the city that I live in. And I look forward to the opportunity.
Okay, well, you answered that pretty quick, so I'll try to pass that on. There was another question, but I'll yield.
I have one last 3-part question, and I don't know if you need a closing statement or if anybody else up here has questions, but if selected, how long would you anticipate serving as city manager? What is your,
There's a little bit of an echo. I'm sorry. What was?
if selected, how long would you anticipate serving as city manager? What is your salary requirement, and when can you start?
Salary, well, that's the salary. I know that the previous city manager was making 250 something. I know what the going rate is. I know what Mr. Morgan's making. I was looking to be making a similar salary because that's what the market calls for. So I don't think $230,000 at $40,000 is unfair to ask for compensation. I can start this afternoon.
And how long would you anticipate serving if selected?
Well, I tell you what, my old contract read 2 ways. I could leave on my own accord, or I could be shown the door when council says 3 to 2, you're out. I'm here. I want to make a difference in the city that I live in and I love. So I would be here for years. You guys can't get rid of me this easy this time.
So what, and I guess I'll wrap this up because you're answering the questions pretty quickly, sir.
No wasting time, sir.
Well, I appreciate that. What one organizational accomplishment are you most proud of?
It was private sector. I work with people on probation and parole, these reentry centers. And again, it comes back to hiring. We had 8 centers in New Jersey, and that's where I was living at that time, so please forgive me. But our corporate office was out of Boulder, Colorado, and it was an international company. We did such a good job, and the trainings that we provided for our staff, evidence-based curriculums, behavioral interviews, and I commend you for that, using behavioral interviews today. We were selected by Boulder, Colorado. Again, remember, international firm. We were selected to implement the new evidence-based curriculum and evidence-based process working in these re-entry centers. So we were the alpha for implementing these new rules and regs and policy procedures. So first time we didn't do it quite well. But so we came back and met again, and the second time we did it extremely well, and they were able to put policy and procedure together, and they rolled that out to the entire United States of America. And I said it was just a fantastic accomplishment and a great work ethic. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes, sir. So now, well,
Let's not take up more time when I answer. So
yes, sir. Copy that. So, Councilman Langevin, any last, Councilman Hammer?
I just want to thank you for coming out and applying for the position and letting us know how you feel, kind of airing some of the things out. And I just really appreciate you stepping up and applying for this. Thank you.
thank you.
Councilman Johnson?
2-part question. First one, you spoke about with Councilman Hammer, area of improvement, which is transparency.
Mm.
How would you, if you were to be blessed with this job, how would you move forward with improving transparency on all fronts of government? The mayor and myself past year were pushing for an inspector general, and that slipped through the cracks of being on the being up for a vote in November, this past November, because that was the way we saw that we can improve transparency within the city itself. I myself, over the past 6 years, have become continually frustrated in many areas. I get the complaints from citizens, but then I will also get complaints from employees of things that I, as a council member with a full-time paying job, with my own business, with my own family, shouldn't be taking on this burden. How would you go about it? We've put in place whistleblowers. We put in place several different things to mitigate these issues. We have people leaving anonymous letters at my home in my mailbox complaining about departments. Like I don't need that. That's not my job to receive that, but I see it as a cry for help. So understanding where my perspective is, how would you navigate that, sir?
I think first of all, people have, work is a 4-letter word, but boy, can it be fun, and we can have fun doing our jobs. So I jotted down a couple of things here. I think the number one thing is creating a culture, and that starts from the top. And it really starts with the council, and council being supportive and giving clear direction for the city. And then that direction falls upon the city manager and the staff. So it's about creating a culture. And we did that in the private sector because, and they were big on it. We actually had signs that you put up in all of the offices. I want to give an example. I had some of these signs in my office. So leadership expected you to live and work within their established norms. There was a culture that was created, that was embraced. And I want to share a couple of those. Number one, good enough isn't. We are dealing with taxpayer dollars. So saying, that's okay, not cool. We're going to do exceptional work. Check your ego at the door. We're all part of a team. It's, I have a very open door policy. And if you think I'm the smartest guy in the room, then we're all in trouble. But I expect people, my subject matter experts, to be able to provide information so appropriate decisions can be made moving forward. And that empowers folks. You want to empower folks, even not only from the director level, but below. And another one, my 3 favorite words: communicate, communicate, communicate. You have to communicate, and the directors, it's their job to listen. There was no complaints or lawsuits when I was here. Private sector, all those years, not one lawsuit, because we get to talk about it. Does HR have to get involved at times? Sure they do. But we need to respect each other and create that culture where people are allowed to do their jobs and give them whatever they need to support them to do an exceptional job. I hope that answered your question.
So you've got a minute or so if you'd like to take this opportunity to continue to sell council on why you're the best fit for, as city manager, moving our city forward.
Well, as I said before, Abe done the job, been there and done it. So I'm more of a plug and play kind of guy. There's not going to be much of a learning curve from me. But again, things have changed over the years, and I certainly want to start peeling back some layers of the onion and see just how can we improve the efficiencies and how can we improve our deliverables. There's a lot to be done. I live in Palm Bay, chose the city as a reason, not going anywhere in the near future. And those relationships that I've forged have happened over a significant amount of time. And nobody else can come in here and say that they can do that and have those relationships. So I'm excited about the opportunity, and you guys have a tough decision to make here in front of you. So I just I wish that whatever your inner self is telling you, that you do the right thing for the city, because I know that I will.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you for applying. We're now on a 10-minute recess. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Mr. Morgan, before you call the next candidate, I want to just police an item right now. We're scheduled to break for chow. You know, Marines are always looking at chow, what's ahead of us, right? So we're scheduled to meet for chow, break for chow, 30 minutes. And council, I'm going to ask that we all eat chow on the dais to avoid any perception that we're all going to the back room and making discussions. So I'd like to entertain a motion that we waive our no eating on the dais, no food on the dais policy, so that we could all enjoy a meal here for 30 minutes in the eye of the public.
Mayor, I'll make the motion as long as no one makes fun of me for how I chew.
Well, there's no
Second.
condition, sir. There's no conditions with that. But I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. So, Mr. Morgan, we'll have our chow right here on the dais. Carry on.
Thank you. So the next scheduled applicant is Jason Davis, and he should be here in no more than 2 minutes.
Okay.
We're scheduled at 9:40, and you're right on schedule. So I think that he will be here because we have runners with them. So
We have escorts.
we have people taking them from their previous location, which ended at 9:30, wherever he was stationed, to here. So everybody knows the calendar, and
So he was stationed in an undisclosed location.
he was stationed at one or the other. I don't have the master calendar in front of me. He was meeting with probably with one of our department head groupings. So
Understood, sir.
but we do have people that are timekeepers in every place, and very pleased. Okay, we've got exactly on time. It's walking over here now with escort. So Jason Davis is his name. Officer said he was walking. No, I know. A little bit of a queue out there in front of him. So all right, this is Mr. Jason Davis, and he is prepared to step to the podium and have his interview start.
Welcome, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
And we'll start as we started with the last candidate, Deputy Mayor.
I have a good morning, Deputy Mayor Mike Jaffe. Thank you for being here. Ask you a question. You can turn it into an opening statement if you like. Very briefly, please tell us about yourself, your character, maybe your personality, and give us some insight by telling us one or two things about yourself.
Okay, my name is Jason Davis. I have lived in Florida since 1984. Grew up in West Palm. Went to high school, went to college in Tallahassee, went to Florida State to play baseball, and graduated with a degree in criminology. So I moved back to West Palm after, and that was what, 96. And my brother's a deputy. My father works in fire rescue, and I don't have the constitution to do that, go out and see injured kids or that sort of thing. So I didn't want to get in that line of work. I started in private security and chased after some of the higher certifications you can get in that field, and set up security and risk and loss prevention programs for facilities of mass public assembly. So hotels, casinos, cruise ships, convention centers, those sorts of things. So I would hire the team, write their SOPs, move on to the next place, so on and so forth. And thought I was kind of building a strong portfolio, so to speak, but it was really the same job over and over. So evacuating a cruise ship and a hotel, a little bit different, but conceptually the same, right? And the county, Palm Beach County, was recruiting me to work in their security and card access section. But at the time, it was just a massive pay cut. And I just didn't see myself being able to do that. And eventually, I had a family and I had to work in that line of work. I was gone for Christmas. I was gone for every holiday. Missed my son's first day of school, those sorts of things. So talked to my wife, took the position with Palm Beach County, and that started my government career. And I had a total different shift in my way of thought. In the private sector, I was just chasing the highest paycheck. But then when I moved into government, I got to work in the community that I lived in, and I felt like I was actually making a contribution. So I really liked the work. And Palm Beach County, I was super fortunate to work in the facilities department, which it's a completely different animal. I had 2,000 fleet vehicles. I had 20 people in the real estate department, $10 billion budget for, I'm drawing blank here, not R&R, but capital. So it was like, you just learn everything. You learn as you want. If you want to just work in your position, great. But if you want to take on more, I got to do everything. Worked with the constitutional officers, worked with the sheriff, largest facility project in the history of the county, those sorts of things, capital projects. Then I really started wanting to move into administration. So the only department that I wasn't familiar with, didn't have a background in, was water utilities. So I took a position in water utilities, and 4 years there, learned everything I could, and just the best water utility minds on the planet. So, I got to have a great experience there. And then St. Lucie County, the opportunity popped up to move in administration there, and that's kind of where I'm at now. Been there just under 2 years, have 5 departments, but again, it's a really kind of the same job over and over, and you just learn new skills and grow from there. As far as, character, if you're familiar with old computer programming language, WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get. This is just how I am. You see me outside, this is how I am. And I'm approachable, easy, but I have a relentless pursuit of perfection. I just have to keep going. It's just how I'm wired. I don't have any downtime. 1 or 2 things about me. I do coach baseball. I have since 96 or so. So I've traveled the country doing that with kids, trying to help them further their college and professional career. And I have 3 kids of my own. So that's kind of a little bit about me.
Thank you. You mentioned, Port St. Lucie. That was a part of your resume that really drew my eye. Palm Bay, we're a scatterlock community, GDC community. Port St. Lucie is a GDC community, and we're known as a bedroom community. And Port St. Lucie over the last several years has done a really good job of commercial development, really well-planned master communities, industrial development, large economic growth. So like to tap into your experience. If you could tell us what involvement you had in that, what have you learned there, and what can you bring to Palm Bay to mirror the success that Port St. Lucie has had?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So if I say it's more of a we. I'm not cool enough or smart enough to drive all those buses, but I was heavily involved in several different perspectives. But in this current role in the St. Lucie County, we work directly with our Economic Development Council, chasing those target industries. Some of the target industries we're chasing, we have a port, so we're chasing some ship manufacturing, that sort of thing. IT, data centers, trying to take the burden off the residential taxes, right? Trying to bring in that commercial, bring in the high paying jobs. I think some of the things that we've seen, our kids are graduating high school, going to college, and they're going to go find a $12 for 13-hour, they can't find work. So they're driving out of county for work and can't afford to get a place because the housing it's so expensive. So they're still living with mom in the garage, that sort of thing. So trying to, partner with the colleges to put them on a path to work in these high paying jobs that we're trying to bring into the county. In terms of managing that density, credit to the board and not chasing, 4 billion rooftops. The comments that I get from the public every time we have a new residential community that wants to come online is, we don't want to be a Broward. We don't want to be a Miami. That's not who we are. They are historically a agricultural, citrus is gone. So there's hundreds of thousands of acres, and the developers want to come in and they're pushing the rooftops. And credit to the board. One example I can give you is the way the quote is written. One of the larger communities that could have went in was, I want to say, don't hold me to these numbers, ballpark 30,000 rooftops. The board was able to push back and say, well, we'll approve this. And I think the final ballpark number was 8,500 rooftops. But we also had them improve some roads and bring in some green space and bring in some parks. And if you want to build, that's our requirement. So they're putting in the passive parks where you can walk around the lake or that sort of thing, or a really nice playground for the kids. And so you're not driving all over the community. I'll steal a phrase that one of our commissioners likes to use is a destination area. You have the Publix, or, the grocery store and the restaurants, and all in kind of a destination where you live, right? So you don't have to drive across town and tear up the roads and beat the traffic to death and those sorts of things. So they've done a great job in the last few years of really kind of course correcting there, if you will.
Thank you very much. I'll pass.
Well, I'm going to pass it on to another council member, but you said something that was really intriguing to me on the growth of Port St. Lucie. And that is, I wanted to ask, are you familiar with the Palm Bay Charter and as opposed to the Port St. Lucie Charter and the differences therein?
I don't know necessarily specifics, but I looked at the charter yesterday, the day before, the Palm Bay Charter.
Okay. And in that, did you identify the differences that might prevent the city of Palm Bay from going down that path of that infrastructure that Port St. Lucie has, like that cross parkway? Was there something there that our charter would prevent us from dealing with?
Don't
with that?
necessarily remember anything specific that caught my eye. I mean,
Okay.
it's something that I'd have
Okay.
to digest some more.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to yield my time. I'll come back
Very good.
to Councilman Langevin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for joining us today. My first question is, who is your favorite founding father and why?
Founding father in terms of like the founding fathers of the
The
country.
United States, yes.
Never really thought about it. I'm going to go with Benjamin Franklin in terms of what the inventions, Constitution, Declaration of Independence, signatures, treaty, Paris or something. Again, that's going back to high school, so I haven't really thought a lot about it. But yeah, I was a big Ben Franklin fan.
All right. And what is your philosophy on taxation and government spending, and how do you balance the two?
Taxation. I'm gonna write that down. So my philosophy on taxation and government spending, I am beyond frugal with taxpayer monies. I want to make sure the Doge stuff that you're hearing out of Tallahassee now, cutting those federal fundings. I want to bring some credit to that St. Lucie County team. We are very lean, and that's just my mindset when I'm spending somebody else's money, right? I don't want to spend $1 more than it takes. So I think we've been very creative, and I can go back to my Palm Beach County days. I had the AAA bond, $400 million in the bank, but I don't want to spend $1 more than I had to, right? Sometimes I'll take a step back. I'm always big on process improvement. So it sounds like I'm winning at everything when I have $400 million in the bank, but I'm still chasing grants, and I would get grants. It was kind of funny to me, like, why would I even be eligible for a grant if I have $400 million in the bank? But we were eligible, we applied, and we received the grant. So I didn't have to spend that different tax base, right? But I didn't have to spend my ad valorem funds on what we were doing in the county. So it allowed me to be very aggressive with our R&R budget. So I was never kicking the can on building maintenance or that sort of thing. I think it's a horrible discredit to some of the experiences that I've seen in county government, where they would rather let's do it next year. Let's do it next year. Let's do it next year. And it just gets more expensive. Go back before COVID. Now it's $1 million a mile for pipe and $2 million a mile for roads. So you have to invest in that infrastructure. I don't like taxes, no more than the next person, but it's what funds our role, right? But I'm still going to be as creative as possible, and I'm really fortunate that I have a team that's way smarter than me, so they're always finding these cool paths. So that was half your question, my philosophy on taxation and government spending. That being said, you know, I meet with our board, I meet with our the people we serve. You know, what's take that direction from the board. You know, that's we serve at the will of the board. You know, what's the policy? What do you want? You want new roads? We have been fortunate in the sense that I've been able to cut the millage 5 years in a row. I'm almost worried to the point now where we've cut so much. If we cut more, I have to evaluate it to say if I need to close a library early or close a park early because we've got that lean, right? But we don't have extra bodies laying around. You know, the biggest part of your budget's usually always your human capital. So our county, we have 942 FTEs. County to the north, substantially less population, way more FTEs. So we're very lean and very efficient with that. And we're just constantly looking for that process improvement. So you find the efficiencies, you can be pretty creative with your budget.
Answer my questions. I yield.
Thank you, Councilman Langevin. Councilman Hammer?
Yes, we have a couple places within our city, one being the compound, one being the bayfront. You can look at them as liabilities or you can look at them as assets. What are some of the strategies that you think you would bring forward to bring these areas to maximize their potential? And what would you be bringing to us to help advance that?
So, you know, I spoke with one of the deputy managers in the room before I came in here, and she spoke very highly of the team. So she said, you know, we have a lot of talent here. So I'd like to think that I'm cool enough that I have that answer, but I also know that I want to bring the team in and get their input and get the input from the constituents and get the input from the board, but then take that creativity from going from Palm Beach with, you know, 1.6 million residents and a $7 billion budget, and then going to St. Lucie County, which is not built out, and being creative, but that economic driver. You know, I want to bring in those target industries. I don't want to rely on rooftops if we don't have to. You know, I saw some thoughts on potentially annexing some properties, those sorts of things. But I think you have pretty good opportunity there. You know, call it a challenge, or you can call it an opportunity, however you want to look at it, to bring in those destination places, right? If we're going to do it, you have time to take that tactical pause, take a step back. What makes the most sense? What brings the most return on investment? You know, I am not a video game dude. The last time I played video games was the original Nintendo. So, and I know it's kind of an odd segue, but you know, when I was working on that doctorate degree, one of the courses I had to take was government management of the properties and the taxes, and they break into these teams, and I was really put out. It's like I have no interest in playing. It was a sim, right? So I have no interest in this course, but it was a requirement. So I take it, and it ended up being my favorite class. It showed you what you could do. You take some taxpayer dollars and put it into a community or an opportunity like that. You can see what happens, and it would run a sim. So they broke us up into these teams, and I was honestly the only one that worked in government. The rest of them were other sectors. So I always knew infrastructure is where you got to put your money. And each time it would run that sim, and our little group always came out first. And it's just something I took with me. So that's where it's at. You got to get ahead of that. That growth is going to come, right? I mean, South is built out. It's coming this way. So you got to manage that. But that return on investment is going to always drive that.
As being a baseball coach,
Yes.
do you feel that you should have the best players on the team, or do you feel you should develop your players into being the best ball players?
So that's the most loaded question you could possibly give me. So you take, you know, it's three different animals, but it's all baseball, right? So you take the youth sports, you take the high school sports, and then you take the showcase level. It's all baseball. The youth, you're just teaching. High school, you have to win. College, you have to win. Showcase, you can lose every game as long as you're placing guys with colleges. So there's a strategy to it, right? That being said, coming into government, I pride myself on, I was given an opportunity out of college. I had no experience, right? I went to baseball, went to play ball, worked at Miami Sub. So I got out of college. I had no experience outside of that. So I went and applied. You know, like I said, I didn't want to work I was actually hired by the sheriff's office. And if I had life to do over, maybe I would have done it. But it wasn't me. So I went and I applied at 2 hotels, and they both told me, no, you have no experience. Thanks for coming. See you next year. And then I went to the Breakers Hotel, and the guy interviewed me on the spot. He's like, look, I'm looking for somebody that I can teach. That's it. And he gave me an opportunity. So that just kind of became my mindset. And then I took that and ran with it. So not my idea, but I championed it, so to speak. So I would hire guys that had 0 experience. Give me your best 5 years. I'll put you through school, find a career path, and I'll help you get there. And that's been a very successful ingredient for me, so to speak, is, I took a guy that had right out of high school, put him through school, and now he's an undersheriff in Colorado. I have another one that's a big vice president. I have another one that, called me from the Super Bowl because he was assigned to the president. And these were all guys that just had 0 experience. So I love that part too. So that being said, you have a talented team here from what I'm told. So that's fun too, right?
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for being here, sir. I love hearing your take on infrastructure. And with infrastructure, we have a hurdle ourselves. We have a $150 million road bond with a $70 million deficit at this point in time. How would you work with the team or with outside resources to address this funding gap while continuing critical infrastructure projects?
Did you say 70 or 7 million gap?
70.
70. Ooh. They have coupons?
I know, right? That's why I'm asking you this question, sir, because it's happened over time. It's been portion has been contributed to inflation.
Yeah.
A portion also has been contributed to mistakes on the city's part
Okay.
and on subcontractors as well, to include multiple change orders.
Okay.
Love to hear your take on change orders. And when you see 10 to 12 change orders on the same project, we'd love to hear your take on that as well. So I guess it's a 2-part question.
All right, I'll start with change orders because that's, I have a facilities background. I've built jails, courthouses, libraries, vertical, east-west. I mean, massive expanses, just tax collector buildings, anything like that. So change orders are not allowed under that environment. It's just, if I had to go to my boss with a change order, I had to have substantial reason why. That being said, I had tremendous project managers. They were really good at writing contracts. They did a lot of CM at risk. So maybe the price was a little bit higher, but I never had those change orders, right? The change orders that I was okay with was unknown field conditions. So for example, remodeled the jail. We had building plans from 1970 or whatever, I don't even remember. And there was a beam not shown on the plans. We took a wall down and there's a beam. The beam had to go. It was structural. So that was a change. Nothing we could do about that one, right? That one we had to own. And I did build a really good working relationship we used a lot of the same contractors over and over. So they also understood that if you're going to change order me to death, then good luck bidding on a future project because I got a lot of work for you. I understand some change orders, but you're going to work with me. So we had a good give and take there. In terms of your $70 million gap there, that's substantial. I mean, if you rush into that, that's going to turn into a $90 million gap real quick. So I think a little bit of a tactical pause, again, stealing my boss's phrase there, and evaluate some opportunities. So like I said, it was pretty good with grants, but I think you'll find infrastructure, go anywhere in the country and find me a place that's not struggling with their infrastructure because of the prices that went up during COVID. That seems to be every contractor I work with. That's their kickback, right? So that's why I started doing a lot of CM at risk. In terms of roads, I really rely on our public works guys. They're subject matter experts. So I listen to them. I point them in a direction, listen to them, get their feedback, and then we have I would say a joint meeting on how we want to get about it done. They say this is the mission. Here's a couple ideas I have. What do you have? And then we'll sit down. And then sometimes it leads to more creative thoughts, right? So with what we've done with our roads, the previous train of thought was, all right, now it's a DF grade. Let's upgrade it to an A. So you basically run that road to failure and then spend a bunch of money getting it back up to an A grade. So now I think we've taken a little paradigm shift, taken a step back, that tactical pause, evaluate it. It's a C. It's going to cost me substantially less to bring it back to an A. So we're getting a lot more for our money, right? So, I mean, it's just, again, I don't know if I have a good context. I've read enough online, but not having that direct oversight of it, maybe I'm missing some context. But those are things that we've been pretty successful with.
Next question. I appreciate the conversation on what you've done with St. Lucie County. I do know that a majority of what helped with the infrastructure was switching from septic to sewer, which we've done here as well. But on this other note, how would you spur the need for commercial growth within our city? How would you attack that?
How would I attack it? I mean,
Yeah,
in terms
commercial
of,
growth, because we have a whole department of
Mhm.
those who are working to get the big box companies and other companies over into Palm Bay, because we have space and we are not looking to fill that space with just houses, apartments,
No.
condos, like you said earlier.
right. I
So-
don't want to put all the burden on the tax, but on the rooftops, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's exactly the mindset that we're taking. That Economic Development Council, they are wizards. They will go out and meet with. So they bring me these projects all the time. They're funny. They give them these fake names, Project Knight Rider, those sorts of things. But we're chasing a lot of P3s because we can be creative with the funding there, and that private partnership they get something too, right? We want to be good partners, but you got to be careful how you draft those contracts because that can come back to haunt you. But you can be a little bit more aggressive because you don't have to move at the speed of government, so to speak, which, me working 12 years in the private sector, then switching to government, that drove me nuts. And it still does to this day because I think fast, talk fast, and I want to get the stuff done. Right. But at the same time, I want to take that tactical pause and make sure I'm doing it right and getting that good return. So that's, I really rely heavily on that group, reach out to county partners and maybe some of the schools to see what we can do to bring that stuff, those types of industry here. Now's the time because I think the real estate's substantially cheaper here than it is with, as you move south. So some of these larger players they're gonna eat into that. So you're gonna give them that tax break, and after 10 years, you've got job force. You got increased job. I want to be careful with that because sometimes that economic team will bring me a package that brings 9 jobs. It's like, that's not what we're looking to do. Or the tax breaks are so in favor of the private industry that they're going to do their 10 years and then bail, right? So now the taxpayers got nothing out of it outside of a couple jobs. So those are kind of the pushbacks that we have with that group, where we want the right partnerships. So, and that comes down to what the council thinks. So the right part will bring some ideas. We'll say pros and cons. If it's one we just don't want and we punt on it, maybe. I mean, you got to be careful with it because Broward, they have some really bad P3 contracts right now, like a soccer stadium, and you can look that up online. It's a nightmare for the city. They're going to lose a lot of Fort Lauderdale. So those are the sorts of things you got to learn from others' mistakes. You don't want to repeat them, but at the same time, you got to be creative and bring it here. And I think this is the timing is right.
Thank you, sir.
Very
Because
good.
Thank you.
3 Ps are, I think, necessary in the city of Palm Bay. So it's good to hear you say that.
Very good. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to tap into what Councilman Hammer initially asked. However, I'm going to change the question because of the context. You weren't given that context. So Port St. Lucie, you're primarily one of the finalists because of your association with the growth in Port St. Lucie. And we're sister cities. We were developed by the same General Development Corporation. And in that, when he mentioned the compound, we're talking about a large landmass
Right.
with over 2,000 different property owners,
Yeah.
where the city has even light industrial property there. And in that context, I wanted to talk a little bit about, or have you speak on, their roads there,
Mhm.
but that's it. There's no FPL.
Right.
There's no infrastructure when it comes to water and sewer. So that I wanted to expound on what thought process, was there something like that in Port St. Lucie, and how can we mirror that as a city?
I don't know that there necessarily was any. So we have a lot of individual parcels that are owned by large landowners, right? So but they're breaking off, and so there's like a Buc-ee's gas station coming. This P1 Motorsports, not P3.
Is that Port St. Lucie or India Road, the Bucky's?
Bucky's is going on Indrio.
Okay. Is that Port St. Lucie or
That
St.
is-
Lucie
I think
County?
that's Fort Pierce.
Fort Pierce. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Carry
so-
on.
So I have, 3 municipalities. I have Port St. Lucie, Fort Pierce, and St. Lucie Village.
Okay.
Just trying to think through some of the commonalities there in terms of, these landowners. I read in the strategic plan, you have a lot of individual landowners in there. And I think the county had 270 some odd parcels or something like that. I don't remember specifics, but in terms of not having the infrastructure there. So if you want to partner with those, going back to the P3, going back to the destinations, put it on them to bring that infrastructure. I mean, curious to see if your consumptive use permit's built out to bring on that kind of growth. So those are sorts of things you got to look from a utility perspective. But again, the roads, and it's not sexy, right? It's not something you can go play with, and it just aggravates people because the roads are chewed up and now the traffic's worse. But in 10 years, you've got it built out and you're not playing catch up. It's impossible to play catch up. The budget's just going to keep getting worse, right? The people are going to come, and then it's just gridlock. There's areas that sometimes I have to go north to go south because the infrastructure wasn't built out because the growth came so fast. So that's exactly what's going to happen here. So you really have to plan for that and put it back on those developers. The money's to be made. It's there. So they understand that. And going back to the Oak Ridge, project, it went from 30,000 to 8,500. They still made their money, right? So it's there if you're creative with it, but put it on them. I mean, I was when that project first started coming on across my desk, I was like, no way the builder's going to go for that. They're going from 30 to 8,000. They got to build a park. They got to build a fire station. They got to build a school, or at least donate land for a school. They went for it. So that just tells me where that markup is.
Copy that. So then my second question is going to be for you to give us an example of an ethical dilemma you were faced with, how you resolved it, and what you learned from that experience.
So perspective, right? I was fortunate to do my first 16 years in Palm Beach County, and fortunate to watch 5 council members go to prison because they had ethical issues. They had a personal agenda. So it was something that I got to learn early on, coming from private sector. My first project was, here's your money, here's your start date, here's your end date. Don't care how you get it done. If you don't, we'll find someone else. And that was kind of my introduction to private sector, right? Then I get into government and everything goes slow. And there's, now I have an inspector general because of it. You cheat, and that's what's going to come back to haunt you. Each municipality has to chip in on that inspector general, and they hate it. But you're a victim of your own ethical violations, right? So I built out, when the inspector general came, I had to build out a special office. They got card access. Nobody could have access. Like if I swiped my card, it would send a report saying, hey, what's this guy doing at my home? It was very super top secret, right? So after that first year, we built a evidence room, and you walk in that evidence room and there was one envelope. So it was huge amongst the municipalities. They're paying millions of dollars and they have one case, but now it's still growing because people will call and say, hey, you need to check on this. That being said, none of the commissioners have gone to prison since, right? So it's working. And unfortunately, that's kind of where the county had to go to get there. A little different experience in St. Lucie County. So I haven't had that yet, but I don't like to say no to my boss, but there's times where you have to, right? So when I do have to say no to, one of the board, it's no, and here's why, and here's what we can do. So sometimes they ask for things that are, I appreciate the creativity, but that's a sunshine violation. That's an ethical violation. Don't put me there because I don't want to put Cheetos in your commissary at the jail. Those sorts of conversations that we have. So does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Intergovernmental relationships, any good relationships at the state level, how would you get plug and play in Brevard County? Many of our roads in City of Palm Bay are actually county roads. And then our EMS is county. There's a lot of Melbourne Canal drainage system throughout the city. That's another authority having jurisdiction. So what would it look like? What was the approach that you would take to build those relationships and those partnerships?
Yeah. So I think, I'm going to call myself kind of an odd dude. I like getting involved in all kinds of stuff. So I'm working on a certified government financial manager. I got the PMP and I have a pretty strong IT background, a pretty strong HR background, but I think the soft skills are kind of my best skill set. I can work with pretty much anybody. For me, the more difficult the individual is, that's fun for me, right? I'm gonna build that partnership. And thinking back to my county days, I would that downtown security alliance was something that we created. I wanted to share with, we had City Place and we had a hotel and the convention center and West Palm Beach Police, and I wanted to get everybody involved, so we're all sharing the same information. We're working together, right? Create those synergies. Work with, I pride myself on being able to work with the other municipalities that we have, coming from county and working with the school board, working with trying to create partnerships there. We get the kids into some of our apprenticeship programs right out of the high school, working with the college, and a trade-off that we have. They're training our guys for free on the CDL licenses, but we give, we're good partners, so they get to use some of our space when they need it. So it's the same concept. We're going to work together and see where we can figure out. Maybe we can work together on a grant. Maybe we can, I want to be careful with the annexing, because I'm of the mindset that if I take the rooftops, I now own the roads and the water too. If it's in my service boundary, urban service boundary. So working together, create those synergies, find the right path that everybody wins. I don't have to be the guy that wins 117-4 every time, right? If everybody gets a little bit of, makes them stronger, I think everybody wins at that angle.
And what interests you about serving as Palm Bay City Manager? And are you still shortlisted for Fort Lauderdale?
So I already did the Fort Lauderdale. I came in second and lost 5-0. It was a sharp stick in the eye, but credit to my person that I interviewed with. She did great, and I butchered it, so that's cool. And it's a mindset, right? There's no pressure. I have the best boss, the best team, and so if I butcher this, I wake up Monday and I'm right back to doing awesome stuff with my team. So I didn't catch the first part of your question. It cut out a little.
What interests you about Palm Bay?
Oh, I just love the area. So again, I coaching. I've been up here a lot for baseball. I actually haven't been here in a while. So my wife and I came up last week just to check it out. And it's so again, context. I keep seeing all these comments about our roadways are terrible and the traffic's terrible. And it's, from where I come from, it's substantially better. But if that's the context that I have to understand. So I just wanted to get a little bit more pickup on it. But again, I've lived here since '84, South Florida, East Coast. I understand. I've lived at the EOC for 31 days one time. So I understand what comes with the role, but I enjoy the work. Good idea or bad idea, I give my personal cell phone to the public. So when they have something, they can call me and we're going to sit down. Maybe we go to lunch. We figure out what was wrong. It's just how I am.
I just have two more questions. If selected, would you move to Palm Bay?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So it's only 40-minute drive, but I hate driving.
And then the last question, is there anything from a background check that you want us to be made aware of?
Nothing necessarily.
Any convictions?
So yes, it's all public record, right? So in 09, 10, the DUI, but all the driving regulations have been fully restored. So yeah, I don't play with that anymore.
Cool. I yield my time, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Lansman,
No, Mayor, I yield.
Councilman Hammer.
I think one of our largest obstacles we have here in Palm Bay is our capacity. Our roads are extremely over capacity, and we have county roads that we do not have the funding to expand to meet our capacity. We have a lot of growth going in our south sector that is going to put an incredible burden on some of our county roads. What are some county project roads that you didn't have funding for that you found funding for? If there are any, and some of the ways that you did it that you could see maybe would work here.
Of course, I left my phone in the other room. I actually just got an email yesterday on a project that didn't get funding, but then received funding, and I don't remember how our road director did it, but he was creative. Again, I got to give these guys so much credit because they find a way. So I don't know how he did it. Of course, I read it yesterday. But let me think of other projects that we did that are similar along those lines of the roads. The roads seem to be like the super hot topic here. So, I mean, I've looked at it. We've shifted some money around. Here's a great example. So there's a Catholic school. And the intersection's horrible. I mean, it's dangerous at best, right? It should have been replaced. I don't know how long ago. I'm not going to throw rocks at what the logic was on neglecting this area because the kids cross. I mean, when you hit it, it's like a speed bump going through the intersection. It's crazy. So previous board, they had sent a letter saying, hey, we need this done. The board responded saying, yes, it'll be done by this date. That entire board's gone. The entire administration's gone. So none of us had any paperwork on it. This letter came to the office saying, hey, you guys promised this. And so I had to take a step back and say, I don't even know what this is. So I got with the road director. It's like, that's not on our radar in any capacity. So again, take that pause, take a step back. What can we do to make it right in this area? Because they do have it in writing saying the county's going to have it fixed by this date. So we were able to shift some of that money from other projects. And then on the back end, they got some grants for those. Maybe that's what that email was, it's all clicking. But so it was a big deal to the school because it was like their centennial. It's going to be a huge, huge deal. So partnering with the city, Fort Pierce, they're going to do some, county's going to do some, and then it's going to get that part of the road whole on schedule actually, which is odd because we had no idea of it as of last year. So it's almost, I think it's in progress right now. So kind of a generic response, but yeah.
Being, actually with the county, have you got any working relationships with anybody at our county that you see could help you out with any of those projects that we need?
Brevard County?
Yes, sir.
I do not know anybody in the city or the county here. Personally, if somebody has moved here and is working here, I don't know. My core is south. And, for example, Broward County would call me all the time, need resources. So I had a real good partnership with them. The floods that they had last year, I sent staff and equipment. So again, that's just having that working relationship with your sister, counties and municipalities, that sort of thing. So, I mean, it's just something I would have to start here, but I don't personally know anybody here.
Thank you.
So I guess I'll wrap up some of the questions here. The very first question I have, since you touched on it, Councilman Hammer, you work for St. Lucie County today, is that correct?
Yes.
When you
Yes,
mentioned that you would wake up and go back to work with an outstanding team.
Yeah.
Your tie with Brevard County, you mentioned that there were none. Who is the county manager who you report to?
His name's George Landry.
Okay. All right.
He's county administrator. Yes, sir.
He's the county administrator.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I guess I'll move on from that question because at one point I thought it was Howard Tipton who had
That's the
ties.
previous administrator.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. So think of a time. It's difficult for you to admit that you were wrong. I want you to go down that road, right? And
Man,
what was it, right? And why was it so hard that time that
Yeah.
it's so difficult to admit you were wrong?
So, you do your best to kind of prep for interviews and you run the Google check on what questions you're probably going to get asked. And I was dreading this one. So early in my career, and it was a great learning experience for me, but I still have nightmares. It still haunts me. So right after 9/11, the property that we were managing made a decision that, billionaires come to this property every single day. We had the Sultan of Dubai and, whatever. That's the clientele we had. So we were going to stop every single person coming into that property to see what they were doing there. It was just heightened security, right? Everything was going great for months. No problems whatsoever. The team was very customer service oriented, so it was not meant to look like a security checkpoint, but that's basically what it was. So a person comes up and my employee stops and goes through the spiel that we've scripted. And this person is very put out that he'd been stopped because he's been coming to that property for generations, right? So he wants to lodge a complaint. Call comes to my office. So I go down and meet this individual. And I explained this is why we're doing what we do, right? It's it's not fun for us either, but it's just something that we're doing to create a safer environment for everyone. And he said, okay, fine. As long as that individual that stopped me apologizes, you'll never hear another word out of me and we're cool. I said, all right, that's fair. Not thinking, I'm 20 at the time, still haunts me. So I go out and I talk to, and this individual was a high ranking naval individual from the Dominican Republic. So he trained with the U.S. Navy, whatever. One of my best employees I've ever had anywhere. He was just awesome. I love the guy. And I told him, what this is. And he's like, I don't want to apologize because I'm just doing my job, but out of respect for you, I'll do it. I said, all right, let's just go to my office. We'll knock this out. We'll be back to normal. So we go up, call the guy. And as soon as he said, sir, I'm sorry we stopped you. And he just cuts him off and said, see, I told you you're wrong. You're admitting guilt. You're going to pay for my entire stay. You're going to pay for my food. You're going to pay for my everything. I didn't have the authority at the time to do that. I could comp something, a meal, but not the entire thing. So I had to call the CEO. CEO lived on the property, so it was no big deal. He just walked over. He said, I'll be right there. So I walk over, explain it to him, and I felt terrible because I put my guy in a bad spot just doing what he was supposed to do. And in my head, I was like, it'll go away. We'll get back to doing what we should be doing. So instead of standing up and owning it and telling him, no, CEO comes over, and it was just the best learning experience on how to stand up for your team. He calls the guy and said, we're not comping anything. You talk to my staff like that one more time, you're going to leave. And that was the end of the conversation. And I was just like, wow, if I'd known I could do that, I wouldn't speak in that tone, but at the same time, I didn't know I had the authority to tell somebody no, because it was all customer service, right? So it's just a great learning experience, but kills me still. I get emotional over it.
Copy that, sir. So I'm going to go back to our traffic conditions, even though you said they were pretty good in comparison, right? I want to touch a little bit on that. Traffic conditions and road maintenance are certainly a huge issue, as you know, in the city of Palm Bay. What have you done to improve that traffic capacity and roadway conditions where you currently serve? What is it that you think you could come in and apply here?
So it comes down to that capital plan, and then not shifting that, not deferring that maintenance. And again, being creative, wait until it burns out to an F, or getting creative and wait, gets to C and we bring it back to an A for a lot less money. So we're getting more mileage, right? And then again, being good stewards with that money. Sometimes it makes sense to, kind of going off a different track here, because, I want to partner with the utilities and the state. And if I'm going to chew up a road, is it a good time to do the lines for the sewer that we're going septic to sewer? If the county's going to come in and do a road, what more can we get with the work? If we do it at the same time, maybe so that return on investment. So then I just learned those utility days. We want to do a pipe project. So we get the state involved, get the city involved, get the county involved, see where we can get money. And then, aggravate your constituents because you chewed up the road once, then chew up the road again. Put in the sidewalk, those sorts of things. But I also,
So I give Councilman
good idea or
Johnson.
bad idea, that return on investment, what can I be?
So Councilman Johnson, we go back to you.
So
It's just the last question. Thank you
Maybe
for your
it's
time.
something-
So this job can be very demanding. I know for
A lot of the
myself,
traffic-
as out.
I would
How
Some of
do
it
you
now I don't
see yourself managing
yard full of
all the different
signs.
personalities of this council?
That's
And
outsource the
department heads,
training
how would
that
you
those sorts of
find
things.
yourself to kind of just manage that? It's a
Thank
lot.
Yeah.
This is not a line of work for someone that's
Chair.
soft.
So Councilman Johnson, I'm going to go back to you. Do you have
I am not.
Last question. Thank you again for your time, sir. And this job can be very demanding. I know myself, myself out, work out. How do you all the different personalities of this council and department heads? How would you find yourself to kind of just manage that? Because it's a lot.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, this is not a line of work for someone that's soft, so to speak. I am not a individual, so I like
How to manage
feedback,
people, how to manage expectations, and then
minimum meeting, but if not
just
exceeding
set
their
that,
expectations. So I
set
said,
that tone. I'm in,
Monday right
so
now,
I typically 6:30 to 5 every day,
or any spicy
normal
topic,
day.
talk about anything that I
Usually
think
just me and the town administrator just kind of talking, we go over stuff in the
but
office before 7.
there's going to be elections, so you got new
I'll
people
stay
coming.
till 5. That's really
It's an odd profession. A new board could come in and say, we don't like that dude, get rid of him. And whoever's in this role, family, don't care. Bring a new dude in. So you gotta really understand how to manage people, how to manage expectations, and then just set that tone, right? I'm in. So I typically 6:30 to 5 every day, normal day. Usually just me and the county administrator just kind of talk, go over stuff in my office before 7. I'll stay till 5. That way the early people can come see me. So I have what I would call, if you're familiar with the open door policy, I have a no door policy. So if the fire code allowed me, I just take the door off the hinges. Just come see me. Let's talk. Let's see where we got to be. I don't want to get to a point where it festers and you're aggravated and I haven't seen you in a week and now you're even angrier, right? So my team, they call, email, text. If my phone doesn't ring on the weekend, I'm freaking out. Like, what's going on? I'm gonna walk into some kind of a storm on Monday. Call me, let me know. I don't care if it's 2 o'clock in the morning. It's not a 40-hour a week job, right? So it's just, it comes with the territory, but being able to be that bridge between the team and the board, understanding that the board's going to change. And I mean, I've literally had a conversation and then 10 minutes later, they did exactly the opposite of what I was told. So you got to kind of like take a step back, but you also understand the political side of it, right? If you want to run for office, there's things you got to do. And I get that. So, I mean, that's just kind of how I am. I'm a very easygoing individual. I have no problem being the thumb when I need to be, but otherwise I have subject matter experts. I let them do their thing. I stay out of their way, and we're a pretty successful track record with it.
Well, thank you. You've got a minute and 30 seconds left. You could wrap it up. Tell us why we should choose you.
Oh, I think once you get to this level, I think between the 6 candidates, anybody can do the job, right? I mean, you wouldn't have selected them if you didn't think they could do the job. So why you should select me? I mean, I guess the hard charger mentality. I'm not working on a second career. It's just I'm establishing myself still. I mean, I'm almost 50, right? But I'm hungry. I have to win at everything. It's just my mindset. But we have fun doing it. So we create that aggressive environment to get things done and be frugal, but we have a lot of fun doing it. So, I mean, I guess that's my pitch as to who I am. And again, like I said, what you see is what you get. When you see me out of here, I go to the gym. I'm still this dude. I go to the baseball field. This is who I am. So if it's a fit, great. It's kind of a two-way street, right? You're interviewing me, I'm interviewing you guys, so to speak. And we'll see how it shakes out.
Does that conclude your comments?
That works for you. I mean, I had some questions, but I can see I'm down to about 20 seconds, and it's probably stuff that's irrelevant anyway.
Well, tell us about the sweet spot. What would be the sweet spot of you getting this position?
In terms of
being city manager for Palm Bay
like,
in 10 seconds.
So yeah, I mean, ideally, I retire in 20 years, and you name a golf course bathroom after me.
Touche. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
All right,
Really
very
appreciate it. We are now on a 10-minute recess.
Very good. Thank you, guys.
I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Attention on deck. It is now 10:40. I'm going to call this meeting back to order and yield to Mr. Morgan.
Yes, our next candidate is Matthew Morton.
Welcome, Mr. Morton. Come on up. So we're going to start this the same way we've so far done every candidate. I'm going to yield to our deputy mayor to bring in the first question.
Excellent. Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here. Just very briefly, tell us about yourself, your character, your personality, and give us an insight by telling us one or two things that you like to do when you're not working. And you can take some of this time for an opening statement as well.
Sure. Well, the opening statement is thank you so much for having me. It is great to be here. It's been lovely meeting a lot of your staff members and getting to understand what's happening here in Palm Bay. Thank you to the community for showing up on a Saturday. That's always a good sign when people are engaged in the process. So I appreciate everyone that came out today to watch and to learn and to offer their opinions. So about myself, I've been interested in public service since I can remember. It's one of those funny lines, but it's absolutely true. Watching It's a Wonderful Life, the classic movie when George Bailey says, I'm going to go build things and plan modern cities. And I said, what? You can do that for a living? And I think I was 13 years old at that time. And so went through school with a keen interest in local government at an early age and in service. My parents were both very politically minded in terms of always giving back to the community. My dad used to drag us out to the national parks and we'd be the guys carrying buckets of water and raking up pine needles. And so it just got instilled at an early age. I started in planning and community development. I thought that was the most logical place to serve in government because I had an interest in people. I had an interest in landscapes. I had an interest in the built environment. So it was planning. And after a few years of working through different planning channels and working up through community development, I realized I wanted to leave a legacy for future generations. I wanted to have an impact in what I was doing beyond processing. And I got the unique opportunity to get appointed to a commission early in my career to work on the Hanford Reach 20-year interim action plan, which was the reclamation of the World War II nuclear facility under Secretary of Energy Bill Richardson in 3 counties. I was their representative. And I realized that was the kind of environment that I really wanted to be in and thrive in, was in policy, was in helping see change from our elected officials, our leaders come to fruition to follow those ideals and those goals. And it sort of launched me where I'm at. I sort of took on every opportunity I could in my career, whether it was managing airports, being an interim police chief, serving on KITCOM 911 regional emergency management boards, all to sort of further what I call the retail part of the skill set, learning how the operations actually work from the ground up, which I think is what's put me here today. In terms of character, I think that's the only thing we have. And my favorite saying is let our yes be yes and our less no be no out of the Bible. We only get one reputation, and the good name is better than great riches. And that's a fundamental belief I've always had. Integrity, trust, truth, and transparency. Once we lose that, in my experience, you don't get it back. My heart is in public service. I'm currently in the private sector as a developer. I've been doing that for a few years, and it's interesting. It's great work. And as I was telling staff this morning, I completed a really robust project recently, about 6 months ago. Got a very nice payday for that. And I said, okay, now what? And throughout this whole interstitial period between my last city manager role and here, I've been engaged in consulting in the municipal sector, leading retreats, counseling with my peers, with different mayors around the state, around the country, and then giving back through a 501c3 I have called Flagler Veterans Village, helping young people grow entrepreneurship, helping house homeless veterans, and just helping the community wherever we can. So I always come back to this public service element and realize that my wife said, that's just where you belong. You're not going to get away from it. So here I am.
Cool. Some of the things that interested me about your resume was Palm Coast being a scatter lot community with similar size, a little bit smaller than Palm Bay. Also, aging infrastructure, water treatment issues. So can you tell me about your experience there, how you navigated those issues, and why you would be a good fit for Palm Bay? And I think you've done a lot of homework on Palm Bay. I think I've seen you in some of our meetings.
Yes.
So I appreciate you doing that. So thank you.
So infrastructure is a challenge. It's difficult in any environment. I've noticed in Palm Bay, I think you're about $315 million in debt to some infrastructure, with about an $85 million interest, coming due over the term for your roads and some other capital. 13 capital issues and 2 leases is what I understand. Infrastructure is difficult. It's a generational rooftop issue. A lot of folks, when they move into a community, they're not paying that initial capital cost for infrastructure. So it gets skipped a generation. Without infrastructure, you don't grow. Without infrastructure, you can't meet the demands of regulation, whether it's environmental or local community preference. I've built water and sewer plants from the ground up, including siting, negotiation of contract. We worked a lot with Veolia Water, if you've ever heard of them, and North American Water, working on water and wastewater plants. The best run city I ever saw had an 80-year CIP, recognizing that every capital facility has a life, and they were funding that CIP. So I think building infrastructure is part of the conversation you have. I think you see your budget every year and you've got money in and money out and it balances, and maybe there's some money for priorities, but truly accounting on the utility side, infrastructure side, for the total life cycle asset cost. What is that true cost to the community now and in the future, as that debt and that obligation takes away other opportunity? And then what's the maintenance, renewal, rehabilitation, and replacement schedule? And so I hope I'm answering your question, but I think if you were not looking at infrastructure as a long-term continuous obligation, because when you're not building, you're maintaining, and when you're not maintaining, you're modernizing, and when you're not modernizing, you're meeting your next set of NPDES or other discharge or wastewater or coliform requirements. And so it's one of those things that requires a lot of continual energy investment, and frankly, very good people who understand that game to be managing it and monitoring it.
Thank you. I just have one last question before I pass. Your experience as a developer, was that commercial, residential, and that skill set that you have and relationships that you have, what does that look like as far as bringing economic development to Palm Bay, industrial, commercial, jobs?
So economic development starts with you. It starts with the community. It's focusing on what those priorities are. I don't believe in the shotgun approach. I believe in entrepreneurial ecosystems as your first on-ramp to generating that enthusiasm, those connections, that economy, grabbing those entrepreneurs. It's also farming the current economic climate you have. You got a lot of businesses here that should be grown and helped and continued, and then focusing it on your major employers and what ecosystem can you build around there. One of my big coups at Palm Coast was we brought the Boston Whaler big boat division out of Edgewater to Palm Coast. I'm assuming Edgewater never thought half of Boston Whaler would pack up and leave. So what are our strategies around retaining and growing and encouraging those businesses to continue to invest? From the development side, I think I had 2 choices, coming out of my semi-retirement there for a little bit. It was either going to be go back to school and get a PhD or go into the private sector. My wife said the skill set in the private sector, I think, would be a better fit for what I wanted to do long-term. So we've worked on a few industrial parks. We have one in motion right now. So learning the development game, for those who know it, understanding what a blank raw dirt costs, whether it's for a lot or an industrial park, what we lose in the entitlement phase, the permitting phase. More importantly, on the commercial and industrial, we've gone out ahead of the actual groundbreaking while we're still in due diligence. And this is an important piece, I think, for the city. You've got to target and recruit those targeted specific industries, in my experience, that you want to see here. There's a lot of competition in the marketplace, as you know. So your plan, your face forward, your opportunity cost, your attractiveness in that regional network, how are you marketing that, and how are we going to market that to the industries you want to attract? Then it's development. Then it's, okay, we know who, how, what we prefer. Now we go build a facility. It's how we do it in the private sector. So then we know we're cash flow positive, hopefully, when we open the doors. May not pay down all the debt on it, but we're at least generating the revenue to make it sustainable.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to start at the other end now. Councilman Langevin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being here, Mr. Morton. My first question for you is, who's your favorite founding father of the United States and why?
It's got to be George Washington, and it's not an easy one. I used to admire Lincoln. I admired Jefferson for a while. I admired TDR for a while, but I think back to the character question, the most important thing we have is character. And one of my mission statements, personal mission statement, has always been, what's the point of any of us having any kind of power or authority if we're not using it to relentlessly empower others? And I think part of that is the willingness to step away from saying, I want the credit, I did this, I'm so great, I accomplished, because I've found in my career the best things I've ever accomplished have been a team effort. And what I admire about George Washington is his humility to step away from his role. He walked away from the presidency when he had a lock. He could have been the president who knows how long. We would have had a second king of England. And so that humility, the best other way I can describe this is when I was at the executive course at Harvard, I had the great distinction of meeting a gentleman by the name of Dan Fenn, who worked with Eleanor Roosevelt to establish her World Affairs Council and also was on JFK's board. So he was an advisor to John F. Kennedy. He said JFK's first state dinner, they're down, JFK's really nervous, he's running around, and this is the man that was there telling me the story. It was incredible. He says, he walked up to the guy putting butter out on the plates and he said, I would like you to put 2 pats of butter on the plate. And the guy looked at him and said, nope, and kept doing what he's doing. And he said, do you know who I am? And he said, yes, sir, you're the president of the United States. Do you know who I am? And Dan said, JFK got this look on his face like, he goes, I'm the man who decides how many pats of butter to put out on the plate. That JFK walked away from that, not angry, not frustrated, not humiliated, recognizing that part of leadership is stepping back, letting those people you've empowered, that you've asked, that you've required to do their job, let them go do their job. And so,
No, phenomenal answer. Thank you.
Question.
And then my second question is, what is your philosophy on taxation and government spending, and how do you balance the two?
Ooh, we're in trouble. Local government. It's already been tough. We're already in a resource constraint position. I don't think we'll wholesale eliminate ad valorem tax, but I think we'll see significant reductions probably through ad valorem protections, homestead exemption increases. Now we're hearing the sales tax will be reduced. May or may not have direct impacts, but it's going to have indirect impacts, local government option tax and other funding sources that I think we usually see the outflow of sales tax. So resources are more challenging than ever. They're going to be. And this community has a big wish list and, more importantly, a big needs list. The best way to balance the budget and prioritize resources is you folks. You and the community have got to decide what your most important priorities are and go after them wholeheartedly. And that's one of the things I see here consistently is great ideas, great plans that get put on the shelf to collect dust without the strategic ability or capability or freedom to go say, no, this is our most important goal. We've prioritized it. We've allocated staff. We understand what our metrics are. We understand what our accomplishment needs to be. And we're not going to stop until we accomplish that. That's what we did with MetNexus in Palm Coast and how we brought together JU, UNF, Advent, Halifax, Johnson & Johnson 3 medical laboratories is understanding your most important goals and funding those. And that's going to include your capital infrastructure. I don't think the city or any city in the state of Florida can cut their way out of the deficit that they have. And I would venture to guess this city's probably $3 billion in overdue infrastructure or aging infrastructure, if that's a real number. So it's going to be critically important to understand the priorities, build that connection that the community agrees with those priorities, being strategic in how we execute, and never stop being entrepreneurial in the way we try to cut. Since we can't cut our way out, how do we grow? And just a quick example, when we did the tennis center, again, I use Palm Coast a lot. We went out, I spent a week with the USTA, I spent a week in Lake Nona, meeting the Olympic coaches, and we said, great, we're going to build this wonderful community recreation facility. What can we do to offset the ongoing M&O from day one? We got doctors to sign letters of intent for leases. We got medical providers to sign physical therapy letters of intent. That little bit of money, that $200,000 a year, freed up for another priority. So sometimes it's incremental, sometimes it's small, sometimes we hit a home run, but I think it's got to be that panoply of solutions if we want to succeed.
Awesome. Great answers. And thank you. I yield, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Hamm?
If given the chance, what do you see in your first 90 days?
I just answered this for staff. It's got to be understanding where the real priorities lie. I mean, I can do anything. And there's an organizational axiom when you hire a new employee at a junior level, it takes a year. You take more from the organization than you give. And at a higher level, hopefully it's 6 months. The learning, the understanding, the community connections, understanding the wills of council, understanding where the skeletons in the closet are and the true deficits and shortcomings. So without spending that initial game time trying to develop the relationship, build trust and transparency. We can't work together until we begin to trust each other and have that level of transparency. And me being honest and accounting for what I'm seeing in the books and in the operation and in the organization and the plans at City Hall to say, this is sort of the take stock period. A lot of times in the past when I've applied for positions, they have you do a 90-day, what's your 90-day strategy? Without a plan, you're doing nothing. So my 90-day strategy is really get through the surface, through the cover of the book, and understand where the community is really at and be able to report that, not just to you, but collectively as a staff team to say, now we more fully and openly understand where we're at. How do we start analyzing and attacking priorities? How do we start aligning for a successful future? And until we really know everything, I'm just throwing darts at a wall, which isn't going to be helpful for anybody.
I really like you've done your homework on our city. And I like your experience with the industrial park. Is that something that you think you can bring to fruition here in Palm Bay for our compound? Because that's going to be one of the big steps. And like I said, I am extremely thankful that you've, done your homework and you kind of know some of the things that we're going through. And I thank you for bringing that to us. But that's one of the things that's big for us right now. And it's not just in the media, it's in our hearts, it's in our community, it's in the people that come in here every time. I think it's one of the biggest things, as well as our Bayfront. I think we're an untapped resource there. What's something that you bring in just outside looking in that you would do for that?
So, I'm a big believer in having a blueprint, having a strategy instead of just, going out. And I spent a lot of time trying to look at your employers, L3 Harris, the county, different folks, you as a big city employer, a big employer in the county, excuse me. Industrial park's a great thing. And I think, the old numbers used to be, and they're probably in the ballpark, although I might have the numbers wrong. For every dollar residence generates in tax, it requires about $1.47 in services, and industrial's the opposite. Commercial is the opposite. 40 cents it requires for every dollar it generates. I really am a big believer. I went to the National Mayor's Conference years back. Ewing, Marion Kaufman Foundation invited me up to Kansas City. It was a great week. And I really believe in that entrepreneurial ecosystem. So us having plans as a city is one thing, but understanding our role in facilitating development, I think, is more important. Where are we at to make this real? And then my experience from the private sector and 25 years in government would say, who are we trying to attract to an industrial park? That's probably the most important question. What businesses are we looking for? One of the most successful industrial projects I ever did was helping a small business with machine lathes that are about as big as a Volkswagen bus. And he taught me this and understood. He said, I have these equipments. I'm currently manufacturing actuators for Korean Airlines. I said, great. A year later, find out his Korean Airlines contract is gone. He says, no problem. I thought about this. I'm going to manufacture, it's already in the books, golf club heads for Ping and bicycle forks for Specialized Mountain Bikes. He says, my whole workforce, we're pivoting. We're ready. So what industries are we bringing that support your biggest industries here? I'm guessing it's space, aerospace, national defense. What ecosystem do they want to see? And more importantly, in my mind, would be what ecosystem can pivot? What businesses can pivot and have that flexibility so you don't wake up one day and your biggest employer, no one thought Boeing would ever leave Seattle. They moved more than half of their operations to the Midwest, left a huge hole in the region. What are we doing to build the support network? The three-legged stool is what I call it, that when one leg's gone, you're still standing on two. And so I think you've got a unique opportunity as best you can. Yeah, take some businesses, get some ROI, get some things happening in the industrial environment, but spend energy, because once it's developed and built, it's developed and built. What can you do for the next 10 years, 20 years that it's not instant gratification in ED, as you guys know, it takes time, but that would be my advice. And in my role, what we've done and what I've learned is we've gone after the businesses first. We go out, we've met with industry, we've met with a couple steel companies, different groups, and we've said, what's it going to take? What does it look like? What do you need? Is it proximity to rail? Do you need 1 million gallons of water a day because you're washing some complex process? Do you need power that I've got to go negotiate with FPL how to get you here to get the resources? Do you need a tier 3 fiber, dark fiber connection? Once we understand the needs of who we're trying to attract, then we go and start designing and figuring out the land. The land piece to me is the easiest piece. It's making sure that we don't have another ribbon cutting and it's vacant for, and I'm not talking about you guys in specific, but I've seen that in my career too many times. And it's vacant and it never gets life, and life's never breathed into it because I never thought about the end user. They started with an idea, not with the end goal where you want to be in mind.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate you doing your homework as well. Especially now I can get even more detailed on some of these questions because you have a sense of where we are as a city. To start off, and I'll branch off with a few questions, starting with this one. Our $150 million road bond program, we're at a deficit of $70 million. How would you address this kind of funding gap? And also with, to your point of the critical infrastructure projects we see forth in the future, i.e. the expansion of Malabar widening, St. John's Heritage Parkway. I'm assuming, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. You're looking to stay in this position for a while.
I would love never have to go anywhere again. I'm done bouncing.
Yes, sir.
bouncing around.
So with that, if you were selected, these will fall under your reign. So
Yeah, road funding is challenging, and you're not just at the end of a huge renewal project, but now you're paying a debt service on that, which is the most difficult part, because instead of having additional funds to go out and take opportunity, you're paying debt service down, which I get. I mean, at that point, so road funding is very challenging everywhere. It's not unique to Palm Bay. Again, successful strategies we've had in the past is waiting for windows of opportunity. I'll give a brief example, may or may not be relevant in the scheme here, but just to give you an example of how I think, and I do. Early in my career, also, I got to meet Mike Vance, who was the guy who invented the term "think outside the box." He worked for Walt Disney and taught me some really unique strategies on how to storyboard city problems to find solutions. And we implemented that, and we had been saving some road money, waiting for the right projects. And you guys may not know or remember, but there was a time 5 years, 6 years ago, asphalt had been at $128 a ton, which is one of the significant material costs. It had fallen down to $48 a ton, and I said, $3 for one. Every nickel we can find that we've saved, that we squirreled, that we strategically waited for, let's go. And we're able to essentially, outside of mobilization and some other things, we're able to triple our accomplishment in pavement life. Again, you're hopefully going to get 20 years out of that roadway. So the road you just did, we got to continue to plan. Simple strategies that I've used too is doing a PVS, pavement condition, making sure you understand your current true pavement condition. You've probably done that. Making sure your classification system is up to date. A lot of your roads, if you don't have the right form checked out, right, you won't be eligible for state or federal or other grant opportunities. That's the high level. And then, I mean, it's hard, but at the end of the day, it's going to go back. We can get creative as we want, and we will, but it goes back to what are our priorities. If that's the priority, where are we going to find, how are we going to fund through a mixture of revenue, savings, new revenue opportunities, grant opportunities, getting the work done. It's not cheap, and it's going to be continual. And that's what I found with all infrastructure. The best city, I think I may have mentioned this already, that I've seen had an 80-year CIP and funded it. Realizing that I'm going to go build a sewer plant. You got a WRF that's behind, but it should be open in July. That's great. It's going to be fantastic. But have we done a true LCAC cost to say in 50 years when it's done, or it needs complete rehabilitation or new technology, have we been saving? Are we empowering the next two generations of Palm Bay? Or are they going to be in the same boat and it's going to be their problems? I like to come at it that way of, we got to do what we got to do today and do the best we can. But I'm also a believer in let's get people prepared for better success tomorrow. And I want everyone to take this the right way. From what I'm finding, there's a lot of missed opportunities over the last decades that have in some way put you guys in the position you're in now. Not blaming anyone for anything wrong. People make decisions, but you're suffering that fate that a lot of communities are, getting to a point realizing, wait a minute, the past 40 years of councils and citizens, we didn't plan for this infrastructure. We didn't understand the growth pattern. We didn't know, and it doesn't matter. We still have to take accountability and deal with it, deal with those situations.
thank you. Last question, for now, at least. Over my past 6 years and going into even in my doctorate program, I took a course, and one of the case studies spoke about how sometimes, they would say it was council, changing the information, but then in other cases, it come to find out it was more so staff would provide partial information, and council's supposed to make a full decision off of partial information. I hear your faith, sir, and I have the same faith. So I wanted to ask you, because you spoke about, the first 90 days of figuring things out, hearing from staff, hearing from other stakeholders, but the discernment level of things. Because even with agenda items in the past, it will be worded in such ways or construed in such ways of this is this cost savings, or this isn't really this, or change orders for that sense. Like it's multifaceted.
Hear what you're saying. I've seen it all. I've seen
Okay.
burying the lead in an agenda, and we're going to wait till the public goes home because the controversial items at the bottom. I've seen not intentionally and intentionally. Oh, we don't want to tell the full story, and there can't be information asymmetry. It's one of the biggest failures of organizations. I abhor it personally. I like to tell staff, and I have in the past, I'm not the smartest guy in the room. Oftentimes it's just because I sit at the top of the pyramid and I get to see the information. We all need to have that same information exchange, or none of us can serve this community properly. And so, finding in, discerning, understanding the truth, I think a lot of times, especially new council members, you get told, oh, we had cash coming in. Here's our 50 million we got, and here's our expenditures, $49,999. And in the middle, we were able to accomplish a couple of priorities, but we're not talking about the bigger problem and the costs. And we can build a sidewalk. We're going to M&O that for eternity. I mean, until it's not. We are, and that's a cost every year. So, I do appreciate that, and that is one of the things I believe too, is running towards our problems, not away. And when we're transparent, even when it's painful, that's the most important time. Just say, hey guys, community, whomever, this is what I'm seeing. What are you seeing? Are you seeing the same thing? And what are we thinking collectively about that?
Thank you. So I want to touch into the aspect of industrial park, your experience as a developer and as a city manager for a thriving city that experienced the exponential growth that we have over the last several years. So my question is more geared towards, in your experience, how can we bring that type of industry here once council decides that this is the avenue we want to go? Because I'm hearing that this panel will be giving you the direction as city manager. This is what our priority is. We want this job creation opportunity. So what contacts, what opportunities have you seen that you've already bought into from your Palm Coast experience and as a developer for commercial as well?
Yeah, so everything starts with relationship in my experience, and every project we've ever done, I'll go back to MedNexus. That was a huge, it's not only a state of Florida priority, it was a huge priority for Palm Coast to embrace 21st century medical careers and all the investment that came with that.
Did you say Halifax, sir?
We had Advent was our primary
Advent,
partner.
okay.
We had Daytona State College, Dr. Tom Labasso. We had some tertiary involvement with Halifax, but our two primary medical partners were Daytona State, vis-a-vis Maury Husseini, and University of North Florida brought Advent Health. Our local CFO at the time was Wally Aquino. Everyone said, hey, this is great. So if I forget part of your question, please don't forget to poke on me a little bit. But it starts with relationship, local level, state level, community level, legislators, lobbyists, targeted industries. Without that relationship, everybody's competing for a lot of the same business. Your unique opportunity, I think, is being on the Space Coast. So you have this little extra high bar that very only Texas, right, has in around the new economy of tomorrow. And so first, it's creating that relationship. It's understanding the needs and requirements and assets. I think we all made the mistake as communities 25 years ago when Walmart would want to come to town. Everyone wanted the Walmart so bad that they would put in a $200 million infrastructure line, all these things, and the revenue never comes back, right? So I think we've all grown and learned a little bit. I think 10 years ago it was the Amazon warehouse. We just need an Amazon warehouse. And so we keep looking for these panaceas, and they're not there generally to our ills. And so I would say in an industrial park situation, it's really identifying who the industries or sectors of industry that you're looking for, recognizing there's some business industries we're gonna take or want regardless. Again, you got to get things moving cash flow positive. Let's not make that mistake. But targeting specific industries, building those connections, those relationships. We've also simultaneously, you got to be marketing the rationale of your community as to why these employers want to work for us. They want to know their workforce is stable. Do they have work? Do you have appropriate diversity age of housing stock to support a diversified workforce, right? So how do you continue to build those little pieces to get to that goal where people aren't just, I think the key is to be more transformational than transactional. I can go tomorrow. I know a gentleman, he just did a huge industrial park project. I'm not being coy, but I'm not allowed to talk about it. It's under an NDA. And we understand from the development side, I think most developers and cities can communicate what's required. But until we build those relationships, understand the direction and the long-term capacity of what it is, again, we need that blueprint. So could I go tomorrow and talk to people? Yes, I think we could, especially if we said, hey, we got this tract of land. I was able to bring somebody down into Palm Coast recently in a week, and we flew in from the Northeast and said, I like working industrial projects in Florida. I have 2 successful ones I just did, one in Daytona. Let's work on this connection. But for this city, I think it's so important that as you have a unique opportunity, again, your built environment has opportunity yet to be built. You know it's already built, and that's not going to change in the near term. It just can't. And part of your dilemma that I see in the research is we've got to be careful on what's attracted doesn't unintentionally create a zone of discard in your current existing commercial sector. The worst thing you can also do is make something so attractive or so open that the people who are investing in parts of town that need sidewalk, placemaking, beautification, infrastructure said, you know what, it's not worth investing here anymore. I'm going to go to the new spot. That's a tragedy we've seen too many communities make. So we're trying to have a very big conversation, 30,000 foot, and I hope I'm respecting you enough to answer it properly.
Great perspective.
Yeah, but those are the things that go through my mind when I think about, yes, there's opportunity, but understand the opportunity cost, understand the risk cost, and it's going to be somewhere in that zone where we say, yes, we want to promote, enhance, encourage, and continue to develop the areas of town that are struggling. I saw more abandoned buildings around than I thought I would in the town a couple weeks ago when I drove through, and I think you have some great adaptive reuse situations, but not at the expense of mutually excluding, I keep whacking that, mutually excluding new growth and preserving what we have.
Yeah, that's an outstanding perspective. I'm going to switch a little bit of the gear because my colleague did speak about our traffic conditions, and you're well
Yes.
answered that, and I know you could expound on that more. But I want you to give us an example of an ethical dilemma that you were faced with, how you resolved it, and what you learned from that experience.
The best ethical dilemma ever was, well, maybe this isn't one I should use, but you know, we struggled with how to resolve sort of an echoing of concerns and complaints from the community around specific issues coming out of COVID, very tumultuous, as you recall. And again, my philosophy, don't run away, run to. And I just determined really quickly, the only way we get the public engaged and get our trust and show we got nothing behind the curtain was we brought in outside investigator to investigate a human resources issue. And I advised the council, I advised the community, I said, this is the most transparent, forward thinking, it's going to cost us some money, but I want everyone to understand exactly this is an issue that deserves the full sun. We're already in the sunshine, but deserves the full sunshine. And so my ethical position is hopefully you don't get yourself in an ethical dilemma. Hopefully your personal values and visions, you have your own personal mission statement. Matters of style, bend like a reed, matters of substance, stand firm as a rock, and you're not putting yourself in those positions. But even when they're not there and it's the smoke of it, you know, and we want to disinfect it, run to it, address it full-heartedly, and be as transparent as possible. Again, I don't know if that's answering your question, but that's the best, you know, recent ethical dilemma that I've had.
Well, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
You spent some time in City of Duval. You were hired there as a city admin when they didn't have a city administrator for
Correct.
16 years.
Yes.
What did that look like during your time? And that city being so small, how did you land the position at Palm Coast?
Yeah, that was really fun being in Duval. And we were the high-tech, one of the high-tech epicenters there. We had 3 gangs in town, Apple, Microsoft, and Google. It's a very interesting community. And I saw that opportunity. I've always been one that likes to create and take on, like I said, the hard tasks. Where in the past, I volunteered to be police chief. I volunteered to be airport manager, on and on. And I saw just such a spectacular opportunity to come into a city that really was struggling administratively, financially, sense of vision, sense of connection. What is their, same as you, what is their bigger picture and purpose? How do they sustain for the future? And being able to build those blocks, work with the community, work with our stakeholders, build new relationships for them, work with our state legislature to be able to do that. In terms of how that translated into an opportunity in Palm Coast, I was told it was just because of the what I called, again, the retail, the breadth of experience that I had in my career, always looking for additional education, looking to learn, looking to grow, and just building a network wherever I was. I had close relationships with the Washington State Legislature. I've had close relationships with members Travis Hudson and Paul Renner. Now we lose some of their leadership, but here, and so building those networks, and frankly, I don't care what anyone thinks, the favor of God. I mean, I just was blessed. I knew that was my opportunity when I applied. I put it in, and we had already started doing homework, and funny enough, my wife and I said, okay, we think we were led here. We go to the local mall in Washington State, go up the escalator. My wife's going to buy me this Tommy Bahama shirt I wanted my whole life, and I never had one. We get up the top of the escalator. We were just talking and praying, and the sign right there in Bellevue, Washington said, "Welcome to the Palm Coast Collection." And we were like, here we are. So I don't have much more of an explanation.
Thank you. Can you tell us about the Medical Nexus P3
Yes.
in Palm Coast, and also the CRM that improved customer service and metrics? Can you talk about those two items?
Yeah, the MedNexus was awesome. I mean, was just a great. That was a council who knew what their most important thing they could do for the community, their most important goal. They committed fully to seeing that come to pass, and it was a long process of, picking up the phone, meeting people, realizing we had opposition, strategically analyzing who's in our corner, who doesn't want to see this, what are our challenges, right? How do we bring the right players to the party? How do we bring business and convince them this is a wonderful idea? What do we do to incentivize? That was part of that hackathon we did. This sort of first time in the state of Florida anyone did a hackathon. Was let's use another model that we know works in the business sector and attract young talent, entrepreneurship, engage people, excite people. UNF was excited, Advent was excited, and so again, it was an entire team of people with a sole focus on something that was so incredibly important to see accomplished. In terms of the CRM, that was more directed. That was in motion when I arrived. When I say motion, some of the contracts were already starting. They had done an analysis with Deloitte, which turned out not to be helpful for us as a community. We said, hey, we got to time out and really understand this new platform. I don't know how deep you want me to get into it, but change management is difficult, even when it's good change. It was a big change to change the CRM with the city. But the outworking with that was Palm Coast Connect, which we used to manage hurricane. I believe it was Dorian. First time that a CRM had been used to manage hurricane response. And we used it internally and externally. And then, of course, that I think was one of the main reasons we won that Polco ICMA Voice of the People Transformations and Foundations of Livability was being more accessible. And so technology is one thing, but it's the human element behind that technology. I've seen technology initiatives, they promise to reduce costs and they don't. You shift the money to IT and the new technology. But it was the people behind that CRM that put it together, that worked tireless hours to say, what is it our customers really need and want, and how creative can we get with the technology, which is also what enabled us to run a virtual city hall for 6 months during COVID. We delivered 95% of our services through our digital platforms with of course, at that point, no one knew any better, minimal human contact.
Thank you. I just have one more question. Unless I don't want to be selfish with the time.
Oh, let me go to Councilman Langevin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have one more follow-on question, and it's really just an opportunity for you to explain and clear the air, because obviously for all the candidates, the first thing I did was a quick Google search, and so did a lot of our residents. And so I think with you, the first thing that comes up is I think there was some maybe some personality disputes with your previous council. And so I just want to allow you to explain that. And before you do, I know I've met councilmen from all over the state, and every time I do, I feel blessed with the council that we have here. And so I think it's probably, it'll be okay, but I just want to give you the opportunity to clear that.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, there's not a whole lot to clear. We did a lot of tremendous work. The last 6 months were difficult. They very much were. We left on good terms. Even one of the council members that we were butting heads a little bit on me holding an ethical line, even at the expense of my job. I take my integrity seriously. 3 days after I resigned, I met him at a local restaurant and sat there with him for 2 hours and gave him every bit of information that he asked me for in my mind to try to help him succeed. So I will take an ethical approach, and I won't be bullied by any council member. It's the first time it ever happened to me, but I realized right away my integrity is more important than my job. I have to live with myself. And so long story short, as the record will demonstrate, nothing ever came of anything. There was never any issues. I got a wonderful apology letter from the city about 1.5 years ago from the city mayor. I have that. I think I submitted actually to the city here. Yeah. And so it's a difficulty. It's a chapter that happened, and I learned a lot, I think, about myself and maybe some improvement in communication styles when things start to get that difficult, even when it seems impossible. I had always had the philosophy that when I'm having trouble with someone, you work more closely, not around. And with one of the council members, I didn't want to engage there for a hot minute, because we were I just didn't see it being productive, and that may have been the wrong choice. Maybe I should have got a third party if he was willing to come in and us have a a mentorship session or a clear the air session or something. But that's unfortunately Google's Google.
Yeah, awesome. I just wanted you to be able to clear that up for anybody that just Googled you and had preconceived notions on that. So I appreciate it. I'm going to yield.
Well, thank you. So let's tag a little bit on that because since he allowed you to clear the air, Mr. Morton, I'm going to yield my time, but I wanted to just give you an opportunity. How long ago was this?
3.5, 4 years.
Okay. And so in 3.5, 4 years of you having, and I admire that, I wholeheartedly believe that ethics is critical. So I want to thank you for that. So right now do they have a city manager?
No.
And is the same city manager that replaced you, is he still there?
No.
Or
She is not
obviously
there. They've
Okay.
gone through at least one city attorney, I think 3 city managers, and the council has turned over, I think 3 or 4 times. School board turned over, county turned over. Flagler County's been a very, very challenging environment for success.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Carry on, Councilman Hammer.
But one of my big things that just me personally, I have brought into the table was my experience in our city and the direct need for accountability. What's your take on accountability? Do you think things can be worked through? Do you like to train people from within, or do you like to have the best people for the job in the position at that time?
So accountability is the key. When I talk about the leadership continuum, it's leading, it's serving and mentoring and growing, and none of it works without accountability. Without accountability, whether it's a practical, a qualitative issue, whether it's a quantitative issue. So if it's data driven or human driven, without accountability, we're not being honest with ourselves. And I think for too long we treat accountability as a dirty word. Then people don't want to be accountable. Then we get information asymmetry, and it's a spiral. So I think protecting acts of leadership, letting people grow and learn. Failure is the most authentic way in which we learn, but we have an obligation to fail once, fail quickly, never fail that way again, and move on. So we just can't do it without accountability. All of us have to be accountable collectively, individually, corporately. And I just totally lost the second half of your question. I'm sorry. I had the answer and now it's gone.
Whether you lost it or not, you answered it.
Oh, perfect.
Councilman,
Hiring from within. Let me answer that piece. I love promoting passionate, hardworking people who have built a reputation already. My philosophy has always been, and it bears out my whole career, when we're deep in bureaucracy, when we have the backup and the backup, that is your golden opportunity to hire exclusively for character and a new skill set, rather than, what is the adage? If you want something you never have, you got to try something you've never done. And so in some departments, I did it with assistants, I've done it with economic development directors. If they've got this robust skill set, that's we're not getting the result. We've done the same thing over and over. This person's got amazing character, amazing, continuum sphere of experience and education. Sometimes I've given that a shot and to yet, thank God, not been disappointed. So yes, hire from within, but also not be afraid to break the mold sometimes when we can.
thank you. Councilman Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Last question. So we have council meetings every first and third Thursdays. Typically the second hour, I would say, is public comments of the public sharing concerns of things that haven't been addressed. They voice it to us council, but we all have full-time jobs outside of this, but they voice it to us because they see a lack of movement or efficiency. When you see in your past or moving forward, if you were to have this position, how would you address extensive public comments, recognizing that some things may have been missed or may have not been fully addressed, which brought the public out on a Thursday evening to share their concerns?
So be very candid and not disparaging anyone, but a couple things I saw at the council meetings I came to were some self-inflicted wounds that we shouldn't have inflicted on ourselves as a city. And I saw that. I will bring up the examples, and I was like, wow, if we'd had an ombudsman or if someone was following up more diligently, it should never come to council and gotten that far, in my opinion. We should be getting their questions, answers, and things resolved. That's the first piece that I saw missed. My philosophy in Palm Coast and Duval and on was, I'm taking notes when citizens are speaking. Hopefully I've seen you do it, Mayor, direct, hey, if we can answer the question and it's appropriate, great. If not, what I've always asked people is please don't leave the council chambers. If you do, you got my number. I probably won't have, I may not have the answer, but let's find the right answer before you go. And my other philosophy that I've always asked staff to agree to, regardless of whatever else they got going on, is if you get a phone call, answer it the same day. I'm sorry, even if you just call and say, I'm sorry, I got your message. It's 6 o'clock. I'm booked up. I don't have the answer, but I'm going to get you the answer. You will hear from me by Friday, right? Let's not leave people lost in the void. It takes time, again, building trust with the community to say, yep, they're consistent. Consistency is clarity is the key. But that's how I engage that. We'll find the answer. If we don't have it, we'll point people in the right direction to the answer. But answering questions, again, let's stop the self-inflicted wounds and let's hopefully do a better job at answering questions.
Thank you. I'm going to just throw on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest. How would others rate your trustworthiness?
How
would others rate your trustworthiness? 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest.
Well, that's a good self-reflection. I'm going to say an 8. Because, you even when you're doing the right thing and you think you're doing the right thing, doesn't mean everyone's going to agree with you. And that gets translated into you're an awful person. Sometimes you got to say no to things because it's the right thing, because we have a more important thing to say yes to. That reflects. Back to Jefferson, I don't believe in coity necessarily, but I think that authenticity, to have the courage to say no, but to also say, what can we say yes to? I may say no to you on something you want, but how do we build that relationship more? So I think the best answer is to go ahead and query the dozens of people that I've ever worked with, senior staff, junior staff, people below me, people on the public works line, officers that were, just new line officers, that I value trust, I value truth, and I won't ask anyone to do what I won't model myself.
Yes, sir. It's one of those leadership classes, right, from Maxwell. The 21 principles of leadership. You have others rate yourself.
Okay.
So, yes, sir. So what, and you've got just over 4 minutes.
Okay.
Why would you be the best fit as city manager for the city of Palm Bay?
I knew that was going to come up, and I tried to Google and AI every answer, and it was not good. So AI said, lead with humility, and then leave a sales pitch at the end. And well, you guys got a tough job, and you guys know the community more than anybody. I'm here for an opportunity that I think is a great fit. I really did think it was a great fit. I think the only thing I can say is, having done retail my whole life, working from the ground up, like a lot of companies, they only promote from within the ground up. I've given me a broad experience. Life has taught me some great lessons. To give you an insight into my character is the best thing I'll leave you with as the best fit. When I was dying of cancer in the hospital 12 years ago, after 2 years of chemotherapy and a full stem cell transplant, I was named Virginia Mason Hospital's Patient Hero of the Year. I got to do TV ads, and I was on buses. And one day my son comes running in with his phone. He's about 9. Dad, you're on my phone. You're on an app. I was on a commercial. So even through the midst of my darkest trial, right, this was my best moment. Even through the midst of that, I found a way, because it was on my heart. How do I help the hospital staff do better? Watch these people, watching people die every day and slaving over me like I'm the only person they deal with. And I know that's not true. How do I sit with the patients in the waiting room that are dying? And they are. And the looks of just fear and dread on their face, knowing what I have in my life, right? God already told me where I'm going. I'm not worried about it. So that moment of character is the same character. That's the only thing I can commit. Can I commit I'm going to bring an awesome industrial park? No, we're going to give it our best shot. Can I solve all your problems? Probably not. The whole staff, we might be able to start tackling them. But I will commit to you that I will bring my best character and capability and authenticity to you every day. That's what I can commit to. And that's why I think I'm good. But you guys will decide who's the best.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. The last question I had asked or wanted to ask Councilman Langevin touched on it. There's 3 minutes. If anybody has any other questions, maybe just closing statement.
Oh, closing statement?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, closing.
I didn't prepare a closing statement either.
Closing arguments.
Closing arguments. No, I really thank you for the opportunity to be, and I mean that sincerely. It was a lot of soul searching, prioritizing my family for the last couple of years. And despite the financial success that I have achieved in the private sector, realizing that's not where I want to be. It's always been, I told a great story upstairs. I'll tell it real quick. We had a guy in our community years ago named Stanley, didn't have 2 nickels, drove together. We talked years and years and years about this hat that he wanted, this Tommy Bahama sun hat. We lived in Washington State. He wants this Tommy. I'm going back to Tommy Bahama. This is the true story. I resigned after 11 years because I had just a tremendous opportunity for something really great. And he comes in and he says, Matt, I take my hat off to you. And I was like, thanks, Stanley. I really appreciate that. That's great. He walked out the door and I chased him down. I said, Stanley, lift your head. He goes, that's for you. I take my hat off to you. I still have that hat hanging up in my office. That is what public service means to me. What are we doing for others? Are we esteeming others greater than ourselves? If we're not, we're in the wrong business. It isn't just a tagline on my LinkedIn page that if we have power, we're not relentlessly empowering others, then get out of the way. In fact, I'll challenge you. If you guys are really serious about moving forward, not caring who gets the credit, elevating this entire community above ourselves, above each and every one of you, above elections, of elevating ourselves to a good position to do something for the future, I want to be here. And I told this to Scott 2 months ago. And if you don't, I don't want to be here. So I'd ask you also to your closing arguments to check yourselves and say, are we really ready to give it all we've got? And I'll do the best I can. I can't promise you anything other than I will do everything I know how to do and learn some new things to try to make that happen.
Thank you. With a minute to spare, we'll go on a 10-minute recess. has him queued up, our next candidate. All right. Well, it's 11:40. And so the next candidate should be in chambers.
Yes, I think they're queued up probably behind the security. It's our stress test. All right, Mayor, Member City Council, we have our next candidate here, Bill Lawrence.
Welcome, Mr. Lawrence.
Good morning.
We're going to start this the way we've began or interviewed each candidate up to this point. So, Deputy Mayor, you have the first question.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here. Very briefly, please tell us about yourself, your character, personality. Give us some insight by telling us one or two things you would like to do when you're not working, and you can also use this time to expand on an opening statement.
Okay, thank you. First of all, good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, members of the public. Appreciate the opportunity to be chosen to be picked here today. On a personal level, married, her name is Kathy, daughter in Bangor, Maine with her husband and two teenage grandsons. All my relatives, most of my relatives are in Central Florida and South Florida. On a professional level, at the age of 10, I witnessed a homicide with my next door neighbor. Her name was Marietta Rosebush. She shot 3 times by her husband, Tommy Rosebush. So as any 10-year-old would do, you run inside the house and tell your mom. I just saw Marietta get killed by her husband. And what does any mom do? It tells you to go to bed, up to your bedroom and lock the door. But she didn't realize this, my bedroom window overlooked the crime scene. And I was able to view the crime scene throughout the whole day. And I was fascinated when the police showed up and was investigating that crime scene. And the reason I say that is that was an impact in my life that I decided later on in my life that I was going to go into law enforcement or the NFL. Well, the NFL didn't work out very well. Okay, so I was fortunate enough at a young age to be hired by the city of Bangor, Maine Police Department, and was promoted to detective at the age of 24, and was able to investigate homicides and sent to the Southern Police Institute, University of Louisville, to get certified in homicide investigation. So, anyways, later on with success after various roles in law enforcement, I was pushed, you notice I'm going to say pushed into being a town manager. And the reason I think I was pushed is because the police department is having so much success, both within the community and solving crime, that I went home. The first role was interim town manager. I went home on Friday afternoon, shocked that this was happening, and told my wife, I says, guess who the interim town manager is going to be? And she said, well, who would that be? I says, that'd be me. And then I proceeded to go to the bathroom and get sick. Okay, because of the awesome responsibility that comes with that. So that brings me here after having various roles as town manager. And my current role right now is somewhat similar in a smaller scale of what you're going through. We're going through growth there. The town of Lady Lake is where the Villages started, if you've heard of the Villages. So we just finished up with a wastewater treatment plant to handle our needs for the next 4 or 5 years on our expansion. We just built 2 water wells. We also have a library expansion program going on right now, should be completed in October. That will house IT and our growth department over there. That will make more room in our town offices so we can expand there. We've been very fortunate. Financially, we still have no debt, even though we're doing all this growth. And we're at the stage when I got there, we're behind our infrastructure issues. They're very conservative, not spending the money. Then when I got there, we went forward with these projects for the last 4 years, and now we're planning ahead. So we're backwards, we caught up to speed, and now we're moving forward, planning ahead with our growth. So that's what I've been able to accomplish so far. Thank you.
Thank you. So what interests you most about Palm Bay, and how much do you really know about our city?
Well, I know 1,054 employees. Let's see, you have a budget of $539.5 million. I think your general fund's 122.8 million. I know you got 21 parks, with Turkey Key being one of them. And I was amazed that you had, I believe it was 125 miles of boardwalk. I know you got a $150 bond in 2018 for road resurfacing. Don't believe that's been completed yet. I know you're going through growing pains. You know, you're growing rapidly. So, you know, you have issues with the police needs to expand. They need to hire more people. The fire station wants to build new stations 7 and 8. I'm not sure what the status of 7 is. And staffing at that point in time, response time appears to be a little bit of concern. There's also a concern really with all the departments of, I don't want to say doing little with less, but we're all going through growing pains here where we're really counting on staff to do a lot right now as you're going through this. So let's see, there's a ton of things I had on my mind about that, but that's basically it.
Yeah, that's good. What would be your approach to managing a large municipal workforce like Palm Bay? I've seen some of your experience in the past. You know, municipalities are a little bit smaller than Palm Bay. So what would that look like coming to a larger city?
Yeah, well, I want us all together as a team. Okay, so you know, obviously, I come from a smaller town, and let me tell you, the unique perspective of that is I wear multiple hats. I know water and wastewater. I know growth management. Okay, obviously I know police. I know these departments very well. And what does that mean? Because I had to be hands-on in doing that. I put the budget together. I presented the budget. I was also, one of the hats I had was finance director when I was doing that. So I know these departments. So I'm here to help support them in any way possible. And so I've been fortunate enough where I've been hands-on that I know something about each department. My management style is a little complicated. You know, years ago when I was younger, I said Democratic leadership was what I had, but it's gotten more complicated as time has gone on because I've studied great coaches and leaders in business, leaders and politicians. I'm a reader, and not only read, in my reading and comprehending, I'll put it into play. So what does that mean? I like to get to know the personalities of everybody I'm dealing with. I want to know what their motivations are. I want to know what their skill level is, what they're good at, what their weaknesses are. I'm going to compliment them by making sure they're at their strengths and not their weaknesses, because as a team, once I know that, we all complement each other because somebody will cover somebody else's weaknesses. Okay, so once I understand that, I know how to get the most out of them. Okay, and to make sure through communication, being transparent with everybody, that we're heading in the same direction. Okay, but the first thing is I have to learn their personalities, and not everybody's treated the same. Now, I say I'm not a micromanager, but I've learned there's times you have to micromanage when you have a weak manager, and I'm not saying you have that in Palm Bay, but let's say you do. I have to get into the weeds, okay, and find out what's going on and try to make the changes there. And that's what I do. And to give you an example of what I'm doing right now, or what I've done right now in Lady Lake, is we had a bad police culture. And in that culture, we are known as the worst police department in Lake County. And no one wanted to come to work there. That has now changed over a 2-year period where I had to make a change in leadership. We was having trouble recruiting, but we was able to do a national recruiting firm, bring in experienced officers from Philadelphia, New York, parts of Massachusetts and Colorado. That's completely changed that culture. Now it's known as Lake is known as the place to go to work in Lake County. So that just gives you an example of if you have a culture issue, how you can kind of mix that around and change that out. So
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Mayor, I'm good for now.
Thank you. Councilman Langevin?
Thank you, Mayor. So my first question is, who's your favorite founding father in the United States and why?
George Washington. You know, obviously he went through, he didn't even want to be like me. I didn't even want to be the town manager. He didn't want to be the president of the United States, and look at what he got accomplished. So.
All right, thank you. And what is your philosophy on taxation and government spending, and then how do you balance the two?
Well, no one likes paying taxes, right? But you need the revenue, or we don't function. And let me go back to local governments where it happens. I dedicate my life to local government. I could have gone county, I could have gone state, I could have gone federal. But local government is where one person can really make a difference. So we do need taxation, okay? But we also have to control our spending, and we do that also by being transparent. I'm not quite sure where you are with your budget. I know how much your budget is, but until you get a chance to evaluate the system and find out if there's anything you can do with the line items, you know, you might find you're overfunded or you're underfunded. You know, that remains to be seen, but I want to tell you my budget philosophy is you budget for the year. Okay, so I expect the department managers to plan their year out, even with their capital budgets, everything they need for the year, okay, to get their jobs done. Once that's been completed, that's what gets presented in budget workshops to the commissions, voted on as a whole. I don't really recommend coming back to you all the time with budget amendments unless you have an unanticipated expense that crops up, and then that needs to be addressed. So.
Thank you, and I yield, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Hammer?
What do you see your first 90 days looking like here in Palm Bay?
Well, complete evaluation of your entire system. And, you know, you do have a lot of employees, but I want to meet with the department managers to do just what I just said. I want to learn their personalities and motivations and what the skill levels at, what they're great at and what maybe they're not so great at, and what their needs are to figure out how to move forward. Then I'd also be looking at the finances. I'm also concerned about the status of projects, you know, if anything's dormant. Well, what can we do to rise those up and bring those forward? And those will be the things I'll do the first few days here.
What strategies do you see moving forward? Because we actually have 3 director openings, so there are some feats that need to be reached. What is your strategies moving forward? Because one of the things that we are needing is economic development, and that's one of the places where we need growth at.
Sure.
What do you see a strategy in moving forward, just in that realm itself?
Okay, well, first of all, we want to promote Palm Bay in a positive light. Okay, so the first strategy would really be to what methods do we need to get to a thriving community that will attract businesses here, that will attract industry here. So we got to get sure we nail that down. How do we do that? By being all on the same page. Okay, and let me give you an analogy if I can here. Picture us all on a rowboat, and in that rowboat, there's members of the council, there's members of the staff, there's members of the community, there's stakeholders in there. And without clear communication, direction, and vision of where to go, are we going to make it to the shore, or are we just going to go around in circles? What we need to do is be able to put our oars in water at the same time together and working together. So in order to get a lot of this accomplished, we need to be on the same team. And we need to do that through communication, education, using the resources we have to get everybody on board. I says, once we do that, we're viewed in a positive light. It should be easy to attract industry here. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. So Palm Bay is the second largest city by landmass, and you're coming from a much smaller population in Bowling Green, Florida. But have you developed any long-term strategic plans in your previous or current endeavors?
Yeah, we just finished one in Lady Lake. In fact, in your strategic plan, we have something similar, which is two-way fiber connecting town buildings. So, and I see that's in your strategic plan. That's one of the ones we have in ours. So
Okay.
yes, I have done that.
Awesome. And additionally, the question I've asked all the other applicants, you mentioned the $150 million road bond, but a portion of a part of that is we have a 70 million deficit with that road bond, and we still have many roads that need to be repaired to the point where some roads have been pushed off as they may or may not get paved when we're under the assumption that all of them would be paid with the $150 million bond. How would you address that kind of funding gap and additional infrastructure projects that are critical to the city?
Sure. First of all, I don't believe you have this. You should have a road maintenance program. And what a road maintenance program would outline is you resurfacing your worst roads, and you recycle this like in a 5-year period. We have this in Lady Lake. We may be smaller, but we do plan ahead. Okay. And you don't have that here. So to answer your question is, we're going to have to find out where we are financially and find out where we can get the funds to do that. I don't know if there's grant opportunities out there now. I know sometimes with the state of Florida, they have the Scott grant through FDOT that will help fund some of the road resurfacing. But really going forward, thinking ahead instead of playing catch up, you really need to think about a road resurfacing maintenance program where you're turning over your paving every single year. But after a 5-year period, you're going back on your worst roads again. So your roads stay at A, B, and I'm not sure what the status is, but in Lady Lake, our roads are basically B. Okay, so you need to have a program like that. You probably need to have a similar program with all your infrastructure issues. So you have a maintenance program, you know when they're coming up, what you can anticipate for, and you have the funds available to do that.
Yes, sir. And if the mayor was going to speak on, I'll speak on it. But this council, I guess previous council, technically, right, Mayor? Previous council, we did put together a road maintenance program. Yeah, so we have one in place, but not to say it can't be perfected. There's always room for improvement.
Okay.
But one item I want to touch on that I'm surprised I haven't spoken on it with other candidates is sustainability and protecting our environment. You spoke about Turkey Creek, but we also have the Indian River Lagoon. And I feel this is something that we kind of dropped the ball and speak on with other candidates. But I wanted to hear your take on how you would protect and restore our waterways here in Palm Bay.
Well, obviously, we're going to work with the state of Florida on that. And I don't know who your water management district is. Would it be
St. John's.
Johnson? Yeah. I probably would want to work with them and find out what strategies they have in play to ensure and maintain that we keep the same practices going. And if we need to make it better and clean up better, then we will and we should. So it's my understanding with some of the visiting with some of the managers and meeting the parks director, he feels that they've been staying on top of the parks pretty well. So.
Thank you. So the very first question is, what is driving your interest to serve the city of Palm Bay as our next city manager?
The challenge. I mean, I'm always looking for challenges. You can sit back there and look at the history of Palm Bay and say, oh my, why? Okay, there's opportunity here is why. Okay, so I'm here for the opportunity to bring my skill set here of what I've learned and to develop future leaders. You have, my take was 1,054 employees here. Part of my responsibility is to develop future leaders, and they're right here in your community. And so I look at that as a challenge. So it's a bigger stage. I can have a bigger impact here. And it's not that I don't have an impact, but Lady Lake had issues. Opportunities is where there's issues. And I've now developed people in Lady Lake that if I leave, I'm not concerned about Lady Lake. If I come here, it's a challenge, it's an opportunity to have a bigger impact in the community.
Can you give me an example of a challenge that you faced as a town manager or city manager and how you resolved it and what you learned from it?
Sure, fairly new town manager in the town of Lincoln, Maine. Small town, 5,000 people. The largest employer was a paper mill. And the paper mill was struggling financially like most paper mills were in Maine. And I watched these paper mills in these towns go under and populations of 10,000 or more people dwindled down to 2,000 people and just couldn't survive it. So we had a boiler explosion, and that just did it for the mill. No one got
A what explosion?
a boiler explosion, and no one got hurt in it, but it put the mill down. And so what I had to do very quickly is I had to use federal resources, state resources, county resources to come together. And they came to the town of Lincoln, Maine, that small town, to help out the employees with benefits and retraining. Okay, in the meantime, I also knew I had to look at rebranding the town because the town was known as a mill town, but we also had 14 lakes in that town. And so we are going to be an outdoor destination for people who want to camp, hunt, and fish, and so forth. What that ended up creating was economic opportunity for outfitters to come into our town, restaurants to come into our town, and was known now as an outdoor destination. If you ever check the Lincoln, Maine website, you'll see that that's still going on to this day up there. So that's how I pulled multiple agencies together and facilitated that and got the job done.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because I wanted you to expand a little bit on your experience with different governmental entities, different jurisdictions, and how you establish those relationships to move those projects forward.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest one. I'll give you an example. So one of your keys to success is developing relationships, so developing relationships with other communities. So usually you have a managers meeting here with managers from other cities and so forth. I think you would here. And it's important to be involved in those because, we all share ideas. In fact, somebody might find of a grant opportunity or a funding opportunity and they'll share that with you. Usually your county government, your county manager may be involved in that. There's times to develop relationships with those individuals. I think you need to get to know your state representatives and senators too, because there's legislative funding up there that's available, and we should look at taking advantage of that. So really part of the job of the manager is developing relationships with all these entities.
Well, and that's, all these questions were leading to this, right? Our traffic conditions in Palm Bay. If you study, this is a huge issue for us. And I know that Councilman has recently discussed about the challenges. We have county roads, we have state roads and city roads that all intersect, and they're all part of that problem. So building those relationships are critical, like you said. What have you done to improve traffic capacity in your current situation or your experience and the condition in the places that you have served and currently serve?
Well, currently where I am right now, it's actually a U.S. highway, and FDOT has that project, but we were a 2-lane highway. We're now 4 lanes. We widened that road project, and it's now completed, and that took about 4 years because there's a lot involved with that. It's not easy to work with FDOT. I gotta be honest with you. So I don't know who owns your roads, where your major traffic is, but it did get done. When I was in the state of Maine, there again, we had another Maine DOT road, and we needed that expanded for the traffic flow. And what we did is I met with the commissioner of the Maine DOT and went to the state houses in Augusta, sat down and shared the problems with them. And we came up with an agreement that they would fund some of that, but the town did too. So it went to a referendum vote. That project to widen that road at that time, which was about 9, 10 years ago, was going to be about $3 million. And DOT says, if you come up with a third of that funding, we'll get this done for you. So we put to a referendum vote to the community, and they voted to move forward with that project and to fund that other $1 million. And that got done, that got completed. I think one of the first things you need to do is a traffic study, and I don't know if that's been done yet. So you need to have a traffic engineer and traffic study done in your roadway to find out exactly what needs to be done and move forward that way.
So that $1 million that buy-in, you partnered, was that the US 1 corridor that you're referring to?
No,
Or was that another
no,
project?
this is up in Maine. It's called Route
Okay.
2.
Okay.
And it was a state road that ran right through the center of the town, our main economic development corridor of retail shops and restaurants. And we were growing because I was pushing the growth because that mill shut down. And then it created traffic issues as far as road openings and so forth. So the town of Lincoln was in pretty good shape financially. We had that money in reserve, so it was a non-issue. But we had to get approval from the community through a referendum to do that.
Yeah, but you mentioned that US 1 corridor, 2-lane into 4 lanes. That was all.
Oh, that'd be in our area. That'd be Route 441 that goes right through the center of Lady Lake. Yes,
And the city didn't pay for any of that.
we had to fund a portion of moving some of the utilities, but it was very minor. But we got reimbursed quite
Okay.
handsomely.
I was
from-
intrigued by
so
that. So
zero cost.
happy
Yeah.
with that. Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Your experience in law enforcement, how do you approach collective bargaining? And does Lady Lake have its own fire department?
Oh
or
yeah,
that's-
PBA. So I have experience in union negotiations. I've been on both sides of the table. I've been a shop steward, a member of the union, then a member of administration. So I've negotiated on both sides of the table, and I do currently. And I do have a strategy. And the strategy, first of all, is meeting with you to find out what parameters I'm given. I don't know if you have your attorney involved or our labor attorney involved in those negotiations or not. Where I am in Lady Lake, we do, but I've done these without a labor attorney. So, but I'd like to find the parameters out. And the reason for the parameters is so I know if I got room to move in negotiations. I don't make a move unless you know what that is. Okay, so in other words, I come back and report to you what the issues are, what they're looking for, and what do you want to do, and can we meet, can we compromise? And I really feel the art of a successful negotiations is to learn to compromise. And I'll tell you why. Your union members, your staff, your employees, they're still your employees. They still come to work. Does that mean they get everything they want? No, but it means you negotiate respectfully. Okay, and you're respectful in those negotiations. Areas you can compromise, I'd recommend compromise. In areas you can't, you can't. That's the bottom line. So,
Thank you. I'm going to move to another subject. What is your experience in land use planning and promoting growth and economic development?
when I had to do it myself, it was a subject I didn't really care for, okay, because it wasn't in my wheelhouse, but I did it. And so what I had to do was approve site plans and so forth, and did that with Insistent, where I am right now with our growth management department. They do a lot of that work. We have a 4,000 unit PDU being approved right now, and it's under construction right now in Lady Lake. So my experience is really working with the growth management department, and I have to approve and sign off on those developments. I'll go to the planning and zoning meetings and look at the recommendations that are provided to the commission for the commission to do final approval. And we have no problems making recommendations as far as whether we feel that this should be approved or not approved. One of the concerns, I'll put it out there that I've heard and listened to lately is whether you should put a moratorium out there or not. And this is what my concern is your infrastructure is not matching up with the projects you've been approving. I'm being told, This is the way it is. What you get is what you see here. And so sometimes you have to slow down a little bit, and a moratorium will do that for a short period of time. Why would you do that? To find out where you are, what needs to be done, what it's going to cost you, so you can plan moving forward. And then once that's figured out, you can lift the moratorium and move forward. What my concern would be is approving projects and not having the infrastructure and the funds to get this accomplished. So that would be my concern. Not saying there again, I applied for this position because of the challenge and the opportunity. So these all can be fixed.
Your recommendation is a moratorium on rezoning and land use changes, or a moratorium on all new construction, no matter
All
what it
new,
is?
I would recommend all new construction for a short period of time to find out where we are with the infrastructure and what funding needs to be done and how we're going to get this accomplished. Because I don't want to see projects approved and we just can't keep up with it. We can't perform.
How would you approach the budget shortfall? Normally, like right now, impact fees equate to about 8% of our budget. How would with the moratorium, what would that look like, managing that gap in the budget? And what would that look like possibly, we're a blue collar city, the amount of potential unemployment that could happen in our city with the moratorium?
That'd become an issue, and there's only two things you can do: increase revenue or make cuts. Okay, if that's the dilemma. So I won't say it'd have an impact. And I hear what you're saying, but you also got to realize, as you're building, I'm all for growth. I'm all about growing and growth, but you got to make sure you got the infrastructure there and in place, and you got the funding for that so it can get accomplished. Or you could have these projects just sitting there not getting done. You don't want that either. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Langevin,
No, I'm good, Mayor.
Councilman Hammond,
I think I'm good.
Councilman Johnson. Okay. What is your experience in leading an organization during an emergency?
I'm going to be there. I'm right out in the front, and I'm going to, first of all, listen to them. You got to listen to your leaders and find out they have everything they need. So I'm going to be out in the forefront during the emergency, and I've done this through my whole career, and I think I excel at that because of my career. And so you got to be available. You got to be out there. You got to listen to make sure everybody has the tools and the manpower and equipment that's needed. You also got to make sure you're communicating with the media, with the council here, with you, Mayor, and the public on the status of what's going on during that emergency. So everybody needs to be informed of what's going on. The worst thing you can do is not inform them and showing lack of transparency, because somebody will think something's going on that's wrong, which is not the case. So that's how I would handle the emergencies.
Can you share about an organizational process that you led in the past? An improvement of that?
Well, the most memorable one that was really impactful was one I've already mentioned in Lincoln. I think since then, as an organization, currently with Lady Lake, what they were, again, they're behind on projects. They were behind on infrastructure. They didn't make any significant infrastructure improvement for 20 years. And when they hired me, I'm known for being fiscally responsible, but when they hired me, I came in, all of a sudden saw the need. We need a new sewer plant. We need new wells. So I was able to work with the commission, educate the commission, they're called up there, and be able to go forward with these projects because we had the money in reserves. We were pretty decent financially. So I led the initiative for those projects to start, and they're now completed. The wastewater plant's in operation. The 2 wells are now in operation. The expansion over the library, that was a $5.3 million expansion. That will be completed in October. So those are ones that we started since my tenure that have completed and are about to be completed. And we're still debt-free up there.
Why would you be the best fit to serve as city manager of the city of Palm Bay?
I'm a guy that knows what it's like to work shift works, nights, weekends. I started out my career at the bottom of the totem pole, so to speak. So I understand what it's like to, to work shift work, nights, weekends, and holidays, and so forth. So I think that sets me apart from some managers that have never experienced that. I think my wisdom that I've gathered over the years, I've made a ton of mistakes. I mean, over the years, and as long as you learn from your mistakes and move forward, that's the key. And I just noticed you've been there, Mayor. So thank you for your service. Um, so why I'm the best, because I love challenges and I love opportunities. I have a track record. If you look back on me, I'm just not saying that I have a track record of getting that completed. The whole key thing here, though, is communication, transparency, and letting everybody know what's going on and working together as a team. And I've had success in the past doing that. So
Thank you. Deputy Mayor,
I have no questions, Mayor.
I'll start again. Councilman Langevin, Councilman Hammond,
I'm good.
Councilman Johnson. So there aren't any additional questions. If you'd like to wrap up and
yeah,
let
I
us
do.
know any.
I have two things,
Yeah.
if you don't mind. One is I'd like to ask you, and if one or all of you want to chime in, if selected, how will I be judged at the end of the year about what simple thing or what thing that you want to see accomplished in that first year, so I can determine whether it'll be a success or not. I'm going to tell you right here, if I don't think I'm going to do it, I'm going to let you know right now. If I think I can, I'm going to let you know that. So what single thing or what thing you'd like to see the city manager accomplish in the next 12 months, if somebody doesn't mind sharing?
That's a fair question, and I'm going to start with our Councilman Langevin at that end. Well, go ahead, Councilman.
All right. What I would love to see, the first thing is something similar to what we're seeing at the federal level with DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. So I would love for you to look deeply into the roots of each department, every department, from as high up to as entry level, to see how we can become more efficient, how we aren't just looking just to create new positions because of lack of efficiency, but we're utilizing the men and women we already have. And if we need to downsize, we downsize. If we need to privatize, we privatize. But the mayor and myself last year were pushing for an inspector general for this very reason, to see how we can improve and how we can become more efficient and more timely, so we don't go with the model of government moves slow. No, government moves slow because we allow it to move slow. So that will be the first thing on my take, sir. So that's a great question, and I appreciate you asking that.
Very good. I'm still in.
So I'd like to see more light industrial growth, more commercial growth, our dedicated effort towards that economic base of creating jobs. I've been a long supporter of that since I got on this dais, and we have been moving the needle forward in that regard. And I'd like to see more of that. There's got to be a bigger balance. Our infrastructure, I know I'm surprised Councilman Johnson didn't elaborate on this, but part of why he feels, and I as well, is our road bond program. That IG, I think, would be an opportunity for us to really dwell into, and he knows as well that I wanted that type of audit. So my issues are more, he calls it DOGE. I call it more of an IG opportunity for our city to be moving forward on a continual basis. Nothing to point fingers or throw rocks or anything like that, but I'd like to see more of our job creation, a huge effort in that job creation. I believe we have huge opportunities here with a compound. I really believe that we could increase our commercial base within the confines, even if it takes opportunities where we could invest into our own property. And I've said that publicly on the dais as well. So those are my thoughts. I'd like for that to be conquered. I'd like for that infrastructure component. We got a $70 million shortfall. Now, part of that has been over time. There have been supply chain challenges. There's been increase in petroleum, which affects everything when it comes to roads and that aspect. So the challenges are real here in the city of Palm Bay. And yes, I truly believe that this council can set those goals and priorities and expect those outcome measures, which is something that I wanted council to do, is give our city manager a goal and let's see if the city manager can meet those goals. So I'm all about setting those goals and expectations right from the front. So I'll yield my next time to.
I would like to
Deputy
see the director positions filled, but we've had a public works position hasn't really been filled in a number of years. I think we need a very, very strong economic development director. I'd like to see the EDC department be a very, very robust department within our city. I'm not a fan of moratoriums. I think they.
I gathered that.
You can figure that out. Yeah. And I would like to see plans for a park in Southeast Palm Bay. I'd like to see something really happen with the Majors golf course. I mean, there's a lot of things. It's a heavy lift for anybody to come here. We have some spectacular commercial developments that are trying to take place in the city, and we can't get out of our own way to get these projects out of the ground. There's a gentleman sitting in this room that has a beautiful project, and it's been trying for 4 years to get it to fruition, and Palm Bay continues to be the roadblock to that success, his success, our success. So those are some of my asks.
Vice Mayor Jaffe, I just want to explain something. You asked my opinion. I do work for the council and I follow the orders from the council. Okay, but that's just my opinion. So if you don't mind, I'd like to leave you with one thing. I'm a storyteller. I think I learned from Abraham Lincoln, great communicator, he's a great storyteller. So I want to leave you with this. So I had a mentor tell me, he says, when you compete, if you want to win, you beat 80% of your competition by having a hard work ethic. You can beat them just by working hard. I said, well, I can do that. He says, you beat the next 10% by being a good person. I go, ooh. He said, I didn't say perfect. I said, good. I said, well, I can do that. So he says, so that puts you in the top 10. I says, what do I have to do then? He says, it's a dog fight. He says, so you have to fight for it. So I appreciate being invited to the fight. Thank you. Oh, I have one other thing if you're interested. I have here an article I've written and a copy of the manager's report that I recently write. If you're interested, I can leave them on the desk. You can pick them up at your leisure and look at them.
Yes, sir. I think Councilman Hammer had a final question.
Yeah, there is one thing that I do want to see, and we only have 8 minutes. So I'm going to kind of brief it up. There is a lot of things that we've all said that we want to see in our city manager. One of the things I want to see is stability. I want to see growth. I want to be able to go to Publix and see people happy to be living in Palm Bay, calling Palm Bay their home. I want to see city employees proud to say this is where they work. I want to see stability. I want to see growth, and I want to see moving forward. I want to leave this city for my kids somewhere they're proud to be at. And I think we do have steps ahead of us. I think we have a lot of reality to face moving forward with where we've been and where we plan on being. But I do want to see stability. I do want to see growth. I want to see everything that everybody said here. I think where we have a lot of obstacles, we have more potential than anybody. We're 40% built out, and we're the only East Coast city with the potential that we have. It's amazing the ideas, the people that we have in our community that are willing to step forward. My family's been here forever, and I have never seen a group of people fighting to make this place so good. We just need stability and the right direction. And that's what I do want to see.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. Any, Councilman Landry? Nothing? Any last comments, sir?
No, I think I shared it last. If you don't mind, I'll just leave these articles over
Okay.
here if you're interested. Fine. If not, well, fine. I hope I at least had a chance to educate a little bit here today, and I really appreciate it. I'm having fun. It's a blast. And Scott, you've done a great job with your team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now break for chow.
Countdown 4 minutes.
4 minutes. 4 minutes.
No, this is a good group.
It is 12:59. We will begin at 1300. $12.59.
5:59.
Oh, Madam Smith. Can we lock in a foot race for charity?
I still race the kids I train. I show I'm pretty fast. What do you what do you run in the 40 now? Ooh, now? Ooh, maybe a 4.6.
He's almost 40.
Okay, it is now 1300 hours. I'm going to call our special council meeting back to order. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, Mr. City Council, I think our 1 o'clock interview candidate is undoubtedly on his way over here. It is just now 1 o'clock. And so we'll just wait a minute or two. I know there's sometimes been a queue behind the screening as other people come in. So we'll just be patient and wait a moment.
Yeah, we should
I
already
think our
have
I
them
think our
queued
runner
in.
is I think our runner is just a little bit behind schedule with our next candidate on our way from the other building.
Yeah, so they should already be in the queue right before our commencing time.
Okay. Looks like we're queuing up now. So All right, Mayor, Member City Council, our next candidate to interview is Mr. Howard Brown.
Welcome, Mr. Brown. The deputy mayor will start with his first question.
Morning or good afternoon, actually, sir. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, very briefly, please tell us about yourself, your character, and your personality. And feel free to give us some insight by telling us one or two things you like to do when you're not working, and feel free to expand an opening statement based on that questioning.
Yes, good afternoon. You see my resume. I'd like to just say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to interview before you this afternoon. What I do on my free time is I am a fisherman. So I do a lot of fishing on the weekends when I can. Right now, I'm building a business. I'm a management consultant. I work in various communities, serving as an interim city manager and or planning consultant in various communities throughout Florida and Georgia, as well as California, Oklahoma, Kansas. And so I'm all over the place right now. In terms of what I do, I just enjoy being home with my family. And really sharing my time with them when I'm not working. As you know, when you're building a business, you're always working. So I try to make sure that I have that work-life balance and make sure that that is at the forefront of what I do. So being a management consultant, building a business, working as a city manager and working as a planning consultant, I have a very unique perspective because I have worked as a city manager full-time in 4 different states. So I've worked as a city manager in Florida, Georgia, California, and Oklahoma. And before I became a city manager, I worked as a planning director in a number of communities in Georgia and Florida primarily. So obviously, I went to college. I went to Florida State University. I know we probably have some giggers up there, but there are a number of things that I've done educationally speaking. And most recently, I wrote a book about my travels of what I've done in city management all over the country. And so that's pretty much where I've spent my time and kind of what I've been focused on here in the last 2 years. The business part of it has really been fruitful because I've been able to hone skills that I always knew I had, but didn't know that if I had to really put forth the effort, how successful it could become. And so I'm proud of that. Most city managers would just go to another city somewhere else. And I decided that, I wanted to stay at home and wanted to be around my family. And so building this business afforded me the flexibility to have a good work-life balance. So.
Thank you. So if selected as Palm Bay city manager, what would you do with your business?
Well, obviously, you have to divest or yourself of those business interests, and I would not be working in that company if I started a full-time city manager job.
And I don't know anything about Town of Century. Maybe you can elaborate more about what that town looked like, and please tell us, what do you know about Palm Bay?
Okay, so the Town of Century is one of my clients. I currently have a person that actually manages that city. It's a small town just in Escambia County, Pensacola, Florida. It's located in the Florida Panhandle. I'm running a number of issues out of that, running a number of operations out of that city, specifically getting their water and sewer authority together, as well as doing road improvements and pursuing grant funding and handling some of their capital improvement projects. In terms of I don't know if that answers your question about Century. Here's what I know about Palm Bay. I know very little about Palm Bay, but what I've been able to gather through people that I know that have lived here or live here currently, that Palm Bay is a city that is located off Interstate 95 in close proximity to Space Coast. It has 100,000+ people here. It has a number of areas that can be positioned to make it where you want it to be. And so there's a lot of economic development opportunity here. At least that's what I see. And I think Palm Bay is no different than other communities that I've actually managed or worked in as a consultant all over the country. The difference is that Palm Bay has Interstate 95, one of the busiest interstates in the country. It's right here in Florida. So looking at where Palm Bay is, how it can be a potential economic development driver, I think that you're poised to do some really good things. When I look at the plans that you have, and I haven't looked at all of them, I've looked at a couple of them. Okay, I think that given the right mix, I believe that you guys should pursue economic development as a priority. And if you have an economic development plan, you should look at that plan and synthesize it, update it, and focus on one specific strategy, and that is to increase your economic tax base. Because right now you are a majority residential community. The residential taxpayers are paying the bills here, and so in order to achieve success in economic development, you have to diversify your economic tax base. What I see how that happening, I see that happening a couple of ways. I see business attraction, retail attraction. You have the numbers to support most retail. I see it now because I've worked in communities that were screaming for retail. When we did the gap analysis or the market analysis, it pointed towards success. It was easy to connect the developer with a willing property owner to get these development projects off the ground. And that's going to help you diversify your tax base. So right now, that diversification that I'm talking about really helps with economic development. But I think having a specific strategy, something that you can create a quick action plan on, because you already have a plan in place. You don't want to recreate the wheel if you already have it. So I think paying attention to a very specific strategy on how you get there, if all parties could focus and circle around that and galvanize around that strategy, I think you guys could make a turn. Because right now, what I see, it is not sustainable to have residential taxpayers pay for your services. You have to diversify that income or look for alternative revenue streams. And obviously, there are a number of things that are happening in the state legislature right now with House Bill 991 and some other things. So you really need to be looking at diversification tax base.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Langevin.
Hey, thanks for coming first off, and thank you, Mayor. So my first question is, who is your favorite founding father of the United States and why?
Godfather, would you say that again?
Of all the founding fathers of the United States, who's your favorite and why?
I would say probably Thomas Jefferson, because he was a writer of the Constitution, and a lot of things that he said. If you go to the Jefferson Memorial, you'll see some of the writings subscribed on the wall. And one of the things that he said was that our Constitution is ever changing. So it's not a document that is static. It actually changes as time goes on. And so it evolves with the time. And that's what I remember when I went to Jefferson Memorial, I think in high school. So so he would be mine. If you're looking at the founding fathers, he would be one.
Thank you. And I have one other question. What is your philosophy on taxation and government spending, and how do you balance the two?
Well, that's what I was alluding to earlier, that in order, first of all, the word city means that you're a tax entity, meaning that you tax people. And so we have to be cognizant that when we tax people, there are people, real people, that pay these bills. And so we're beholden to them. So we have to ensure that when we're collecting taxes, that we pay them, that we spend that money in the most efficient way possible, making sure that we get the most bang for our buck. And taxes is just an American way, and it is happening. And I've only worked for tax supported institutions, either indirectly or directly, because tax is a big part of everything that we do in this country. And as a manager, I'm very conservative in terms of how our spending plan looks. I'm always evaluating how we can do things in the most economic way and the most efficient way, so that we get economies on scale. I believe in procuring services and goods in the most cost-effective way without um, hurting services. And so I like to try to keep a high level of service, but look at what we pay for goods and services that will help with expenses. So keep the expense side down, but make sure the quality is there. And sometimes you get what you pay for. So sometimes we might have to pay more, but we need to be in agreement that this is what we want to spend the money on. If we get agreement in those areas, that's great. But as a manager, I'm a fiscal conservative because that's how you run a municipal government, a multi-million-dollar operation. You're dealing with taxes, and you definitely can't be in a position where you're a big spender.
Thank you very much. I yield, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Ham.
I like hearing you say that you want to diversify the tax base because that means people's taxes go down. We lack the commercial or industrial fortitude to be able to do that as of right now. Taking those into account, what do you see your first 90 days here in Palm Bay to take a step forward in what you're explaining?
Yeah, so the first 90 days would be fact finding. It would also include talking to the tax collector, the property appraiser, and all those folks that are around taxes, because right now, as you know, your residential tax base is really what's paying the bills. So you have to focus on how do you look at that. In other communities, you have other resources. You have business license taxes, utility taxes. You have all these other revenue streams that come in. You don't have that luxury here. So well, my first 90 days would be getting a handle on the millage rate, looking to see what the rollback rate was and looking to see, what did you spend the previous years, and try to look at how do we reduce that down to what we actually spent the previous year and keep maintaining level of service. And so that would be the first thing. And those were easy wins because a lot of times we don't spend 100% of our operating budget, right? So, but we have to be careful because there are so many one-time expenses that occur. And if we're not looking at those one-time expenses, we can create a mission failure. And a mission failure means you have to come back to the council, ask for a budget amendment, and ask for an increase in spending. And that's not what you want to do in this business. So we have to be very aware of that. So the first 90 days would be coming in, looking at your balance sheet, talking with your finance director, talking with your auditor, because it's more than just operations speaking, talking to the finance director, the finance folks, the accounts payable people, receivables. You really need to get a handle on what the auditor is saying about what they see. And then obviously looking in the past, see if there was any forensic audits done in specific areas to see if there's areas that need to be improved that never got improved. And so that's would be my thing. And then consulting, I have friends that are CIAs or certified internal auditors that I could just talk to and tell me kind of what to look for. Those are people that are CPAs that are specialized in determining gross waste and abuse and those kinds of things. When I say CIA. Yeah.
Have you got an example of you using this dynamic in the past
Yes.
that you would like to share with us
Yeah.
where it actually worked? And
I sure can. So when I was city manager in Oklahoma, they don't have property tax. See what's happening now. So in Oklahoma, cities don't use property tax. They are a straight sales tax revenue operation. Okay. So there are models that we're seeing right now being discussed in the state legislature that line up with what I've already dealt with in Oklahoma. Just look it up, Google it. You'll see that there is a sense that removing property tax altogether and relying on sales tax runs municipality. But if you only have residential value, you can't really look at that until you have like a diversified industrial base, a commercial base. You got to have all those other things. But in Oklahoma, and I use Oklahoma because at the very basic level, you can look at, I didn't know that it would work, but in Oklahoma, it's all sales tax driven. And one of the challenges that we had there was what we call the fair marketplace. People in Oklahoma paying for goods without paying taxes to the state of Oklahoma. And so that was one of the challenges, trying to make sure that people are paying taxes in their jurisdiction. So one of the things that I did was I hired a consultant to help me look at taxes to make sure that the taxes that we were generating in Oklahoma was actually coming to Oklahomans and specifically in Muskogee, Oklahoma. So what we found out was that there was leakage or misinterpretations or miscategorizing of the revenue. And so we had to look at state sales tax every month there. And so we were hired a consultant. They get a piece of whatever they found, and you'd be surprised. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars, a month that we were receiving the revenue because of just somebody miscategorizing where it went to another city. Should have been in Muskogee, it went to Tulsa. So that's an area that we can improve on. That's one of the things that I did while I was there.
Councilman Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for being here, Mr. Brown. So my first question, we have a $150 million road bond that was issued back in 2018. The voters approved it. We started working on it in 2019. Since then, and since COVID and other pitfalls, we're up to a $70 million shortfall with this road bond. How would you address this kind of funding gap while continuing to address critical infrastructure needs? And being that you have previous experience, do you have an example you can share of how you navigated a similar challenge?
Well, a lot of the projects that I worked on were before COVID. Okay, so we had money. We used design build projects, construction manager at risk, to really make sure that the funds that we had available, we could spend it, and we wouldn't have to worry about change orders and those kinds of things. It costs a little bit more, but it's better. It's better for you to move that route because you're able to physically constrain the budget to the project. A lot of things happened during COVID, unfortunate things. So when you're talking about a private placement or general obligation bond financing, there's not a lot of that. But what we do know is when we have voter approved debt, such as the GO bonds, that the voters in this community voted in favor of it, you must ensure that every dollar is spent, but you also need to make sure that you don't overspend. There's no such thing as general obligation bond and you're overspending. That doesn't happen because you're only going to draw what you actually have already shovel ready. So you're not going to go out there and draw more dollars than what's needed. And you are going to get into a contract with a contractor. When you get to that point, you got developer, but the contractor, when you get into that contract, you're going to make sure you have a design build construction manager at risk guaranteed maximum price project. GMP is what we call it. So those are the protections you put in place. It might cost a little more, but you ensure that you're not going to go over. And if you do, then guess what? That's a discussion with liquidated damages you get into with the contractor, and you see where that goes, But you have to protect the city, and the way to do that is through I like debt financing because you get lower interest rates on it, right? And you're able to actually move faster on projects when you can amass the money needed up front. But you got to be shovel ready. You got to have the plans in place, the permits, all that stuff in place before you go down the road of drawing down the money. So, and I've done general obligation bond refinancing. I put together the financial advisor, the bond counsel, the underwriter. I've done that in 3 different jurisdictions. I just finished one for a client in East Point, Georgia, where we did $150 million bond issuance. So I'm very familiar with general obligation bond. In Florida, it's a little different because I think we consider everything bonds. Loans, for example, a DEP, SRF loan, we consider that a bond. So there are different things that we do. But I'm very familiar with the processes.
Perfect. Thank you. Second question. Palm Bay is the second largest city by land mass. We still have somewhat of a blank canvas in portions of the city. And I know you come from other cities, but in your mind's eye, where do you see long-term strategically how you would go about developing smart growth in the city of Palm Bay?
That's a great question. The first thing I do, I'd look to see what your current regulations state or what your current plan is. So like you might have a plan right now, your comprehensive plan, it says you have an urban growth boundary that you can only develop to this point because you don't want to develop more than what the infrastructure can handle. So if you don't have the capacity or the utilities available, you should not allow development to go past that. Now, I know that's a sensitive issue, But for what I see is more residential here. And if you're trying to build commercial, then you should look at, a utilities plan or a facilities plan that kind of informs development for commercial development, so you can start getting that diversification that you're looking for.
Do to that point, do you have examples of where you've been able to spur commercial growth in other previous cities that you've been in?
Yeah, in Anytown, Florida. In Anytown, Florida, there are 3 DRIs there. They're like 4,000 units apiece. Those are fully entitled development projects that are sitting on the shelf that are waiting to be developed. We're talking about maybe 30,000 people or more will live in Anytown, Florida over the next 5 years. And so one of the things that I did there was I convinced the village council to buy the investor-owned utility. So we bought a water and sewer plant. We didn't even have a city hall then. I came from California. I was there to start a brand new city from scratch. This had never been done in 40 years in Florida. And I had not known anyone has ever started a new city. So this for me was not only a challenge, but it was something that I wanted to do. And so we bought the water and sewer plant. We were able to position it to be revenue positive within the first year we bought it, because we were able to get a DEP SRF loan fund. We purchased this water and sewer plant for $8.5 million. We were able to get 80% loan forgiveness at 0% interest with a 30-year term. Now, we needed that plant because at the same time, there were other things going on in the state legislature, and the developer that we had met who kind of assisted us and helped us leverage all of it. We were able to get a charter school built in Indiantown. In exchange for that, we were able to get a state appropriations to put in $25 million worth of water and sewer improvements, which not only provided water and sewer to the charter school, but it had other effects for our residents that were to benefit from the capacity and all those things that came along with the water plant.
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to touch a little bit on your experience that you spoke with regarding Councilman Hammer's question in regards to that tax base that you eloquently described and your perspective of that, right? In that city situation within the state of Florida, were you experiencing a 3% cap?
Okay.
In this city, we have a 3%
No,
cap.
no, I read your charter, and I know that section of the charter that talks about 3%. It's kind
Yeah,
of
because you mentioned the rollback, so
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, well, let me just respond this way.
Yes, sir.
And then you can kind of guide me or redirect me. Okay. If you're talking about the 3% home value save our homes, it's in the Florida Constitution about not going up in any given year 3%. Or
As
you
far as the
talking about
millage rate.
Yeah, I read that provision in your charter. I didn't really understand it, but what it told me was that this is what the town wanted. This is what the city wanted. And so my response to that, but I thought it was, you couldn't go up more than 3% unless you had 4/5 vote of the city council. So if you have a development project that warrants it, it's like variances. If you want a commercial development, $500 million worth of commercial development, you'll give them all the variances in the world, get them here. I think you would, or
I
you'll
think
let
it
go
has to
somewhere
do
else.
with emergencies, but I'll move on to my next question.
Okay.
Right. Give us an example of an ethical dilemma you were faced with and how you resolved it and what you learned from that experience.
Well, obviously, I have worked for a number of city councils all over the country, and I think everything that we deal with council members can come up to the edge of being an ethical issue. Okay, and so for me, I build a relationship with each individual council member, and I let them know up front that I'll do what's legal, that's ethical and moral. But if it's immoral or unethical or illegal, I just won't do. And I know this is a public meeting, but I don't want to talk about individual examples of what have occurred in other cities because I don't think it's fair to that city. But there's been a number of things. As a city manager, you're dealing with the elected officials, and so they confide in you about things they want to get done. And there has been times where I had involvement, like city council involvement with an employee. The employee made a complaint, a harassment complaint against an employee. And, you know, none of this, the employee made a complaint. And obviously, as a manager, you're involved, you're in the middle of it. Okay. So now you have your boss that's the target of this complaint. You have an employee that works for you, maybe indirectly, but it's still your employee. And you are trying to see if this is fact or fiction. Did this really happen or not? And so it's hard to direct HR to do it, because if you direct HR who works for you, they know that it involves a council member. It's just a difficult situation. So whenever we're dealing with situations like that, we try to we go above and beyond to make sure that we preserve the rights of not only just the employee, but the council member, to make sure that this didn't happen and who shot John and those kinds of things. We just want to make sure that we do things properly. And so there's been a couple of those things. I mean, now ethical dilemma, have I been in ethical dilemma? Yes. As a manager, you're always being asked to go out to lunch or go to a business meeting with a developer and those kinds of things. And, you know, obviously I'm pro-development. I'm a pro-development city manager. And so I actually pride myself on that, because I've done extensive business deals all over the country. And so I do meet with developers, but I try to meet with them in my office with other staff members there, especially when we're talking about, you know, them coming to the city before they even go through the development process, before they even do any of that. And so I'm open to it. But those are kind of the ethical issues that I see, you know, here, because you have growth potential here at the city of Palm Bay. I know you do. And I know that it's not only potential here, but you have the assets there. You know, I'm a consultant in Miami-Dade County and other places, and I see so many things that can be done because of your close proximity to Interstate 95 and the Space Coast. And so I'd love to talk about how you would incentivize developer or a property owner to do a development project that would yield taxes for you. Do a physical impact analysis. You can look at, so every project you look at, you do a physical impact analysis to see what it would yield, so that you can see what the dollars and cents are behind any of your decisions. Now, I know that when you do these zoning approvals, or you approve a project, that that's not a consideration. But it's good to have that information I just talked about, so you can see what the economic impact would be for any development that would come on board. So, you know, obviously it's a slippery slope you're on, because there will be council members that will ask you to meet with a developer, and you should. I mean, you meet with them just like you meet with any citizen or anyone else that does business with the city.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I'd like for you to think of a time it was difficult for you to admit you were wrong. And what was that? And why was that so difficult? Why was it so hard?
The last city that I managed was in Anytown, Florida. I had a great relationship with all the council members. The relationship was so good that, you know, I talked to them like they were my friend. And over time, obviously, I built a great relationship with them. I knew their families. I knew everything about them. They knew everything about me. And I thought that was a good thing. But what I learned was that sometimes I got too personal, and I took things to heart, especially when the council members voted no in something that, you know, I recommended, you know, and I took it personal. And so now I know that, you know, you have to stay away from it sometimes. You gotta, you know, elected officials are looking at things totally different than what you're looking at it. And so that was where my personal relationship with the council member interfered with their decision and what they wanted to do. So I kind of I'm aware of that these days now, more so than I was back then.
Thank you for your candor, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, can you elaborate on your experience in land planning and promoting economic development, and how long do you think the process should look like for the day the developer meets with city, by the day it's stamped for construction, how long do you think that process should take?
Yeah. So that's a great question. And so there's been some state law changes over the last 2 years. Right now, my firm consults with City of North Miami, Miami Gardens, and other cities, and the state requires you to go through a permitting process that you have to get through there within a certain time, or the permit is deemed approved. Okay. So I've been a planning director in 3 different jurisdictions in 2 different states. And so in Florida, and I'm speaking for Florida because in Florida, it's easier to develop than like California and sometimes Georgia. But the process should not take long to get through if you have guidance, if you have checklist, if you have all the things that developer or the property owner or a resident that want to come in and put a back porch on. It should be very vanilla what they are to do. And so if we make it as simple for not just the developer, but the resident to come in and get a building permit, because we're required to do online permitting right now. That should be happening right now. And in terms of a timeline, I don't know what the timeline should be, but I know that if we don't have staffing issues and other things, you should be able to get through the process relatively easy. And if technology is incorporated in what we're doing, it should be much more easier depending on what the permit is. Right now, I review board of adjustments and planning commissions and site plans, administrative site plans, and those kinds of things. It might take me a day or less to go through a 21-story high-rise development. Because we have Live Local now. So I have to look at everything that's affordable housing within a mile of that development project. So the kind of projects I'm looking at, I know we don't have them here in Palm Bay, but I'm used to looking at these kind of projects. That's what I do in my planning consulting part of my business. So I would say that here in Palm Bay, which you guys have to follow Florida Statute 163 like everyone else, I believe that it depends on what the project is, how big it is, depends on how long it takes to get through the process. If you have an engineer that's good, that's been working with the city or the county, your regulations are similar to the counties, they should be able to get in and get out quickly. If there's a, I don't want to put a date because I can tell you right now, it used to be 21 days, right? And then things would happen where 21 days would turn into 30. And it's because somebody went on vacation. The person actually does that, went on vacation. There's all kinds of factors in there. You could put a timetable on it, but I think the law has changed. So we're required to approve it now within a certain time frame.
And speaking of other government agencies, what approach would you take to further strengthen your relationships in Tallahassee? And a lot of things that happen in Palm Bay require our county, a lot of our roads are county roads.
Mm-hmm.
What approach would you take to enhance those relationships?
Well, you got to have the county. I mean, especially if you're in a charter county. I'm used to working in counties that are charter counties. And so working in charter counties, unlike working in Pensacola, which is a Escambia County, which is a not a charter county, it's easier to do things in Pensacola than it is in Miami-Dade or Broward County, period. That's because we have another layer of government. And so all this access to LAP funding and those kinds of things, there's a process to get to that type of money so that you could do local and road street repairs. So it's not cut and dry. But I would first meet with all the stakeholders. So I would I call it a power wheel, right? Let's say that roads and bridge resurfacing projects are important. Then I would look at everyone on that spoke to see who I should talk to. And then when I get that person, I'd say, who else should I talk to? And to make sure that I know what you do here in Brevard County and that we don't spend a lot of time learning how to make an application to the state or to the county for LAP funding, or to go to the local MPO and see if we can get our project prioritized to get in number 1 or number 2, or get into their UPWP or Unified Planning Work Plan. So, I mean, these are the things that I would do initially coming in. And having been a planning director in Florida in 2 different states, I understand those processes quite well.
Do you know anything about the area of Palm Bay called the Compound?
No, but I got a note here about the compound on this thing here. I don't have my glasses on, but I did read about it's an area of development. Now you're calling me out. I did some research on that. So did some research on the compound because it came up. Well, anyway, we can talk more about.
Yeah, and that's okay if you don't. I don't want to burn.
Yeah, it was
your time
about the
up on
public
that.
safety issues and safety concerns that are happening over in the compound, and that there's been. We had the same issue in Bell, California. Now, Bell, California, is in Los Angeles County. Bell, California is about 60,000 people. It's in 50,000 people in 1.2 square miles. In Los Angeles County, it's 13 million people just in Los Angeles County. That doesn't include Orange County. So this is a very urbanized area. In Bell, we had an area like the compound where the teenagers at night, they would do these donuts. Right. Matter of fact, it's a challenge because even one night on YouTube, I saw Bell, California, where this kid got ran over, where they were doing donuts in the vacant areas there. So I see that there's a lot of off-roading going on over there. There are other things that are happening and other law enforcement issues that are occurring over there. And so what I would do is work to enhance relations, community relations, obviously, with the folks over there and promote the use of public spaces and implement some sort of plan of action that could really achieve what we're trying to get to. But it was just very limited research, online research I did about it.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I'll go back to Councilman Langell.
I yield, Mayor.
Councilman Hammond.
I like your ideas, and I kind of want to give you a little bit of information on the compound so you can go into it further, because I do want to touch on that. The compound is basically 2,000 acres, and it was built for a community, and the community never got built. Each one of the properties, I would say there's over 1,000 different owners out there of properties, and it never got utilities. It never got anything. So how our council is coming to a conclusion through discussions we've had on the dais is we would like to see an industrial complex, some kind of tech industry being out there. But there are a lot of issues with different owners, utilities, and even infrastructure for anything out there. What do you see with that?
You know, I see some things that can happen quickly. I know that there's a fear of a number of things, and there's some recommendations that I could make. I'd rather make them to you privately about what you can do to resolve the property owner issues. Because if you are really truly invested in economic development and you have a plan, an economic development plan in place, and it includes the compound, there are actions that you can take against the compound to get it to the point where you need to get it to. Now, that's one recommendation, but I could give you 9,995 other recommendations as well. But if it's a problem for you, you are obligated to do that under your charter. Your charter outlines that you are there for not just health, you're there for health, safety, and welfare. And that's broad. But that's what your job is as a city council. That's what your job as a manager, to make recommendations to you. And what I see with the compound is an opportunity that you can engage the property owners who are willing to talk to you, because the city doesn't own the property, right? Individual property owners. So the first thing we do is we engage the property owners that are willing to come forward and talk to us. And then we start looking at alternatives on how do we address all the other issues. I think that industrial, to your point, works here, but sometimes that could be a dirty word to residents. Okay. And so there's a balance of how we have a transitional area when we have our industrial area and a transitional area, so that way our residential areas are buffered from industrial area. Because once you say this area is industrial, it could be high-tech paying jobs. We could have agglomerated effects from the Space Coast, but we can attract those sort of businesses to that place. But we need willing property owner and developer that are willing to make the investment. And I think you have that here. One of the things I would say to you is, if you really want to make the change, look inside first. But there are a number of developers that deal with hard to develop properties. They're all over the country. one in particular, and they're huge. They're all over Southern California. There are ones that I know right now in Miami that actually deal with hard to develop properties. They deal with these kind of things all the time. So there are a number. This is not a new problem, but new issue. This is a new issue, but I like the fact that it's 2,000 acres, right? And there's you can do anything with that with your demographics and your population. I was going to look and do like a cheap market analysis before I got here, but I didn't do that. But there are 5 things right now that can be done in your community next week. And so, having to develop and give recommendations to like places in Miami-Dade County and Los Angeles, California, I think that I could really help you in this respect.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes, Mayor. Only one question, sir. And, I've been through my share of city managers since being on council, since my first day in office. So I understand building the rapport with council members. I've built rapports with each of the city managers I had. And then sometimes things happen. Could you speak to, I want to hear your take on the abrupt leaving or resigning from Indiantown, because everybody else has their perspective.
Yeah.
But I would like to hear yours.
Yeah. It's called elections. So I thought I was going to be there till I retired. That's how the mindset. I went there. I loved the council members. I became friends with the council members, each one of them. And so it was a new community. They had never had a councilman before. Remember, it was a recently incorporated community. None of the council members had actually served on the council before. So not only was I there to build a city with them, but I was there training the council members to be council members. So obviously, I'd recommend that they go to the Florida League of Cities and get that training and build their own network, professional network, because some of the residents would say that, he's controlling the city, obviously. And they would try to make people think that the council members wasn't in charge or wasn't the decision makers, that I was. But I knew that I wasn't. I knew that I just recommended to the council because the council members were the decision makers. And so I think in June we had an election. June of 22 we had an election. Two of my council members lost their election, my supporters. And so the new council members that came in, obviously, they started saying stuff like, well, you haven't set this place up for success and all these different things. And so I said, instead of come to a council meeting and get, my reputation tarnished over something that wasn't real, I decided to part ways with the village of Indiantown, and I negotiated my departure. And so I think that's the way you do it, because you serve at the pleasure of the mayor and the council members, and you're part of the community, but you're not the community. You guys were elected. And so I think most city managers recognize that, we want it to be permanent, but it could be temporary. And so it wasn't abrupt. It was like, I think they call it the writing was on the wall. And so I decided to have a mutual separation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Brown, why would you be the best fit to be our next city manager?
I think that I would be the best fit because I think I understand what your issues are, even though I have not been here but 15 minutes. I believe that I could solve some of your economic development challenges in pretty short order, provided that there's a cooperative council in place that would be willing to accept recommendations from myself and the staff, or professionals that we might have to retain to help us do analyses and those kinds of things. I understand that the council, they have their own background on how they do things, and obviously that's going to be inserted into whatever we decide. And so, but I would say that if I was given the opportunity, put me on a plan. Tell me, hey, this is what you'd like to see, and I can tell you if I can do it. And I would explain to you how it could get done and really articulate those things. Every community I've been in, not only Indiantown, I built the community from scratch, but I was also city manager in Muskogee, Oklahoma, where I was responsible for $500 million worth of commercial development that occurred in their major corridor there. It involved a very complex land swap, which had not been done ever in that town. That wasn't something that anyone knew about. So there are things that I was doing there that had not been done before. I went to Los Angeles. On the busiest intersection in LA County is on Florence and Atlantic Avenue. That is in the heart of Bell, California. There on the corner, the city owned a old Western Auto. I don't know if you remember old Western Auto. It was plagued with environmental contamination. And so I was able to get with DEP, the equivalent of DTSC, which was the equivalent to DEP here. And I was able to get them to help us remediate that site so we can do a development project there. Now, what's there? The largest retailer in the world. Well, I'm sorry, the 8th largest retailer in the world is there. Okay. And other commercial retail development is there as well. So I think I can help you. You know, if given the opportunity, I think I can really do some things in very short order. I know that you've been waiting on this a long time. I can sense, I watched a couple of the videos. I saw some of the concern about things not getting done properly, but there's nothing that you can't do. If you got a cooperative council and you get the staff on board, there are things that you could do well here. And as long as we focus on what that is, and we agree that the most important things are economic development or infrastructure improvements or whatever it is.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
No questions, Mayor.
All right, sir. You've got the next 4 minutes to sell yourself even more.
Oh, great.
Or you can close. You can close out whatever
listen,
you.
I'll continue to talk. So, well, first of all, thank you so much for allowing me to come here and interview before you. I'm definitely interested in the job. I do want this job. I'd like to be an opportunity to be your next city manager, and I would say that what I see, you have all the assets you need to do what you need to have done. I think that if given the opportunity, I could come in quickly. I could work well with your staff, get to know your staff, and really be able to get things moving again. Because right now, your biggest challenge, I believe, is dealing with the staffing issues right now. That's going to be your biggest issue. And it doesn't mean that it's going to take a long time to really get in there and have a do-over. Okay. And then I think, you know, your next issue would be economic development. I'm not talking about this is going to take, you know, a month or 2 months. You know, this could take 1 week. It could take 1 year. But what I can do, I can inform you and all the others on the council exactly what I'm doing so that you have awareness of how we're going to proceed going forward. So I would say thank you. Thank you for your time and thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Brown, and thank you for applying. We're now on a 10-minute recess. Okay, trying to stay on schedule. We have a 2-minute warning at this point. It is now 1400 hours or 2 p.m. and hoping we have our next candidate in the queue. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm calling this special council meeting back to order. Gentlemen, and Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, our next applicant for city manager is Sonia Alves Vieros.
This meeting is back to order. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
So we're going to start the way we started every interview. I'm going to yield to the deputy mayor to make that first question. Have that first question, ma'am.
Good to meet you. Thanks for hanging out with us all day. Welcome to this meeting. Very briefly, can you please tell us about yourself, your character, and your personality? Give us some insight by telling us 1 or 2 things you like to do when you're not working, and feel free to expand on an opening statement.
Sure. So a little bit about myself. Sonia, the person. I am a mother of 2 girls, 9 and 11. I happen to be actually here already with my family for spring break. It was an unplanned, coincidental chain of events, but nonetheless, good ones, I would say, coming before this council. I have always been in government, in local government, that is. I started off my career in the city clerk's office and just building my way through there, both with education, having a master's in public administration, and then I currently also teach at Rutgers University as a public procurement agent. And I find that having the knowledge of building myself through then a leadership to get to a leadership role has been really invaluable. To me, I think it says a lot about my character. I find that with this job and this position, integrity is key, dependability, loyalty. When I'm also interviewing folks, I ask them, what do those things mean to you in a leadership role? Even as someone coming in for the first time as an officer, I think it's important, and it says to someone's character and leadership, especially serving in local government. And that's something I really truly pride about myself, being a public servant.
Thank you. What interests you most about serving as Palm Bay City Manager? And I believe you're shortlisted also for Palm Coast. So what would that decision-making process look like if you were offered a job from City of Palm Bay today?
So with regard to, first of all, we want to move to Florida, my family coming from New Jersey. So that is something that it's no secret. You have your public meetings, so everybody knows that there's open applications and open forums for it. So, but that said, the relationship between myself and council needs to be mutual. It's really important. And so going through this process and serving a community like Palm Bay, or a larger community, similar, I would say, in size to where I'm currently at in Edison, which is 107,000 residents. We are the 6th largest town, 2 major industrial parks, one being probably the 2nd largest in the northeastern part of the country. It aligns very well with my professional, and quite frankly, my personal, just my personal view on. I like to be somewhere where there's a lot of opportunity and growth, and that's something that you have here. And so I'm looking forward to being able to bring my thoughts, not just being someone from the outside, but having come to this country as a little girl, I've been able to adapt to wherever I am, and going through just different communities and have been able to serve different communities. I always find that an opportunity to learn. So I'm looking forward to being in a larger community that has plenty of opportunity. And the growth, I find that a good challenge, not necessarily a negative challenge, but I think that as long as we all work together and are able to figure out what does the city of Palm Bay look like in 10 plus or 20 plus years from now.
Thank you. I'll pass, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for yielding. Councilman Langevin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for joining us today. So my first question is, who is your favorite American founding father and why?
Abraham Lincoln.
All right. And what is your philosophy on taxes and versus spending, and how do you balance the two?
First and foremost, I have to balance the taxes for the residents to make sure that living in their community is attainable. And I mean that for working families and our senior population. That is probably one of the most challenging things to do, and making sure that even our senior population can stay and remain what they've always called home for 40 plus years. So that's what I vision for that.
Thank you, and I yield, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Hammer.
What information do you know about Palm Bay so far?
Your infrastructure, obviously we need a lot of addressing to do with your infrastructure. Are you looking for internally as well, and what I know, or
I just want to know what
anything?
questions I can ask you about what your first, say, 90 days here would be. Like what research have you done on Palm Bay itself to know kind of a basis on what your focal point's going to be to even sit in that seat?
Well, my first 30, I'm going to take you to my entire year. My first 30 days would be to meet with local leaders, just local constituents that have, not just the ones that, in terms of development, not developers. I'm talking about local leaders, nonprofits that do have some weight in the game here and that are current. They're looking for the betterment of the city of Palm Bay. And I would meet with those folks first 60 days. Within that time, I would also meet with our staff to understand exactly what's been going on. What are they looking in terms of leadership, how I can best serve them as well. I would report that every 30 days to you as a council, as a body. I find that really important so you understand what I'm doing outside in here in these council chambers and with staff. My first 6 months, I'd probably do a preliminary assessment as to where we go from here, both from an infrastructure, operations, what does that look like? And then I would take that next 6 months to develop some sort of plan with my departments. And then of course with you as well, having some community meetings from time to time, especially in my first year. I think it's really important in local government, like I started this out, to get to know, to get the face of the person that's leading your town, and having some local buy-in from residents. And I mean that because, traffic affects everybody, your infrastructure, the development that's coming in, your city services. When you come to town hall, how are you being greeted? That's really important. So that first full year, I would set benchmarks for myself and for city staff, so that that first year is really just a matter of understanding and developing a plan, so then I could come to this council a year from now when you're essentially evaluating me and saying, hey, what have you been doing and what are you going to do?
Okay, well, I do understand you have 2 large industrial areas in your city, so you probably have the capacity to move, things in and out of your city. We are over capacity here. So within that first year, would you be doing, or what are your ideas for serving that capacity within the first year? Because we are at capacity and we have a lot of things that need to be addressed immediately.
Sure. Well, the first thing I would do is what you may call a little different. We call it a master plan. I would look at your master plan to see exactly where you are in terms of your zoning and planning and how that actually fits the character of the city. And so I would look at it from that perspective so that there's proper planning. If the feeling and the sentiment is that you've overextended yourselves, well then is there any possibility? If there's none, that's fine, but I think that you have to be able to compromise with one another to understand that if there's an availability to lessen the burden of taxes on residents and with some potential development or some conservative development, then maybe that's an opportunity. But I think that's more of a broader statement. I would probably want to understand from a master plan and capacity, your engineering studies, what you are physically able to do and what you're not able to do.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson?
Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Having been a city manager in the past, how have you previously, if you had to, or how would you navigate unique and demanding personalities from council members?
Well, I sit before all of you, and one thing that I have to challenge you all with is that you're here as one body. And while you all have individual minds and ideas, my approach to you all is to get into the sentiment of, much like a marriage or relationship, there's a level of compromise. Now, that level of compromise doesn't necessarily compromise your ideas as individuals, as what your constituents elected you into office. However, we do need to come and build consensus. And so my job is to meet with you individually. Obviously, wouldn't want to, break any sunshine laws or anything like that, but I would meet with you individually, at the beginning of that fiscal year to understand what some of your goals are, let's say during your term, rather not just by year, but during your term, to understand how we can come as a collective body. And there's some negotiation that we'll have to get through, but there's a lot of compromise, realistic compromise. And I mean that because from a point of, can it be done? Can based on this engineering report or based on this level of operation you want to attain for the city, can it be done? So there's a lot of research, there's a lot of meeting with individuals, and I've spoken to some of your department heads, and I said, never come to this body with the problem, come with the solution. And so that's my job, is to take that same approach with you as individuals and as a body. But I do need a level of working relationship with you all, that there is a level and understanding that we'll have to compromise on things.
Thank you. And to add to that, a question I've asked everyone else, we have a $150 million road bond that was voter approved in 2018. We got started with work in 2019, but here we are today at a $70 million shortfall. How would you address this type of funding gap while continuing with critical infrastructure needs? And have you dealt with something like this in your past?
I've dealt with it time and time again. I think that's just the challenge of being in local government, is doing, having little and having to do more. And so I think that what I need to do is look at all avenues of funding, whether it's from developments that may be underway, or whether it's through some sort of infrastructure bank, especially if we're dealing with infrastructure issues. But particularly with roadway, there may be some possibilities of grant funding, state, county, something like that. So my job is to come with, again, the solution of figuring out where we can get the funding with the least impact to your municipal budget.
I'm good for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Ma'am, I just wanted to touch base a little bit on your experience as Councilman Johnson just recently discovered or shared your city management experience, and moreover, your oversight in infrastructure projects such as stormwater, as an example. So What have you found to be the best ways to deliver these timely, important infrastructure projects?
You do have to build out a capital 5-year plan, if you will. However, for infrastructure, you're looking at more of than just a 5-year plan. You're probably looking at incremental 5 years, but 20 years. Being that a lot of infrastructure, and we've dealt with it up north and are currently dealing with it, is 100-year-old underground infrastructure that just has not been paid attention to. And so that is our stormwater, that is our utilities, that is much of that. So with that, I need to come with you with the plan. And my plan is to say, okay, we are going to divvy up, parcel out, prioritize the worst to the what could we deal with in 10 years from now. So having a very diligent plan, and I think your department, speaking to your departments, that was started in 2019, and I would just build from that, but probably do a larger, broader capital improvement plan so that there's a realistic goal for whoever's sitting in the seat understands the level of commitment that is reached here. And again, it goes to that word of consensus, understanding that if those issues are not dealt with, and I've been put in that position, there's consent orders. And I know you've got a consent order in line, but, and I do as well in walking into a utility. So we don't necessarily want to have the state come down and tell us how to do our jobs. We should be able to know how to do our jobs. And I need to communicate that to each of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you give us an example of an ethical dilemma you were faced with, how you resolved it, and what you learned from that experience?
Sure. Dealing with procurement, that sometimes comes with the territory. I dealt with an issue in terms of ethical, not illegal, and I will say that in front of the your counselor here, is, you know, doing a project specific to I don't necessarily want to out our town or anything like that, but doing a project that went through a competitive process. So what that means is it's not just the lowest bid, it's the qualifications of technical cost and management of the project. I thought that the price was just unreasonable. There was no reason to go with that vendor. There were other qualified vendors, in my opinion. And just from a procurement standpoint, based on our specifications, they were qualified enough to do it, and we didn't have to spend double the amount of money. Ethically, I did not feel that that was the proper choice. That gets overridden, and I respect the elected officials for, you know, making that decision. Was it illegal? No, it was not illegal. However, I did not feel like it was the right choice because from my ability to be fiscally responsible needed to be echoed to the decision makers and the policy makers.
Well, thank you for that example, and I want to touch a little bit on, because we've been discussing change orders in particular, and how procurement can play a pivotal role in less changeovers or eliminating that opportunity. With your procurement experience, what have you learned that we could implement something like that?
So change orders, and I say this before my council, at every council, everybody hates change orders. There's this negative connotation about it. Now, there's a level of reality that there may be some change orders, especially depending on a construction project, for instance, right? You start doing a little more digging outside of what you should have done in terms of your due diligence. You do a little more digging and then you find something. It could be whatever. It could be some testing that happened and you find some tanker in there. It could be literally anything, or it could be the size of a roof. I've been dealing with an issue with architectural designs that were just not on par with the building, and then the roof just wasn't the right roof for that size of the building. And so part of that is to explain to my governing body is that there may be a limitation. There's always a limitation in terms of change orders. So we can't go more than 20% in the state of New Jersey. So I would need to understand what your level of, you know, what's your ceiling that there are for change orders. However, that's not something I've want to get into the habit is of change orders. So it is very important that before we embark on any project specification, that there is a deep dive in due diligence from the professionals, and that we hold our professionals accountable. It's one of the issues I've had with our roofing change order that nearly caused almost $1 million in change orders. Granted, it's 8% of the entire project. It's a big number for our residents to swallow. We've now held that architect accountable, and would be going through a process of trying to recover some funding. I'm very so that's the unfortunate part about that. But the part that was missed was making sure there was a level of due diligence and there was a knowledge-based municipal architect that understood what kind of roofing needed to go into a sports building.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Can you walk us through your experience as far as budgeting and what that looks like at the beginning of the fiscal year, coming up to that fiscal year, and how you're working with the different department heads, setting the budget, managing that budget, and maintaining that budget through that entire year?
So I came on spring break and I got my budget introduced. That was my first thing because I didn't want to deal with it after I came back. And it happens to be actually the earliest we've ever introduced a budget in probably 10 years. I say that not to just to say that, but I do pride myself on being task oriented when it comes to looking at my responsibility as a fiscal manager, because that's what I am as well. Our budget process, the way it looks like, so we're on a calendar year. So I'm talking calendar year, but then transitioning into a fiscal year. So just put your hat on here with me. I would start the budget process 3 months before your fiscal year begins. And what that looks like is I have all of my department heads put on the basis of 3 different kinds of requests. One being your operating account and what your operations is going to look like for the prospective year. Capital requests, what those look like for the year, and then personnel requests. I always tell my department heads, personnel requests are that one time a year thing, outside of contractual obligations, of course, but it is a one time a year. We are not doing mid-year things that just feels good. Rather, these need to be done on a very responsible fiscal manner. So those first 3 months, I meet with the department heads. I have one-on-one conversations with those department heads. I develop a budget that then I deliver to our mayor. I meet with our mayor. We go through it. We probably tackle on some more things that we probably drop down more things that we don't want to do. But I have really great department heads who've just been to task and they just make it work. So our level of our budget operations just never really increases substantially. So we go through that process. I then give the council an in-depth 2 reams worth of a binder of all of those documents, all of our expenditure reports, our worksheets that go through a 5-year 5-year look back rather. I put together all of our capital planning, what that looks like, our 5-year capital planning, our revenue streams. So within that binder, they have everything they can possibly look through that is as most transparent as I can be to the governing body so that they can make an informed decision and feel good about making a vote to introduce or adopt a budget. I then introduced the budget, which I just recently did. So now in the state of New Jersey, we have to have a 30-day waiting period review before you adopt the budget. So our earliest we can adopt is our first meeting in May. So the next 6-7 weeks, I will have one-on-ones with the elected officials because we can't have a quorum, obviously. I will have those one-on-ones with elected officials, go through with the department heads to go line by line again with those requests, what they actually look like, and they will then have a full base knowledge and essentially feel good about adopting a very responsible budget. So good that I think that there'd be little to no questions. We have a less than a 1% increase overall for the budget year. So, but then again, I leave that to the department heads who've just been to task, and they went and they've developed a very responsible budget. So it takes about, I would say, 6 months for me to develop that timeline. And we just keep with the dates and the meetings to make sure that everybody understands there's good buy-in from our elected officials at the same time.
Thank you. Can you speak to your achievements as far as the reorganization, restructuring of departments? Where did this take place? How did you identify, the issues, and what were the steps that you took that created that restructuring?
Sure. So when I'll give you an example. One of the restructuring was done when I was in Maplewood Township, and coming in as a new business administrator, knew that there were some areas that needed improvement as far as services, the infrastructure, and this was through the Parks and Recreation Department, and trying to understand the overall goal, because there were just a lot more community events involved, and how do we kind of bring that in. And then with community events came a more culturally aspiring community. So how do we dive into the cultural arts? And so I restructured that department so that it looked a lot more cohesive, and that there was rather than just having a cultural arts division, it fell under the umbrella of the community services department, which made sense. And as much as it's great that you as elected officials love to do your own events, we felt that, hey, you're elected, you're policymakers, we want to take that off your plate. We collaborated with those elected officials to essentially be the hub. And so I wanted to kind of centralize all of those community oriented events into that one department, created a division of community services rather just recreation, so that there was that high level thinking of we're serving the community, not just recreational activities, which still fell under, and as well as the cultural arts. So talk to our department head, talk to elected officials, and put together a pretty extensive report on what my thoughts were. Some of the personnel changes that I would be making, no one was losing their position or anything like that. I just was trying to find the strengths of those individuals, and identifying some of the weaknesses and where to put those folks so that we could address more of the community services aspect for that department.
Thank you. Just last question. In Township of Edison, there's 10 bargaining unit contracts. How do you approach that? How do you approach collective bargaining?
Friendly. They're challenging of themselves, but I find them to be partners. Because in times of need, and I mean, when I'm trying to corral an employee that's just, we know it's trouble, we know we have to kind of pull them through, that hole. And I find them to be partners in employee morale, in terms of the operations. I'm not there to fight with them, I'm there to work with them. And so given that there are that as many as 10 doesn't necessarily change the dynamic whether I had 2 or 3 or 4. It's just a matter of the way I approach the negotiation table with them, as we're here to work together, not against each other. And if that's the case, then I guess we'll just take this to arbitration. Nobody ever wants to do that. It's costly, it's timely, and so I do say that I have a very good working relationship with all of our union leaders.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Langevin,
I yield.
Councilman Hammer.
How big is accountability in your day-to-day process to be able to hold your leaders under you accountable for their positions?
The level of can you repeat that question?
How big on your list is accountability?
Oh, it's top. It's top. Accountability is, including myself, to all of the governing body. It's high.
And is there a example that you have to where you have brought a large amount of, I would say, not new business, but a new neighborhood, a new structure to your city, where if your city's functioning one way, to where you came in and you have a whole new dynamic that you had to come up with, and how did you move forward with it?
So I've sat on the board for a special improvement district. One of the little nuanced of when I was in Maplewood Township is that it's they call it Brooklyn West. So we have a lot of New Yorkers that commute to back and forth. There's a station, and when I sat on, there's two special improvement districts, and so one is called Maplewood Village, is kind of like in the suburb of the area. It's very quaint, kept, if you will, historic. And the other one is Springfield Avenue Partnership, which I sat on that board. And the reason I bring that up is because it's a major corridor between my hometown where I grew up in Newark, New Jersey, and Irvington and Milburn. And so there's about 4 or 5 towns that it goes through. And so there was a challenge there on how to revive that neighborhood because there was a lot of empty stores. And so there was a possibility of some development there. And how would that either negatively or what was the actual impact of rebuilding that neighborhood? It really did need to address, and having the experience of being on the knowledge base of being on the board and understanding the challenges, we were able to meet with developers to tell them, look, if you're going to build, then we need to mix use, if you will. We need you to revamp that storefront. We need something. And so that was really important to address that particular neighborhood, and rather just build and have more places for people to live, which is wonderful. However, how do we integrate them in the community and others that are already in that community, being that part of town their needs were a little different than, the more quiet suburban homes.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a better way or a better example. There's a lot of people that want to see a downtown in Palm Bay, and we don't have one. We're a bedroom community that has identified as a bedroom community, but we've grown out of being a bedroom community. So we need to provide not only jobs, commercial, we need to provide entertainment for people. And we do not have those things here. I'm looking for a proper growth strategy or something in terms of, we don't have a downtown. What would your insight to that be? And what would some of your steps be in bringing that here?
So we don't have a downtown either. And that's actually one of the challenges that I deal with my governing body all the time, and residents that come and saying, well, I want it to be a downtown. We've identified one area that potentially could be a downtown. And the way I would approach that is, and I've done that in other towns, is I get the state to come down, what we call the community affairs division at the state level, to give us a proper assessment so that we can have some buy-in from the state, county, to see how we could, how that would affect some of the mobility issues, if there were any traffic, things like that. I think you have to kind of sit down and look at your master plan, seeing what some of the zoning looks like and what you would want to do. It's a multi-step thing that if there's a general consensus that you want there to be a downtown, which I don't think that's a negative thing. I really don't. I think that you just have to be realistic in terms of, where do you put it? How is it going to affect the neighborhood? I think you have to go through several studies in order to identify it. But in order to do that, you need funding. And so I would actually go to your state legislature folks and try to figure out, how can you help me to make my town a desirable town to visit? Not just perhaps what's been seen as a bedroom town, which I deal with that. I get it. And if anybody knows Edison, in the middle of Edison is our donut hole, Metuchen Township, which is a beautiful town with a downtown. So we always get kind of criticized for that. And I completely understand that. I think not having one, though, we do need to go through a process of understanding your zoning and your master plan and what your vision looks like for your town.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, how will you or how have you navigated disgruntled employees over the past 6 years of being on council? Whether it's been just doing a record search and looking at the exit interviews of employees, or early retirees, or times where I've recommended them to speak to staff or follow whistleblower act. A lot of it fell unheard, to their point. How will you or how have you navigated waters like that?
So the first thing is education. And so one of the resounding messages I've heard is making sure that your morale is um, continuing to be uplifted, which I felt that it was. And so in order to do that though, is you have to have some form of education given to them so that they feel they feel empowered, if you will. Okay, no matter at what level. One of the things I do, and when I teach my classes, although it's procurement, I teach them that procurement means that you're still at the level of accountability and leadership, because you're essentially centralizing you're a fiscal watchdog, if you will, for your town. And so I see that because of their interest in wanting to be educated about municipal government, whether it's procurement or whether it's just finance or whether it's a city clerk or a tax assessor, they feel empowered that. And it's that one thing that your high school counselor always says to you, you can't take my education away. And so if you allow employees to be educated, get certified, whether it's through some kind of MPA program or procurement class at your local state or state college, it even if they left here, which is what any good manager that I've ever had saw me go and you know spread my wings, so to speak, they're going to say that Palm Bay gave them the opportunity. And so that's where that thing comes back. We're like, okay, well, then that's a good place to work. So that morale is right up there, and you're going to keep people. Education means retention and means a less of a revolving.
If you drive around the city of Palm Bay, you'll see some dilapidated buildings, areas that had a business there that no longer have a business there. I'm not sure if you've dealt with anything like that in New Jersey. How have you, if you have, addressed issues like dilapidated buildings or brought back growth or brought back something of an asset instead of a liability with structures like these?
The first thing you do is you go after those owners and hold them accountable. We're not trying necessarily to attack people, but we do need to hold people accountable. So if you're a business owner, or if you're someone who owns a home that's probably abandoned or just has piles of a car that's kind of, there's a health issue, our folks here that work here need to go out and they need to police these items. And so holding those people accountable is going to be the first step to overcome. And then having conversations with potential developers saying, okay, this is this place, I need to address it. We've, one of the first initiatives when I came into with our administration is we had a lot of what we call massage parlors. And within, I want to say, the first 12 months of this mayor's administration, our staff was able to, collectively through police and zoning and so forth and health, were able to close 9 massage parlors. And so, and we're talking about through a major corridor, although it was may been a county road, it's still our place. The zip code is Edison, New Jersey. We can't have that level of visibility of what is that going on. And so that's the first thing you do, is hold those property owners accountable.
One more question, Mayor. When it comes to the waterways in Edison, how did you work to make sure they were safe, they were efficient, and they were thriving? We here in Palm Bay, Florida, have the Turkey Creek and we have the Indian River Lagoon, which people don't realize how much of an economic driver it is when it comes to the health of our environment. So I'm not sure if you have any experience with dealing with something of that nature in Edison, but I just wanted to ask.
I do. We have a river, Raritan River, which is about 6 miles. 6 miles of it is within Edison Township. And so part of the challenge is trying to, and then there's a landfill not that far away. So the challenge is trying to kind of rebuild that entire area. So one of the first things we did as an administration was procure a piece of land that was there, about 9 acres, to try to hold that, to revive that specific waterway. And it actually leads into a good portion of our Jersey Shore, if you will. And so that's one of the larger projects we're hoping to embark on at one point. But we as a town committed to procuring that land so that there's good development, there's responsible development, and we're able to hold any potential developer if that happens. But at the very least, keep that within our town means, whether we do it for recreation.
Thank you. Thank you. So you spoke a little bit about your budget, but I want to know a little bit more about how you evaluate police and fire service needs in relationships to your budget currently in the town of Edison.
Sure. So I do it in the same manner that I evaluate every department. However, public safety, of course, the priority is we do need that level of infrastructure, and I mean by our buildings, our trainings for those folks, and our vehicles. So their needs usually are at the top. Public safety is paramount, and so I usually hold that a little differently in terms of having that more as a priority list when it comes to budgetary discussions about the vehicles, the training, and whatever they need in order to facilitate. So for example, like I know you have some EMT, combination of firefighter, which we do too. And so making sure that they have the proper infrastructure in order to be able to do that and address calls. Are there systems in place? So I do usually put public safety at more of a priority top. And not to say that the others are not, I do try to kind of like play mom in that and saying, okay, well, what is everybody's needs looks like, but there's a level of priority. I mean, public safety is public safety. We can't argue against that.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Provide us with an example of a successful local government partnership you developed with a business or not for profit.
A business or non-for-profit
or nonprofit, yeah.
Um,
Any partnerships, successful local partnership that you had, a project that you had combined kind of private public business?
There's plenty of those. One of the policies actually that we just embarked on was a public space, adopt a spot, we call it. And that's now going to be and I've had that in other communities, and that's a public-private partnership. And the reason we did that was to beautify some of these areas that are hard for our staff to get to, manpower wise. And so, what we're going to do there in that program is to get some private partnerships. So local, whether it's local construction company or landscape or whatever local business. And so I've done a lot of that, partnering, if you will. The same thing with nonprofits. Again, going back to Maplewood being a culturally driven community, we had a nonprofit called Coalition on Race to just kind of bring some of the inequities of the town to see how we can form good programming for those through our cultural arts division. So there's just been different places, different nonprofits and private partnerships.
So thank you for that, ma'am. I'm trying to get to a place where, as you mentioned, Edison is more of a bedroom community that you're experiencing. I'm trying to get to a place where was there a project or is there a vision of you increasing that commercial tax base within Edison, or increasing? I know you mentioned about a downtown, but what efforts or what experience have you seen that have been proven successful to increase that commercial or whatever light industrial base?
So right now we're actually dealing with trying to address our light industrial zone, because again, we've got some mixed homes and we've got some longstanding businesses there. So the way we've looked at it is we've put our heads together between our planning, our zoning, our engineering, and we try to look to see how we can work with those local businesses yet maintain that good rapport with the community. So that's been my experience, is doing the due diligence part of with the professionals, and then having community meetings with the residents to make sure that this is something that they would even consider or welcome into their neighborhood.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. If you were to be extended an offer for employment what would your vision look like as far as how long would you like to stay in Palm Bay? What would that decision look like in comparison to Palm Coast, and when could you start?
My interview with Palm Coast is until later in about 3 weeks or so, it's something like that. So, obviously this is here, and I'm here. So, if you're asking me if there was an opportunity to be here,
If you were to offered a job today, would you make a decision quickly, or would you have to wait for your other interview with Palm Coast?
so I think I would be able to make a decision quickly. I would feel comfortable enough to be making a decision, and so that would be my answer.
And then when could you start?
So respectfully to my employer, I usually give them 60 days, especially being in this position. I always want to keep I have a great mayor and a good working relationship that understands sort of the process I'm going through. So I want to be respectful. I don't ever want to burn a bridge with any one of my previous employers, and that's really it. I'd give him that opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any other council members have any questions? So at this point, is there anything else you'd like to share?
Sure. I want to share a little bit about the education that I commit to when I'm teaching procurement at our state college, and that is the education aspect of it for local government officials, your staff. I think that's really important to build up, and I want to make sure that whoever you choose understands that. Certainly, if I'm chosen, that's something that I want to implement. I'm also for our New Jersey Managers Association, our vice president, and that's a position that I've basically worked through the last handful of years. Our industry needs good leaders, and so I want to make sure that coming to Florida, that I am able to implement that not only here in Palm Bay but in the state of Florida, so that our industry is looked at as a profession, and that I'm here to make sure that our staff feels good about coming to work every day. And that's just a little bit I wanted to share about some of the side things that I do to make sure that we have folks coming, even our high school students, understand that there is a career path in local government, and that there's a good retention that comes with that. So.
Well, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you applying and coming and spending a Saturday with us. So thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, we're going to break. And Mr. Morgan, I see you had like 30 minutes. So should we reconvene at 3:15 or 15:16 or?
That's fine. And so what we'll do is we'll ask all the applicants who you have interviewed today. Their waiting area is over across in Building A. We'll dismiss them and bring them back into this room. I know there were several members of the public that wanted to start to meet them and maybe ask them some questions and mingle a little bit. And so that half-hour time, it'll give me time to go and talk to the department heads who have been candidates when they haven't been here, have been meeting with the department heads, get some sense of what their feelings were about the different candidates. And I can bring you that information. So during that time when the council's not meeting in session, there'd be an opportunity for the candidates to have a little informal time with some of our residents that are very interested in this, and they get to know the candidates. And then when we first come back, we'll have the public comment period. So that way, any of the candidates and the interaction with any of the public, it'll be fresh on their mind, and could incorporate that during the public comment period before you start your deliberation.
Okay, so just so that everyone's tracking, we're going to have the candidates come in here, mingle with our constituency, and in that time, then we'll start. Afterwards, we'll come back and you'll be discussing it with your department heads.
Yes, sir.
Right, and then when we come back, we'll have public comments, and then we'll have council discussion.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's set the clock for 15:20. We'll reconvene at 15:20, meaning 3:20 p.m. in the afternoon. Thank you. We'll reconvene in 2 minutes. This is your 2-minute warning. Council, wherever you are, in 2 minutes on the dais.
Bring enough for us.
30 seconds.
It is now 15:20 or 3:20. Before we get started, I'd like to just share with everyone, thank you for being part of this process. Each and every candidate devoted their whole day for this interview process. So thank you for wanting to be a part of what I consider the greatest city on the face of the earth. So I'm going to yield to you now, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, members of City Council, now is the time under Florida law that we will hear from public comments before you would go any further. And then at the conclusion of that, I had a chance to meet with the department head team and get some thoughts from them that I could share with you. But at this point, would recommend that you open up the time for public comments.
Okay, duly noted. So at this time, I will entertain whoever wants to publicly speak. Please raise your hand. Well, since you're already standing up, sir, come on up. State your name and address, and then I'd like to see who's next by a show of hands. Okay, you're second, you're third. Mr. Miller, you're second, third, Mr. Timmons, fourth, Sergeant Major, and fifth, Ruth. Yes, sir, carry on.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Deputy Mayor. I want to thank you for this opportunity. It's not often that you get an opportunity to say what you have to say before the commission. And I want to thank you for bringing all of these great candidates in. Not one of them was a bad candidate. There may be some that are better than others, but they're all qualified to do the job. I have 4 points that I'd like to make. First of all, when we talk about a city, we talk about a vision. And as this council is put together, it's got to be a collective vision of who you want this city to be. So first of all, when you look at that, I always look at the Bible. I'm a preacher. Proverbs 29:8 says, where there is no vision, the people perish. And so we collectively have to have a vision, and we need a city manager that's capable of creating a vision that's collective of your vision and the constituents' vision, the people that pay the taxes. And so we need someone who has the skills to bring everybody collectively at the table to deliver and establish a strategic plan that will be utilized to direct the resources of the city. So when you look at the candidates that are in this room, you have to look at it through the lens of somebody that can produce that. Because that's the failure, I think, of this city over the last 14 to 15 years. We haven't had a strategic plan, and we haven't had a city manager to develop a strategic plan, and one that does not just sit on the coffee table, but one that's actively used to guide the city. Number two, and I got 54 seconds, we need someone who understands project management and economic development that can help to grow the city's commercial footprint and tax base. As you heard from all of the candidates, this is a bedroom community that's basically residential in nature. You're going to take the pressure off of the residents. You're going to have to create an environment, and you're going to need somebody that has the capacity to bring developers in and to make investment in our city. Okay. Number three, and I got 18 seconds. Let me just hasten to my last point. I'm opposed to bringing back a candidate who led this organization when his direct report was accused of racketeering and bribery and later convicted of these crimes. We need to start new.
Thank you.
And we need to have somebody who has the skills and can
Thank you,
bring
sir.
that to bear.
Thank
You very much.
Thank you. Second person was Mr. Miller. Come on up. Please state your name.
Mark Miller, 890 Nelson Avenue, Palm Bay. First of all, I did listen to it in its entirety on my way back from Fort Myers through Avon Park, so I did get to hear 100% of all the interviews, just to clear that up. Overall, really great job with the questions and consistency between the groups. I've hired thousands of people in aerospace, and you guys did a really nice job. Certainly would like to know more about experience on developing culture and teamwork and succession planning. I didn't hear a lot of questions about that. With the importance of the position, I don't know what the mandate is here with you guys today, but because of the importance of the position, I know I've found in senior leadership roles, it's a good idea to maybe narrow your field down to your top two, maybe even top three, and bring them back for a second round to dive deeper and penetrate deeper into questions. So I would throw that out as a recommendation. As I did my own rating, I kind of had a top 1, 2, 3 candidates. If it matters. I don't know Greg Link at all. I don't know anything about whatever happened in the past, and I intentionally didn't research any of that because I didn't want to bias my viewpoint on the interviews at all. But I thought it was actually a good idea to bring him back for an interview to give him an opportunity to share. Right, and to share his heart and what he would do and what he would do differently. So I thought from that perspective, that was a good thing to do for a man who's been in our community for a long time. Outside of that, for me, with a minute left, I thought Matt Morton knocked it out of the park. I thought Jason Davis and Sonia both did a very admirable job as well, and so. If I was sitting in your seat, I'd probably look at bringing those 3 guys back, or 2 guys and a lady, excuse me. I'm gonna leave it at that. You guys did an outstanding job. Thank you, as the gentleman said before me. Thank you for making this public. Thank you for allowing the public to come and have comments and to provide some input. And I will just leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The third speaker was Mr. Timmons. The fourth speaker is Master Chief. And the fifth speaker is Ruth Kofold. So start making your way down.
Mike Timmons. This is the first time I've been in front of this council. And so congratulations to the new members of council. I am, as most of you know, a significant owner in the Bayfront area and have been trying for years to get something moving and accomplished in that area. It has been a struggle for me, and I don't, and as I looked at the candidates, selfishly, I look at, well, what what do I think is going to drive not just our area, but the city forward. And for me, it comes down to, are you familiar with the area? Do you know the area well enough to make those decisions without having a runway of 1 year to get going on that? And then most importantly, I think what I've come to find out is how political everything is in this county, and how difficult it is to get things done if you don't have the right leadership and, more importantly, the right connections. Ms. Smith and I were just talking about, Brevard County and the commission. So as I look at all the candidates, I thought you guys did an amazing job bringing the candidates in. I will tell you, I personally, I met Monique Miller when she came to, we had an event where we brought some people in to do a community meeting for rezoning that we had. And I met Greg Link at that, and I stayed in touch with them over the last several years as they've tried to help me manage through a process with some of the constituents, in not only the local level but also the the county and state level. And I will tell you that I believe putting him in this position will drive the city forward faster than anything else that we could do. And I believe in what I've met of Greg. He is a character. I know there's things that happened in the past. I get that. There always is. I grew up in my business was the private sector, and we always said, if you're not pissing anybody off, you're not being innovative. So I think this council needs to be innovative, and I think the city needs to take a look at certain areas, which you've all addressed here, and one being the compound, certainly in the infrastructure, and one seeing if we can't create something unique and different that really does one thing for Palm Bay, mainly in the waterfront, is that bring a brand, bring an identity, bring something that people say, we know what Palm Bay is, because that's the destination that has this. And so I yield. Thank you very much for your time, and appreciate it.
Thank you. Master Chief.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. First off, I'd like to thank the applicants for applying to even come to work for this city. Also, I'd like to thank staff, because I know what an inconvenience it's been for them to go through this process. But after watching it, I had more questions than I did answers from watching the interviews, right? So it basically boiled back down to whoever you put in that position right there, they have to have the guidance from you, right? And you're always short term. So that's what makes the conflict within the long-term establishment of the city. That being said, I want you to remember that you put us in this position. So as always, I will hold you accountable for the outcome. That's the way it is. You made the choice for this to be in this position. It's on you to make the right choice now, right? So choose wisely, and good luck, you guys. Well, I do love this city, though. It is a good one. Let's keep it going.
Okay, next speaker.
Ruth Caulfield, 935 Douglas Street, Southeast. I've been here all day, saw all the candidates. Thank you, council and staff, Mr. Morgan and staff here. This has been a good thing for the city. I wish more people would have been here, more citizens. I've been involved in citizen advocacy for the past 5 years here, and I can say that this is probably one of the easiest councils to deal with in the dealings that I do with the advocacy that I am involved with. I go to a lot of the city council meetings and things like that. So I'm excited to participate in this process, and thank you for the opportunity provided to the citizens to share in the selection of their city manager. I don't feel that stepping backwards with a person who has served as city manager previously is a good idea, especially since I've not seen him involved in the council meetings, committees, or the citizens group. I see Mr. Weinberg here a lot, and he has served and is still serving in several levels, but I've never seen Mr. Link before today. So of the 6 candidates that were left that presented here today, my top three would be Matthew Thomas Morton, Jason Brian Davis, and William Lawrence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group of speakers by a show of hands, would you please? So you're next, sir. After him, you, and then yourself. And then Phil, you'll round that up after the young lady, okay? Sir, please state your names and address. Yeah, come on over.
Good afternoon, Jared Elkins, Alethea Holdings. Glad to see you all back. First, I'd like to start by saying congratulations on an outstanding process. Very well done. You all should take a minute and really congratulate yourselves on the utmost of decorum, professionalism, and efficiency today. You got through a lot of work, and honestly, I could not have been more proud to be a part of this process today. That being said, I'd like to formally disclose Greg Link has been an advisor to Alethea Holdings for almost 2 years. In a professional advisory capacity, he's been under NDA. He has not been able to appear. He has not been able to speak to what we're working on. The compound project, my intimate knowledge of the project, is a direct result of all of the guidance, the advisory board work he's done, the leadership he's shown within my organization that has led us, with his help, to raise $426 million worth of economic development commitment over an 8-year period, starting effective, what did you say you could start this afternoon? I think you said this morning. We're ready to go. We have a commitment letter from Flourish Farms to relocate their headquarters out of Nevada to Palm Bay, Florida, to Springboard Phase 0 with a 600,000 square foot greenhouse housing 21.5 million plants. As part of the public-private partnership we began to contemplate under Suzanne Sherman. That whole thing fell apart. I don't even want to get into that and relitigate all of that process. We're now back. We're here. Mr. Link is not only intimately involved in what I'm doing, but he has a unique experience, having been a resident as long as he has, having been involved with everything he's been involved in, and his former capacity as a city manager. He can, in fact, literally hit the ground running on day one with everything we've done for the last 2 years. And we can really start to make a change. As far as a vision for a city, I could not agree more with the gentleman. The Alethea vision is to partner. I came before you a year and a half ago saying I was looking for a partner. I elected Palm Bay over Reno because it's more transformative, it's a smaller community, and frankly, I felt it was much more personable. I felt there was more opportunity. I felt there was more synergy philosophically. And in more disclosure, I've known Kenny since he was 17 years old. I've watched this man become the man you know today from, I would say, a second son perspective. And it's truly good work. Fantastic job, young man. I could not be more proud of you than I am today. That being said, I honestly want to hit the ground running. I want to start as soon as possible, and we are ready to move. Thank you for your time.
Well, how do you follow that? Michael Briette, 742 Cornelia Avenue.
Bless you.
I can only give you my opinion from this perspective. If you're a fighter, you want to know your opponent that you're fighting. Who better to know the opponent? He's been there. He's fought this opponent. He's beat this opponent. He's got good results. And to repeat something else that was said, we don't need to give a runway. We need someone that's going to be on the job from day one and working. There's no learning curves in this job. They don't know the opponent here. This man does. And I tried getting you to stay, Scott, but you said no. And I understand that because my wife would probably beat me up too. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Feel short. Judy Thornberry, 1859 Plantation Circle, Southeast. I've been here, a resident here for over 35 years. I've seen what goes on in this town. I've seen firsthand, and I'd like to see us move forward. It's the first time I've addressed in this council. I went to every meeting from 2015 to 2020. I sat in these chairs. I didn't come back after 2020 because the corruption stopped. Not stopped, but was leveled out, I should say. It came to the attention. I've seen FDLE in the departments here. I've seen the growth management FDLE before 2020, and I'm tired. I'm very tired. I want to see us move forward. And in my opinion, what I sat here all day, in my opinion, is Tim Morton. I want to say Tim Morton. Tim Morton and Davis were the two top in my from sitting here listening to them. And I hope you really will go with one of those candidates. Just please, I want to move forward. I'm tired of moving backwards. I've seen the corruption firsthand, and I'm tired of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, by show of hands, Phil, you're next. After Phil, anyone? You're next, sir.
Phil Weinberg, 466 Scanlon Road. As I'm sure you probably all know, Greg Link is a friend of mine. But having said that, I think Greg has been unfortunately tarred with a brush, guilt by association. And also on social media, look, I think there was wrongdoing on the part of some council members, more so than Greg. Greg was investigated. They did all sorts of things. They found him guilty of nothing. Greg can, if you look at, and, to give him credit, he didn't even address any of that when he spoke to you. But what he did talk about is his accomplishments. And if you look at his accomplishments when he was city manager, he is the only person that could step in and move the city forward in the direction that we all needed to go. Having said that, I have to give credit to Mr. Morton. Matthew Morton gave a terrific interview. But like I said, Greg is the one person who can step in and do the job immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lance Fisher. So, I've been all about transparency. I've been at this podium quite often over the last 6 months. So I came in today, probably detrimental to the process. I came in with a closed mind, and I was anti one candidate. But I've sat here and I've listened. I've spent, 7-8 hours together with you all. And I realized it would be very hypocritical of me to come in here closed-minded against one candidate when I'm asking you all to be transparent and open-minded about the other candidates. So for me to sit here and shut one candidate down, it would be hypocritical of me. So you guys got my email yesterday discussing my concerns with the process, but I moved on from that. So I sat here today, and I'll be honest, I broke these down into 3 categories as well. And what you guys, I guess, what you have to decide is you have two avenues here. You have you have the community that wants to move forward, and I think you've heard the 2 consistent names, Mr. Morton and Mr. Davis. Mr. Morton, he got an applause when he was done. If there was a mic, he should have dropped it and walked out. The man answered your accountability, and you know that I'm all about accountability. And it's all I've been asking for since April 15th is about accountability. He brought in an outside agency to investigate his HR. That's huge, and I think that's important. He researched Palm Bay. The man answered every question. You guys didn't have to go into what do you know about Palm Bay. He researched it. He wanted this job. Mr. Davis did an outstanding job as well, but it just seemed like he was more focused on the Fort Lauderdale. He didn't have the same research that Mr. Morton had. And so I think that he talked about empowering people, Mr. Morton. He talked about empowering people. We know that's a struggle with the city. We're not empowering our folks. We're too heavily reliant. And so he talked about trust and transparency, which I believe is important. And that's why I came up here to respect the process today and not go backwards. So I'll spend my last minute
talking, and I think I'm going to speak for a majority of the community. We don't want to go backwards. We don't want to be held hostage by investors. We don't want a candidate that's paid for and bought. I don't need to hear about $462 million if you select my guy. I believe if you start the city manager process with that on your table, you're already bought and paid for. That's just my personal opinion. And I don't think that the city wants that. I've had conversations today. I've been able to clear my conscience. I've had multiple conversations, but I believe, because I've watched every council meeting for the last 4 ones, I watched them all since Monday, trying to figure out this speech that I still haven't written. I walked up here today with nothing. This city does not want to go backwards. They don't want to be owned. If you make a decision to go with Mr. Link, you are owned. You're owned by $462 million. It's been said over and over again. I don't think that's how we want to move forward. Mr. Morton has the ability to come today. I listened to the man speak. He's smart. He used words that are much bigger than any of us know. He could come in tomorrow and take this job and move forward. But I do appreciate your process.
Thank you.
I appreciate the process.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, next group of speakers by show of hands. Anyone else wish to speak? Judy, you're next after Judy. Anyone else in the public going to speak? Sir, we're in public comments right now. Carry on.
Okay, I'm Judy, 751 Pebble Beach Avenue, Palm Bay. And I did spend a lot of time prior to today on looking at the resumes. And at the last meeting, I had stated that the first 3 that were on the board over there were exactly my 3. I've listened to everything today, and I believe I've come up with the same 3 choices. However, not in that order. I believe, one of them wasn't here. I'm sorry. So there was 2 choices. I believe that our city can go forward with Mr. Morton. He has the enthusiasm. He has done his homework, and he's very amiable. I think he can show that Palm Bay is a great place to work. I love his enthusiasm. Mr. Davis, I believe, can do the same. I firmly on his side as well. Unfortunately, the third one that I had picked did not come today. So I don't want to go backwards. I think what happened to our city from 2015 to 2020 was abhorrible. And there has been no apology. There's been no acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Anyone that was in that environment that did not see what was going on around them had to be blind or an idiot. So I'm dead set against going backwards. I'm hoping that you make a wise choice. Think of the future of Palm Bay. Think of the residents of Palm Bay and the trust that must be put in you, in your decision, and the city manager. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wish to speak for or against anything? Before, sir, you already spoke. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the council? I'm making this final call. That concludes the public comments. And now this is going to go back to council. But before it does, I want to have our city manager, Mr. Morgan. The very first thing I want to share with you is thank you for bringing us to this point. Thank you for the opportunity of having such a great outcome in interviews with minimal cost. We were provided with outstanding quality candidates. The interview process was perfect. I want to thank my fellow council members for actually working with me in this time challenge day to give up your Saturdays and do the right thing for the city. And quite frankly, I'm excited. We get to choose our future leader here. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. And I believe in moving forward and moving the city forward. This is such a huge blessing for each and every one of us to be part of this process. And I thank each and every candidate. I'm excited that you chose Palm Bay to be a part of. And for that, I'm forever grateful. To our citizens, my hat's off to you. Outstanding job being part of the process all day. I'm encouraged by you allowing me to serve as mayor. But when I see government in action like today, I'm encouraged, I'm motivated. I feel like going out and PTing for a mile. I digress. It is so important for me as a Palm Bayer of over 37 years to see your engagement, to see your love for our community. And I thank you for the opportunity that you've bestowed on each and every one of us. Mr. Morgan, I truly appreciate your efforts here today. Your efforts when the city needed you, the city of Palm Bay needed you, you came forward and brought us to this brink of us about to make a decision that would affect the rest of our lives for years to come, in my opinion. Carry on, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor. Just as a reminder for those, most of the people here were here this morning, while the candidates were not interviewing in front of the city council, we had a group of 4 groups of department head teams, and so the candidates could get to know our team, and that our team could start to get to know the candidates, one of which would be the next city manager. And so during this time that ended at 3:20, had chance to go visit with the department heads and see what their how they viewed the candidates that they met today. And the candidate that impressed the department head team the most overwhelmingly was Matt Morton. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. So our staff was quite impressed with one of those candidates, and the candidate is Matthew Thomas Morgan. Just to rehash that. And I'll start to speak to each council member. Deputy Mayor?
Wait, Mayor, point of order. This should be a
Well, that's what I'm getting to. And I'm asking the Deputy Mayor your comments.
You want to make a motion first?
Well,
I just want to get a direction of this council.
Well, it's Robert's Rules of Order. When it comes back to us, we're technically supposed to have a motion. So with that, I'll make a motion to select Greg Link with a 90-day probationary period for city manager.
And Mayor, I'll second it.
All right, Deputy Mayor.
I won't be supporting that motion today.
I guess the floor goes to me.
Well, yeah, you made the motion.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And this is easy to talk about. We talk about full transparency. I have time. I've been here all day. I'll be here all day to answer any other questions, but let's rewind back. Mr. Link signed up with Top Notch Training, my business, because he had hurt himself from golfing, and signed up with my business partner, Eric Seitz. Upon working with Eric Seitz, I made sure to make sure I wasn't getting involved in city business or anything with him on that nature. But while working with him, he had seen me one day, and I was down and out. I had received news regarding a family member of an illness that was within their body, and he had saw me and he had prayed for me. Not only did he pray for me, he asked what it was he can do to help me, and I disclosed, which I won't disclose now. I disclosed what the ailment was. And not only did he go out of his way to pray for me, but he also took time aside to get some information of what had killed his wife to make sure he could save my family member. So when we talk about character, I fired this gentleman 6 years ago. I was the deciding vote to fire this gentleman on my first day on council with partial information, with opinions, with people calling my phone, telling me to do this or telling me to do that. This gentleman, he had no reason to go out of his way for my family member, to go out of his way for my loved one. And in doing so, I was like, wow, I was blown away, because I can't speak to the character of anybody else in this room, but I can speak to my own perspective and my own interaction with those here. And with my interaction with Mr. Link, he's just shown his faith and his grace, because I don't know too many people in here who have been able to show the same grace to somebody else. So I can only speak to that and speak to my experience. Aside from that, speaking to Mr. Timmons and speaking to others in regards to their time delays on projects and getting things moving, that's a whole nother avenue. But I wanted to make sure I spoke on the character aspect of my experience with Mr. Link. I didn't have a chance to really have an experience with him prior, because on my first day of being sworn into office was the same day that we fired him, a 3-2 vote. So with that, on top of what I know he can do for the city on hitting the ground forward, that's why I had no problem making the motion. The two other applicants that I selected, Sahoni, he withdrew, so he wasn't here, and the other one didn't make the cut, which is why I knocked my list down to 3 instead of 5, because I didn't feel like we should be bringing so many people here. Highly impressed with Mr. Morton, but that's also why I put a 90-day probationary period in place, because if we're not satisfied with what we see in 90 days, you got to go. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Langevin. You've seconded the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I mean, I don't think my second was any surprise. I've been behind Greg Link since day one. One of my favorite congressmen in the past said, I fear nothing on the earth, above the earth, or under the earth except to do wrong. And this man has been wrong from day one. He's a phenomenal man. I know Greg Link. I know his heart. He's got one of the biggest hearts that I know. But more importantly, he's the only candidate in this room that knows the city, that can start on day one, that has the relationships at every level of government and in the business community that it's needed. We're already 6 months behind since the last election. And even our best candidates after Greg Link have said it'll take at least 6 months for them to get spun up to do what they're going to do. And I keep hearing, we're going to go forward. We're not going back. That was literally Kamala Harris's campaign slogan. I'm pretty glad we went back on January 5th, quite frankly. And I think we can do something positive here in the city of Palm Bay. This whole we're moving forward and we're not going back. I think that's a ridiculous concept. Greg Link is highly qualified. He knows the city. We've done it at the federal level. And they tried everything at the federal level to hit Trump with lawfare and everything else. I haven't heard one allegation about Greg Link. He's the most vetted candidate in the room. He had 3 guys wear a wire on him with the FDLE and the FBI, and they didn't even bother interviewing him. Why? Because he didn't do anything wrong. So I think this is ridiculous that we're even having this conversation. I'm behind Greg Link. I'll continue to be. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. Councilman Hammer?
I have to go into this with not just using my heart, because when I got into here, one of my first decisions up here was to fire somebody I considered one of my friends. I can sit here and say Greg Link was one of my best bosses I've ever had. I probably wouldn't have even been in politics if he wouldn't have let me get involved with economic development. Something that gave me this passion to be here right now. And it's something that weighs on my heart a lot. Do I think that Greg Link can do a good job? I do. But what troubles me is what follows it. The amount of people that every single thing that we do is going to be under a microscope. And I would love to sit here and if everybody could realize what kind of a good man that I've known Greg Link to be to me, that would be a completely different story. I'm not here for me. I'm not here for how I feel, because I feel Greg Link can do a great job. I think he can come in. I think he can hit the ground running. But I am here for the people that voted for me. And I'm here for the people. I mean, I've gotten 50 to 60 emails, text messages, everything about this is what I voted for you for. This is. We do have a very, very, very talented person in Mr. Morton. And we have a very talented person in Greg. And I'm extremely torn. I do think we should move forward, and I do not want to have distractions. I love Greg to death, but I'm going to be backing Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Councilman Hammer. Much has been said about the comments about moving forward, and let me just elaborate a little bit on that, because most of the citizens that have elected me from 2020, it was on a campaign that the city needed to move forward. That being said, in 2024, it was the same message. We need to move this city forward on commercial, on different industries and different opportunities. So that campaign slogan was always about moving forward and forgetting what happened in our dark past. I will not be supporting this motion, and I am in agreement that I believe the candidate that proved to be head and shoulders above everyone else is Mr. Matthew Thomas Morton. So with that being said, I'm going to call the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. I'd like a roll call, please.
Excuse me. Deputy Mayor Jaffe?
Nay.
Councilman Johnson?
Aye.
Councilman Hammer?
Nay.
Councilman Langevin?
Aye.
Mayor Medina?
Nay. I'll entertain another motion at this time.
I'll make a motion that we offer the city manager position to Matthew Thomas Morton.
I'll second that. Mr.
I just want to say
Deputy Mayor?
thank you to staff as well for being here today, and just an incredible job that you guys all do. And thank you for being a part of the process. It was a challenging decision for me to make today. I shortlisted Greg on my list originally, Mr. Link. But I think, I could have counted the votes early on. And I think having a 3-2 or 2-3 vote on who our next city manager is not ideal. I prefer if we can come to a consensus of at least 4-1 or 5-0 would be the best for our city moving forward. And I think Mr. Morton had an incredible resume. I think the fact that he spent the time way in advance to learn our city shows that he's interested, he's ready. Do I think things could have happened quicker with Mr. Link at the wheel? Yes, possibly. But I'm fully confident in my decision today, supporting Mr. Morton for this position.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I also agree. I understand that there's a bad connotation, and maybe it's an opportunity for us where we choose the right candidate. I truly believe this interview process, we had some outstanding candidates, as I said before. And Mr. Morgan was like head and shoulders, in my opinion, above everyone else. His talents with development, commercial, light industrial, being in city government, I think will bring a value to our city, a much needed value and much more needed vision. The vision I can see him bringing and working with each and every council member. Councilman Langevin, when you asked, and I loved how you were consistent with every single candidate. Who was your founding father and why? I think out of all the candidates, he nailed it the most. And so I was encouraged by each and every one of his answers. With that being said, that's why I seconded the motion. This is no reflection on Mr. Greg Link. My motion, not to support him as our city manager, is no reflection on Mr. Greg Link, because he has been a Palm Bayer. He has proven to be a good man, a good citizen, and moreover, a great man of faith in his place of worship, which I do consider and add value to that. So I commend Mr. Link for being part of this process. I commend him for having the courage to come in here At the same time, I believe that the candidate that we have selected, Mr. Morgan, is truly the best candidate that we can have and pose our city for greatness. With that being said, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
So roll call, please.
Councilman Johnson,
Nay.
Councilman Hammer,
Aye.
Councilman Langevin,
Aye.
Mayor Medina,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1. City manager, I guess the instruction now is for you and the city attorney to negotiate a contract for our future city manager to come forward.
Yes, we can bring that to you at a future regular council meeting.
Again, before we adjourn, I want to thank each and every candidate for choosing Palm Bay. I want to thank each and every citizen that voiced your opinion, your valued opinion. I want to thank you for being part of this process. The city of Palm Bay is moving forward with a new city manager, and I'm excited about things to come. May God bless you. May God keep you, and may God continue to bless our great city, Palm Bay. Hoorah. This meeting's adjourned.